Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to handle Selenium WebDriver exceptions. Let me answer. We have to use something known as try-catch blocks in order to handle Selenium WebDriver exceptions. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have some sample Selenium automation code which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window, and for opening this application URL. After opening this application URL in the browser, okay, so let me write some Selenium code which will give you some Selenium WebDriver exception, okay. First, I'm not going to handle the exception. I'm going to show you how the Selenium WebDriver exception occurs. So for that, I'll open this browser and take you to this application, omai.blogspot.com. And on this application page, I would like to click on this button, let's say. Okay, inspect this button. This button has an ID. Copy this ID. And here write down driver.find element by dot ID and give the ID locator of that particular button. I would like to click on the button. So this code is not going to give you any exception, okay, because this ID locator is properly given. So this code is not going to give you an exception. Rather, if I run this code, it will click on the button and will get an alert displayed on the page, okay. So click on the button and alert will be displayed on the page. You see that? Click on the button and the alert will be displayed without any exception. Okay, there will not be any exception in this case. You see, button got clicked, alert got displayed. Okay, so the button which I am trying to click, right, this particular button, when I click, it will get an alert. So that proves that the button has been clicked. What if I do some changes here? That is, instead of alert 1, right, I'll say 2, 3. So the button having this ID as alert 1, 2, 3 doesn't exist, because of which this statement, this part, this highlighted part will give you an exception known as no such element exception. Run this code, you'll get an exception known as no such element exception. Instead of the button getting clicked this time, you'll get an exception saying no such element exception. Just wait. Let it click on, it will not click on the button. You see, the button is not getting clicked, the alert is not getting coming. Just go to the output console of Eclipse IDE and see that you got an exception here, exception in the red main saying no such element exception. Okay. So we try to click on the element having the given locator alert 1, 2, 3, which doesn't exist, because of which we got this no such element, one of the exception types in Selenium WebDriver. Okay. So this is one of the Selenium WebDriver exception. No such element exception is from Selenium. Okay. From Selenium library, we got this exception. How to handle such kind of Selenium WebDriver exceptions? For that, we can do something like surround this statement, which is where there is a possibility of that no such element exception with try block, and in the catch block, you know which type of exception matter, there is no such element exception. So write down no such element exception E. Write down like this over the mouse and import this no such element exception from Selenium library. Now write down here. Okay. Selenium. Otherwise, I'll write down here no such element exception got handled here. This statement will be printed if the exception comes in this line and it's handled with the help of try catch block. Okay. So here I'll write one more print statement. So what is the advantage of handling the exception? Why we have to handle the exception? If an exception comes, the program will stop there itself. The remaining steps after the statement throwing an exception will not be executed. But what if I write a statement here? This statement will be executed, okay? Because the exception is getting handled with the help of try catch block. The execution will not stop, it will continue, and the remaining statements after this exception statement also will be executed. Okay. End of this program. Now save this and run this application. This time you will see the exception will be handled and the end of this program also will be printed. The execution will not stop because of the exception. Rather, you see the program execution continued, and you see no such element exception got handled or printed. That means that catch block got executed because of the exception in the try block. The catch block got executed and it got handled. The exception got successfully handled, because of which the remaining code inside this program is continued with the execution, and end of this program got printed. So hope guys you understood how to handle Selenium WebDriver exceptions. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you handle multiple windows and find the required element on a particular window? Out of multiple windows, this element is there on a particular window. We have to find the element on a particular window and perform activity or action on that particular element on a particular window. So in Selenium WebDriver, we have commands like get window handles, get window handle, and switch to dot window commands, using which we can handle multiple windows and we can find the element on a particular window, and thereafter we can perform the required activity on that found element on that particular window. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. So before I practically demonstrate this, let me show you manually how the multiple windows exist and which element we have to find using automation and all. Okay. For that, I'll open this browser, take you to this application, omai.blogspot.com. After going to this application, there's the link here. If I use Selenium automation script to click on this link, it will open the new window in a new tab. Okay. Now at this moment, we have two windows, first tab window and second tab window. Similarly, on this page, when I click on open a pop-up window, okay, this third window is coming. First window, second window, and third window. Total, how many windows are there? 3 windows are there. Out of these 3 windows, I would like to find this element known as a paragraph of text. I would like to perform some activity like retrieve this particular text from this window and print in the output console of Eclipse ID. That's what I want to do. After that, I would like to close all the browser windows. Okay. So that's what is the activity I would like to do. So how to do that? Okay. So by default, when you run your Selenium automation script, Selenium focus will be there only on the main window, original window or default window. And when you click on this link, it will open the new tab, but Selenium is not here. Selenium is still here only. Okay, even though new window comes, the Selenium focus is still there here. And after you click on this open a pop-up window, you got this pop-up window, but still the Selenium focus is there here only. Okay, if you try to perform any actions or operations on this element on this new window, then it's not going to happen because Selenium focus is still there here. We have to move the Selenium focus from here to perform the activity. Okay. So let me practically show you how to perform this activity of finding this element on the particular window and retrieving this text and etc. So for that, I would like to switch to the Eclipse IDE. Here, I'll clear this stuff. So till here, we have opened the Chrome browser, maximize the browser window. After that, we have opened the application URL in the browser. Okay, we have opened the application URL in the browser. Okay, so open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, and open the application URL in the browser. Once the application URL is open in the browser, I would like to click on to get multiple windows. Okay, during the automation script, I would like to get multiple windows. So to get another window, apart from this original window, if you want to get another child window, I have to click on this link. I'll inspect this link. So it has an ID. Copy this ID and simply write down the code, that is driver dot find element by dot ID. Give the ID locator dot click. Simply say click. Okay. Once you say click, okay, so you'll get this new window. And again, the Selenium focus is still there here. So you simply click on this link, open a pop-up window link now to get another window. Total 3 windows you'll get now. So this is a link text. Copy this link text, copy this, and write down the code driver dot find element by dot link text by dot link text dot click. This will open another window. Total 3 windows will be opened. Apart from this window, we'll have this new tab window and pop-up window. Okay. So now run the script so to see whether you are getting multiple windows or not. Right click run as Java application. You will get multiple windows open. Okay. The original window or default window is coming. then you'll get multiple windows. You see, you got 3 windows now. 1, 2, 3. One window in new tab, another window in new pop-up kind of thing. Okay, you got 3 windows, but my ultimate requirement is to retrieve this particular text. How to retrieve the text? I'll show you. Okay, I'd like to retrieve the text there. Okay, so how to do that? I'll show you. So without handling windows, if I try to do that, what's going to happen? Let's see. Okay, without handling the windows, without switching the focus of the Selenium from one window to another window, to directly try to perform or find an element on the new window, it's not going to happen. For example, this particular text I would like to retrieve. Okay, right click, inspect. So it has an ID. Copy this ID. Now here write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Give that ID and say dot get text between the tags you retrieve. String text is equal to, now simply say system.out.println text. That's it. Now save this, right click, run as Java application. You are not going to get the text retrieved and printed in the output console. Rather, you're going to get some no such element exception, because we are trying to get some text of a particular element which is in a child window without switching the Selenium focus from the default window to the child window. We're trying to do that. So what's going to happen here is you are going to get no such element exception, because Selenium is not able to find that element on the new window. What we have to do, we have to switch to that particular window. How to switch to the particular window? For that, we have to use these commands: get window handles, get window handle, and switch to dot window commands. So let me practically show you how to do that. So I'll remove this line, and here at this point, guys, after opening the Chrome browser, after maximizing the browser window, after opening the application URL, here at this point of code, there will be only one window, that's the original window or default window open. So what I will do is I'll simply say driver.get window handle, only one window. Since only one window will be there at this moment, I'll just capture the unique ID of that window using get window handle, which will be returned in the form of a string parent window ID. Okay, parent window, some unique parent window ID will be retrieved here. After that, would like to click on this link, click on this link. Multiple windows will be there. Then how to capture all the 3 windows along with this window? Now we have 2 more windows here. One is in new tab, another one is a pop-up window. So how to capture all the 3 windows now? For that, driver dot get window handles. After that, get window handles, the semicolon, and it will return you a set of strings. All the window IDs in the form of set of strings will be returned. Window IDs, I'll say, is equal to, for the mouse, say create local variable, set of string of window IDs. That's good. Now, what next? Driver dot get window handles. Okay. Once you get a set of window IDs, I'll write down. Now, I would like to iterate. Okay. That is so right for, so we can say for each and every window ID is a string. So I'll say string window ID colon window IDs. For each and every window ID, we are going to iterate. Okay, that is the logic. Let's see whether this will work or not. Otherwise, we'll go for other logic. For each and every window ID, we are iterating. So for each and every window ID, we are iterating. And initially, once you get this window ID, we'll simply say driver dot switch to dot window of, give this window ID. Okay, one of the window ID will be coming. We don't know which window it is. It's a parent window, default window, new tab window, or pop window. We don't know. But we'll simply randomly switch to, because set of strings will be storing in the random format. So which window we don't know. Driver dot switch to dot window of window ID. After switching to one of the particular window, I would like to retrieve this particular text. I would like to retrieve this particular text, right? Right click inspect. The ID is there, para1. Now here, I'll simply say driver dot find element by dot ID like this, and say dot get text like this. But there is a problem here. String, I'll say text is equal to, and there is a problem here. And I would like to retrieve and print the text here. The problem here is, if we switch to a wrong window, this window, this element will not be available. and because of which you will get no such element exception. In such cases, I'll give try block here. Then say catch exception E or no such element exception, you can say, otherwise directly give no such element exception. And here simply close the browser. Okay, if the element is not there, there's no need of opening it, right? Simply close that browser. Okay, hover the mouse and import it from Selenium library. This is what you are going to. Otherwise, you are going to print. Otherwise, you are going to close the browser. Only two of the activities. So here, if in case we have found that element and the text has been printed, there is no need to stay here, right? There's no need to stay here. I'll simply say driver.quit. And after driver.quit, I would like to exit this loop. Okay, how to exit this loop? In order to exit this loop, we can write down break statement. That's it. Okay, and this single parent window ID is not required here in this case. Okay, or only intention is to find the element. If it is found, you will simply perform the activity and quit all the browser windows and break. Otherwise, you will close one by one. So that's it. Let's run the script and see whether this thing is happening or not. Despite of multiple windows coming, we have to find the element on a particular window and perform the activity on that element. If the element is not there and on the switcher window, then we are going to handle the exception. Okay, that's how we have written the code. Multiple windows should come. Browsers are closing. Okay, you see everything. Paragraph of text got also retrieved. That means this is how we can write some code and get the things done. Okay, how do you handle multiple windows and find the required element? So this is a way to do it. Okay, this is one of the way to do it. You may have other ways also, but this is one of the best way to do it. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you handle an alert pop-up in Selenium? Let me answer. First of all, let me show you how does an alert pop-up look like. So I'll open the browser and open this application URL, omai.blogspot.com. Once you go to this application URL, you'll see this button. When you click on the button, you are getting an alert pop-up. This is what is called as an alert pop-up. So how to handle this? When an alert comes, what you have to do? Either you have to accept the alert or you have to dismiss the alert. I am going to press escape key on my keyboard. It will dismiss the alert. Or you can read the text which is there on this alert. Okay, I would like to retrieve this particular text from the alert and say accept or something. So this kind of operations we can do. So how to handle alerts in Selenium WebDriver? Okay. So I'm going to do it practically now. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have some sample Selenium automation code which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window. And here we are opening the application URL like this. Once that is done, I would like to get an alert. To get an alert, I have to click on this button. Okay. So in this application, if you click on a button, the alert will come. So in order to get this alert, I'm going to click on this button, right-click inspect this button, and it has an ID. This button has an ID, copy the ID, and here write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide that ID. Now say dot, okay, dot tick. So once I click on this button, an alert will come. When the alert comes, I should not be able to do any other activity. Okay, you see, when the alert comes, I cannot do anything on the application. I'm trying to deselect this checkbox. It's not happening because once you handle this alert only, you can do that. So if you don't handle this alert that got displayed after clicking on this button, if you try to do some other activity, including closing the browser also, any other activity, including the closing browser also, things are not going to happen. Okay. For example, I would like to say driver.find element by .id. TA1 text area 1 field. There is one text area field here inside this alert. Into that, I would like to type some text in case, but this activity is not going to happen. Rather, you are going to get an exception. Okay, alert not handled kind of exception will come. Right click run as. When the alert is displayed, you should be only handling the alert. But if you try to do any other activity on the application, you are going to get an exception. So just see what kind of exception you are going to get. You try to perform an activity when the alert is displayed on the page, then you are going to get an exception here. That is unhandled, okay, alert not handled or unhandled alert exception is coming. Without handling the alert, you are trying to perform some other operation. That is, you are trying to type some text into the text area field. So before this activity happens, you have to handle the alert. How to handle the alert? For that, you have to switch to the alert. Driver dot switch to dot alert. Sorry, switch to dot alert, and this will return you the alert interface. Alert is equal to, now hover the mouse on this and import this alert interface from Selenium, and after that alert dot accept. You are accepting the alert. Okay. Once you handle the alert, if you try to perform this activity, that is typing some text into the dictionary field, it's going to happen. Right click run as job. This time it's going to work because you handled the alert by saying alert.accept here. Since you said okay on the alert and alert got closed, now you can perform any activity on any element on the application. Okay, the alert will come and it will be accepted, and after that my name got typed into the text area field. This activity has been performed only because the alert that got displayed got accepted here or handled here. Okay, so without handling this alert, if you try to perform any activity, it's going to give an unhandled alert exception. Okay, so you can either accept the alert or you can dismiss the alert also. Close all these browser windows now. You can also dismiss the alert. Okay, instead of saying okay on that alert, right, you are just escaping that alert with the help of this command. This also, dismiss also will handle the alert. It will remove the alert, and because of which you can perform any other activity on the application page. Either you can accept the alert or you can dismiss the alert. Up to you. You see, still working. Done. Now you can also get some text that is there on the alert. Okay, I would like to retrieve this particular text. Once the alert is displayed, after I switch to the alert, then I can say alert dot get text. Okay, this will get the text from the alert, string text on alert, and print it out. Just print this out. System.out.println text on alert. Just print this out. Now run this code. You see in the output console, you get the text that is there on the alert. Okay. So like this, we can handle the alert. Then after handling the alert, you can perform the other activities on the application. While the alert is there, you cannot perform any other activities. If you try to do so, you will get unhandled alert exception. So hope guys you understood how do you handle an alert pop-up in Selenium. Okay. With this practical demonstration, I hope that you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you retrieve the text that is displayed on an alert? Let me answer. In order to retrieve any text that is there on the alert, we have to use this command known as get text command in Selenium WebDriver. Okay, this command belongs to the alert interface in Selenium WebDriver. So first, let me show you an alert and how the text will be displayed on the alert, and later I will practically demonstrate how to retrieve such text that is there on the alert, okay, using Selenium automation. So for that, I'll open this browser, open this application URL. Once the application URL is open, I would like to click on this button. So on this application, there is a button. When you click on the button, you will get the alert. Okay, this is an example of an alert, and there is some text displayed on the alert. You see, hello text is there on this alert. I would like to retrieve this particular text and print in the output console of Eclipse IDE using some Selenium automation script. How to do that? So in order to do that, okay, so I have to switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have some sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window, and for opening the application URL. Once the application URL is opened, then I would like to click on this button. I'll inspect this button. And here is an ID of that button. Okay, this button has an ID. So I'll just take the ID of that button, driver.find element by.id, give the ID locator of that particular button, and say dot click. So once I click on this button, alert will be displayed. Okay, the alert got displayed. So once the alert is displayed, I have to switch to the alert. In order to get this particular text retrieved from this alert message, I have to switch to the alert. Okay, driver.switch to dot alert, I have to say. So this alert method will return you the object reference of alert interface. Okay, I'll say alert is equal to, the return type of this alert method is alert interface. This is an interface, and this particular object reference has several comments. Okay, This object reference of alert interface has several commands. One of the command is alert.getText command. This command can be used for retrieving the text from the alert. Okay, this command is from alert interface. Okay, so getText command of alert interface can be used to retrieve the text and return the text on the alert in the form of string. Okay, so string text on alert is equal to, now here I would like to simply print this text that is there on the alert. Okay, text on alert. That's it. Now run the code and observe that the text that is there, hello text that is there on the alert message or alert pop-up dialog will be retrieved and printed in the output console in a while. So first of all, the button will be clicked and alert will be displayed. You see, and this particular text will be retrieved and printed in the output console of Eclipse IDE. You see, you got the text printed. Whatever the text that is there on the alert, it has been retrieved and printed in the output console of Eclipse IDE. Okay, with the help of this getText command of alert interface, it's possible. So hope guys you understood how to retrieve the text that is displayed on the alert using Selenium WebDriver commands. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you type text into the text box field on an alert? Let me answer. You see, there are a different type of alerts, that is confirmation alerts and prompt alerts and normal alerts. So the prompt kind of alerts will have this text box field on them. Let me first show you how does a prompt alert looks like. For that, I'll open the browser and I'll search for Internet Heroku app. So once I search for, you will get this link, the internetherokuapp.com link. Click on the link, and here you will find some link known as JavaScript alerts. Just find it out. JavaScript alerts. Click on this link. You'll be taken to a page. You will see three buttons. It's a normal alert. First button will display normal alert. You see, when I click on the first button, click for JavaScript alert. It's displaying a normal alert with some text displayed. Okay, we can accept the alert. Whereas the second button, when you click for, you will get JavaScript confirmation alert. Instead of normal JavaScript alert, you will get JavaScript confirmation alert, where you will get some extra button to cancel also. Okay, you see the alert got displayed, which looks similar to the normal alert, but here an extra cancel button is available. Okay, this is confirmation alert. Whereas the third one is the prompt alert. When you click on the prompt alert button, you will get this extra text box field. Apart from OK and cancel buttons, and apart from the text, you will see one text box field where you can enter your name or whatever the text you want to enter into this text box field. Okay, I would like to enter the text into this. I would like to automate entering this particular text into this text box field on the alert. For that, what I have to do? Okay, so I'll copy this URL and switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we already have some sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window. And here I need to paste the application URL to open this application URL page where these three buttons are available. Now I would like to click on this third button. So where we'll get a prompt kind of alert having the text box field coming. Into the text box field, we have to enter the text. So let me inspect this button, which I would like to click to get the prompt alert having the text box field. So here we can automate something like this. We can create an XPath expression out of it. Copy this particular text, copy this text, and say Control F, /button is equal to, give the text between the tags. That's it. This button got highlighted. It's getting located. Copy this XPath expression of this button and come back here and write down driver dot find element by.xpath. Give the XPath expression of that button and say dot click. Put a semicolon. You'll click on this button and I'll get the prompt alert. Okay. Now on this alert, I would like to enter the text into the text box field. So how to enter the text into the text box field? For that, I have to first switch to this prompt alert. How to switch to the prompt alert? Driver dot switch to dot alert. I would say this will switch to the whatever the type of alert that got displayed. It will return you. It will return you an object reference of the alert interface. I'll simply say alert is equal to, and over the mouse, the return type of this alert method will return you the alert interface. You see, this is alert interface. Using this object reference of this alert interface, we can access some commands like alert dot send keys command. Okay, this command belongs to the alert interface. Okay, this send keys command belongs to the alert interface. Inside the send keys command, whatever the text you want to enter here, just enter it. Okay, that's it. The text will be entered. After entering the text, for example, here after entering the text like this, simply accept the alert. Okay, If the text has been entered, say okay, you will get this text. You entered Arun Motor. This proves that the text has been entered into the prompt alert. Okay. This proves that this particular result proves that the text has been entered into the prompt alert. Okay. So how to do that? So here I'll simply say alert dot accept. That's it. Now run the script and see on the application page after typing this particular text into the text box field of that pop-up alert, and after accepting the alert, whether the text is being entered or not. Let's find it out. You'll not be able to visually see how the Selenium is entering the text into the text box field on the alert. That is visually not possible. Okay, but you will see in the result. Okay, you will see in the result that the name has been entered. Okay, you see it was very fast. JavaScript prompt came, it has entered the text, say okay, and here we got the text. Okay, Arun Motori got entered into the kind of result we got. Okay, that proves that we have successfully entered the text into the prompt kind of alert using Selenium automation. So hope guys you understood how to type text into the text box field on the prompt type of alerts in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is alert in Selenium an interface or class? Let me answer. Alert in Selenium is an interface. It's not a class. Instead, it is a predefined interface. Let me practically prove you that. For that, I'll open this browser and will take you to one official website of Selenium, that is selenium.dev. Once you go to this official website of Selenium, go to this downloads page and scroll down here until you find the Selenium clients and WebDriver language bindings. Find Selenium Java, this Selenium Java. Here we have the API docs link. Click on that link. You'll be taken to the Selenium library where you can find all the things. Okay. So simply click on this all classes. You'll get the complete list of classes. The ones that are in the normal font, okay, are classes, whereas someone which are in italic, that is slightly bent to the right side. For example, here actions is a class because it's not in italic mode, whereas action is a interface. Okay, actions is a class because it is not in italic mode, whereas something that is in italic mode is an interface. Okay, not only this, you can find using here alert. Alert is a class or interface. You can see that clearly see that it has slightly bent to the right side. That means it's in italic format. It's an interface. Okay, by looking at this style itself, you can say that. Or you can click on this alert, and you can clearly see in the library of Selenium saying that alert is an interface. Okay, alert is an interface, predefined interface in Selenium. It's not a class. Okay, so hope guys you got an idea what exactly is an alert in Selenium, whether it is an interface or class. It's an interface. It's not a class. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you handle frames in Selenium? Let me answer. In Selenium, we can handle the frames by switching to them. So in order to switch to the frames in Selenium, we have this command known as switch to .frame command. So one way of switching to the frame is by using the ID of the frame. Or we can use the name of the frame to the switch to the frame, or we can use a web element of the frame to switch to the frame, or we can use the index of the frame to switch to the frame. Let me practically demonstrate all these ways of switching to the frames for handling the frames in Selenium in this session. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have some sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser. For maximizing the browser window, here we have to open the application URL. So for demonstrating how to switch to the frame using ID, I'll take this application URL. I'll paste it here. So I'll also open this in the browser meanwhile to show you. So here guys, on this application, there is a text box field here on this page. Your content goes here is there. I would like to clear this particular text and type my name Arun here. This is an activity I would like to do. Okay, I would like to clear the existing text. If I refresh here, it will go to the basic. So I have to clear this particular text, and in this place of your content goes here, I would like to type my name. So this is what I want to do, but this particular thing is part of a frame. Okay, I cannot directly do it. If you don't handle the frames, what will happen? I'm going to show you first. After that, I'll show you how to handle the frames. Okay, so fine. So after going to this application, I would like to right click inspect. Okay, so it's like this. That's it. There's some paragraph text is there here. Okay, so there's an ID also. Copy this ID, create an XPath expression. to locate this particular area where I would like to, clear this particular text and type my name. Okay, this paragraph text I would like to clear and type my name into this in place of the paragraph text. /body @ID is equal to, I'll give the ID of that parent element. Under that paragraph text is there /plc. Now it's locating this area, right? Now copy this XPath expression and come back here and say driver dot find element by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression of that element and say dot clear. Similarly, say driver dot find element by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression of that particular thing and say dot set case, and I would like to give my name. But this is not going to happen. Okay, this code is going to give you some error. Okay, you will get no such element exception because this particular thing is part of a frame. Okay, that you don't know visually, but let's run this and see what's happening. After that, we'll investigate the problem. It will not clear the text. It will not enter my name into the this particular field. You see, rather it is like this. And if you go and see the output, you got this no such element exception. The reason behind this is this element is not found. Why? Because this is not there on the main page. Rather, this is part of a frame. How can I show you that it's this particular element is part of a frame? Just write it here. And you see, you are getting some frame options. View frame, reload frame kind of options you are getting. Or you can do one more thing. You can install one add-on which will tell you like whether this is part of a frame or not. That is Selectors Hub. Go to selectorshub.com. And on this application page, you'll find the Selectors Hub. Click on this install. Click on this Chrome because this is a Chrome browser. Now, on the Chrome Web Store, click on Add to Chrome. Click on Add Extension. In a while, this Selectors Hub will be added to your Chrome browser. Done. Click on Manage Extensions and click on Pin. That's it. Close. Close. Now, once restart the browser and copy this URL and paste it here. Now right click, inspect somewhere. Go to this and say Selectors Hub. You see, this element is inside a frame. It's saying that, okay, you can inspect like this also and see that whatever the element you are trying to modify, clear the text and add the text, right? That element is inside a frame. So if it is inside a frame, then you cannot, right? You cannot directly locate it. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to switch to the frame. From the page, we have to switch to the frame where this element is available and then perform the activities. For that to happen, I'll simply write down. So we have to first find out this particular thing is inside a frame, right? Just scroll up. You see there's a frame having an ID. You see with the help of, if this particular frame has an ID, we can directly switch to the frame with the help of this ID. Copy this ID and simply write down driver dot switch to dot frame of, directly provide double quotes, give the ID. That's it. You don't have to do much. Once you switch to the frame where this particular element is available, with the help of this ID, you just provided the ID attribute value of the frame. So with the help of the ID attribute value of the frame, you will be switching to the frame. Then you will be able to perform the operations on the frame. Run this time. It will clear the text and it will type my name into that field. Okay. You can see that happening after switching to the frame with the help of ID of the frame. You see, it has cleared the text and it has typed my name. That means it's working now. So this is how we can handle the frames with the help of ID of the frame. We can switch to the frame and handle the frames. Now let's try to handle the frames by switching to the frame with the help of the name locator of the frame. How to make this happen? So I'll take another application URL, copy this URL, paste it here, and I'll parallelly open this URL in the browser to show you. What I want to do here is, I would like to click on this link. I would like to click on the description link. When I click on the description link, it should take you to the bottom of the page. Okay, it should take you to the bottom of the page, but that's not going to happen because this particular description is part of the frame. Right click inspect. With the help of Selectors Hub, we can find. Right click inspect and just open the Selectors Hub here. And you see, It's saying that this particular link is inside a frame. So let's find it out. On the top of the anchor tag, just scroll up and see there's a frame here. And this frame doesn't have any ID, right? It doesn't have any ID locator, but it has a name locator. So I can switch to the frame with the help of this name locator of the frame, copy this name attribute value, and here simply write down driver.switch to frame. Instead of ID, you just paste the name locator. Okay. After switching to that frame with the help of name locator, now try to click on this link. So it's a link text, copy this and write down driver dot find element by dot link text. Provide the link text and say dot click. Now run this code, right click, run as Java application. Click on the description link. Just observe that it will click on the description link and the page will scroll. You see the page has been scrolled and description link has been clicked, right? So this is how we can handle the frames and by switching to the frames with the help of name locator. And now we can also switch to the frames with the help of web element of the frame. Some places where you cannot have the ID locator of the frame or name locator of the frame, you can create a web element of that particular frame and switch to the frame with the help of web element. Copy this link, open this in the browser. Okay, and also give that link here in the get command. Once you go here, I would like to click inside this home, but this one is inside a frame. This box is a frame actually. Okay, how can I know that this particular home is inside a frame? Right click, inspect, go to selector sub and see that you see it's inside a frame. This particular home link is inside a frame. Let's find it out where exactly it is. This is the anchor tag. Home anchor tag is inside a frame. Scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. Somewhere you will find a frame. You see iframe is there, but this iframe doesn't have an ID or name. You see it doesn't have an ID or name. I'll do one thing. I'll create a web element for this frame. Okay, how to create a web element for this frame? So I'll just copy this title and Control F /iframe at the title is equal to give that title in the tags. Okay. You see the title got located. Copy this. Come back here. Now write down, remove here, write down driver dot find element by dot xpath. Give the xpath expression of that frame, the semicolon, and here say frame element is equal to over the mouse create local variable frame element, and here I'll write down frame element. So with the help of web element of the frame, we are switching to the frame. Okay, with the help of web element, we created web element of the frame and we are switching to the frame with the help of the web element. Now I would like to click on this home link. How to click on the home link? Inspect this home. There is this HTML code of the anchor tag. So here we can go with the link text, copy this and say driver dot find element by dot link text. Use the link text dot click. Now run this, it should click on the home link. Should click on the home link. You see, it has clicked on the home link, right? It has clicked on the home link. So this is how we can switch to the frame with the help of web element of the frame. Okay, there is another way of switching to the frame with the help of the index. Okay, so I'll take this as an example. Copy this, paste it here. Open the application URL in the browser. So in this, I would like to clear this particular text and type my name in place of this. And in this page, only one frame is there. Obviously, the index of that particular single frame will be 0. Okay, if there are multiple frames, one of the frame will have 0 index and another frame will have 1 index. But in this case, there's only one frame on this page that is definitely or obviously going to have the index as 0. So what I will simply do is just to save time and instead of finding the ID locator, name locator of the frame or web element of the frame, since I know that there's only one frame here, I can switch to this frame with the help of the index because It's very simple that index will be 0 when there is only one frame on the page. So now I'll simply go here and say driver dot switch to dot frame of 0 index. Okay, only one frame is there. We'll switch to that frame having the index 0. And here I'll inspect this and then I'll create an XPath expression for this. Control F double slash body at the rate ID is equal to give the ID of the parent tag, and after the slash P, it will locate this thing that I want to clear and update. Copy this and simply say that driver dot find element by dot XPath, give the XPath expression and say dot clear, and similarly say driver dot find element by dot XPath, give the XPath expression of that element and say dot send keys and give mine. I'll give my name. Okay, put a semicolon here and run this code and see that it is going to work. We are switching to the frame with the help of the index of the frame. Right click, run as Java application. You see, it got cleared the text and it has typed my name into the text field. So hope guys you understood how to switch to the frames. Okay, how to switch to the frames for handling the frames in Selenium in different ways. That is with the help of ID of the frame, how to switch with the help of name of the frame, with the help of web element of the frame, with the help of index of the frame, we can switch. These are the different ways of switching to the frames in Selenium for handling the frames. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, give an example for method overloading concept that you have used in Selenium. Let me answer. There are several things in Selenium that you can apply overloading concept of Java. Okay. So let me give you an example place in Selenium where you can apply this overloading concept. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse ID. Here, I'll create a method, public void, select an option. Okay, with with the text. Okay, let's say. So this one method I'm going to create. So what I'm going to do, just see. So here I'll write the code web driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Then over the mouse, import this from Selenium library and import this from Selenium library. Then say driver dot manage dot window dot maximize. Then say driver dot get. Here open the application URL. Copy this. Paste it here. Once after that, just select an option from the drop-down field. Select an option from the drop-down field. Let's say this is a drop-down field. I want to select an option from the drop-down field. So there are different ways of selecting the option from the drop-down field, right? Select an option, I will say, from drop-down. Select an option from drop-down. Okay, this is the name I'm giving. And here, I would like to, okay, to select an option, right? I would like to pass the text string option text. And here I'll write the code. And before that, I need to pass the driver also, okay? Web driver I need to pass, okay? Now call this method from here. And now you pass the text, which text you want to select from the drop-down field. Let's say doc3. So doc3, comma, pass the driver. Like this, you call the method. Now make this static. Then the rest will be gone. Now here write the code. That is first create a web element for this drop-down field. Inspect this drop-down field as an ID. Copy this ID and say web element drop-down field is equal to driver dot find element by dot ID. Give the ID locator of the drop-down field. Over the mouse, import it. Now say drop-down field dot select by drop-down field dot I need to create an object for the select class. select is equal to new select, and to the select class you pass the web element, drop down field web element. Put a semicolon here, over the mouse, import. Now write the code, select dot, select by visible text. That is option text, you pass it here. That's it. This will select the option in the drop down field. Okay. Now other way is public static void select an option from drop down, and here say string, otherwise int index value, comma web driver. So a overloaded method I'm creating, right? The method having the same name but different type of parameters. So to select an option from the drop down field, you can call this method, or this method having the same name. You see, this both the methods have the same name but different implementation. These are overloaded methods in Java. You can say that because if the methods in the same class file have the same name, they are called as overloaded methods. When they have the different type of parameters or different number of parameters or different order of parameters. Fine. Anyhow, here I'll simply say, instead of select by visible text, I'll say select by index. I'll give this index value here. Just copy this index here. That's it. Now, either you can call this method, or if you want to call other method, you can pass the index here. For example, I'll pass the index as 1. What will be selected if I select pass the index value as 1? 0, 1. Doc1 will be selected. Okay, like that. So like this, we can create any number of overloaded methods for selecting the options in the drop-down field. Okay, this is one place in Selenium where I have used overloaded methods for selecting an option from the drop-down field with a different type of ways. Like one way is by using the visible text, otherwise using the index, other way maybe by using the value attributes value. Okay, like that, many options are there. Okay, so guys, you understood how to implement overload methods. Okay, how to implement the overloaded methods in Selenium. In one of the example I showed you, where you can implement the overloaded methods for selecting an option from the drop down fields in Selenium. Okay, so there are different varieties of ways in which you can select an option from the drop down field by using the text, with the help of the value or with the help of the index. For each and every type, you can create an overloaded method, and whatever the way you want to select, you just call that method by passing appropriate type of values. That particular overloaded method will be called and action will be performed. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the different ways to select an option from drop-down field? Let me answer. In Selenium, there are several or different ways using which we can select an option from the drop-down field. First one, by selecting an option with the help of visible text. By selecting with the help of value. By selecting with the help of index of the option. Okay, let me practically demonstrate all these ways for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have some sample Selenium automation code already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window, and for opening the application URL in the browser. Okay, so till here, we have done the automation, till opening the application URL in the browser. Now on this application URL page, we have this drop-down field from which I would like to select one option. Okay, for that, first I have to create a web element for this drop-down field. Inspect this. And this particular drop-down field has an ID. Copy this ID and create a web element for the drop-down field. Web element drop-down field is equal to, like that, over the mouse on the web element and import it from Selenium. Now say driver dot find element by dot ID of the drop-down field, provide it here, and say semicolon. Now we got the web element of the drop-down field. Now create an object for the select class. Select is equal to new select. Now over the mouse on the select and import it from Selenium library, and in the constructor of select class, copy this web element and paste it here. Now using the object reference of the select, we can select an option from the drop-down field by using the first way, that is with this command known as select by visible text command. Okay, now here I will be writing select by visible text. Here I need to provide the text that I would like to select. Okay, so in these options, if you see, the visible text is doc3. I'll give the same thing, doc3 here. Now run the code and see that doc3 option will be selected in the drop-down field. Now doc3 will be selected in the drop-down field. Okay. You see, doc3 got selected in the drop-down field. Is there any other way to select an option in the drop-down field? Yes, by using another command, that is select by value. Select by value. Here, I have to provide the value attributes value of the option. For example, I'll go here and inspect this drop-down field. This drop-down field has some options. Let's say I would like to select this doc2 option. It has a value attribute value as GHI. Copy this GHI and paste it here. Now run this, right click run as Java application. It will select doc2 option in the drop-down field. Doc2 option will be selected. You see, doc2 option got selected. Now, next thing is next thing, select by index. Okay, next thing is select by index. I would like to select with the help of index. So here 0th index, first option is 0th, 1, 2, 3, 4. Index 4 I will give. Here I will say select dot select by index. Select by index and give the value 4, index value 4. You select the doc4 option. Run this code, right click run as Java application. So these are the three ways of selecting the option in the drop-down field. Select by visible text, select by value, select by index. The last way I am showing you where it should select the doc4 option in the drop-down field. You see doc4 option, which is at the index 4 got selected. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4th index. Okay. So hope guys you understood the different ways we can select an option from the drop-down field using these commands, that is select by visible text, select by value, select by index. These commands are from the select predefined class in Selenium. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, when your XPath is matching more than one element, how to locate the required element? Let me answer. There is something known as index. Okay, in XPath expression, we have something known as index. By providing this index in the XPath expression, we can locate the required element when our XPath expression is matching more than one elements. Okay, so let me practically demonstrate with an example for you. So I'll open a browser and take you to one sample application, that is omega.blogspot.com. And here we have some list of elements here. You see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that some elements are there. Or you can also take this apple, mango kind of elements. Anything you can take, either this one or this one. I'll take this one and I'll right click inspect. I would like to create an XPath expression to locate this element, okay, a particular element in this list. So first of all, here we can create an XPath expression starting from here. It has some text unordered list. Copy this and H2 tags are there. Control F, /H2, text is equal to give the text, and under this text, somewhere here, li tags are there. To get to this li tags, I have to go to this div tag. So I have to say / following -sibling. This is XPath access div. So now we are locating this part. Under this, we have the li tags, /li we can say. You see all the 6. Okay, this XPath expression, single XPath expression is locating all the 6 list elements. They're starting from here to here. Okay, you can see that. Second, banana, grapes, pomegranate. You see apple, mango, orange, banana, grapes. All these elements are getting located. But I would like to locate a particular element. Okay, if this XPath expression that I created here, this XPath expression is locating all these 6 elements. So instead of that, I would like to locate a particular or required element. Let's say I would like to locate this orange. Okay, so the orange is at the index 1. Apple is at the index 1, mango is at the index 2, orange is at the index 3. So if I give 1, it will locate apple. But my requirement is to locate orange. So I'll change it to 3. Now only one element is getting located, that is orange. So this is how we can use index or specify the index in our XPath expression, which is locating more than one elements to locate the required element. Okay, if your XPath expression is locating more than one element, and if you want to locate a particular element with the help of index, by specifying the index value in the XPath expressions, we can locate our required element. So in all these fruits, I would like to locate orange, but this XPath expression was locating all the fruits. So if I provide this index value 3 here, it's locating only orange. Okay, it's locating only orange. You see, orange is getting located. Only one element is getting located. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to capture screenshots in Selenium and what is the best place to write the screenshot code in our test automation frameworks. Let me answer this with a practical demonstration. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample Selenium automation code which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window, and for opening this application URL in the browser. After opening this application URL, let's say the application URL is opened in the browser like this. After opening this application URL, I would like to take the screenshot of this page. Here, at this point, I would like to take the screenshot. And this screenshot, I would like to save in one of the folder under this project. So for that, for the screenshot to be taken and storing into one of the folder under this project, I will write some code here, okay? So let me write some code here. That is, I'll write down driver. Have to typecast it driver with some class that is from Selenium. That is takes screenshot class. Okay, I have to write like this. I have to surround this with circular brackets and say dot get screenshot as, and after that I have to type output type dot. You have to select this file. This is the code we have to write. Okay. Now over the mouse and take screenshot and import it from Selenium. Now this method is going to return you one file. Okay. This method is going to return you a file. Okay. That file is nothing but the screenshot file. Source, otherwise src means source screenshot file. I'll just name like this. Okay. You can name it anything. I'll just name like this. Over the mouse on the file and import it from java.io package. After that, I have to use something known as file handler dot copy. Okay, so this file handler class is a predefined class in Selenium. Okay, earlier we used to use file utils dot copy file, something like that. Okay, but now Selenium is by default coming with this class which you can use for copying this screenshot file to a given destination path. Okay, where you want to store the screenshot in your project. For that, you have to use file handler. Okay, already the screenshot has been taken in this line with the help of take screenshot, get screenshot as. Screenshot is taken, but into which folder in this project you have to save the screenshot. For that, you have to write file handler.copy and here give this source screenshot file which is taken as part of the first line, and you need to copy this screenshot file into the destination. New, here you have to write new file of, and you have to give the path of the destination where you want the screenshot to be saved. So it will be a bit lengthy, so I'm just taking that into new lines. String destination path. Destination path is equal to, like this I'll write. And here I'll say system dot get property user.dir. In double quotes, I'll say user.dir, which will give you the path of the project. Okay, which will give you the path of this project. Plus, under the project, I'll create a folder, right click new, create a folder known as screenshots folder. Write down here, double backward slash screenshots. Again, double backward slash, just mention plus, give the, under this screenshots folder, I would like to give the name of the screenshot file as homepage with extension as .png. Okay, homepage.png is the extension. Homepage is the name of the screenshot file. PNG is the extension. Okay, like this, I'll create the destination file path and I'll copy this and paste it here. So you have to ignore the exception. If you don't do this, you'll get this kind of error, and you have to either surround in real time. You will surround with try-catch block, but just for demonstration, I'm doing that. So I'm just ignoring the exception to make the code look simple. So this line will take the screenshot. This line will copy the screenshot to this screenshots folder. Yes, this is a code for taking the screenshot and copying into the screenshots folder. So let's run this. Right click, run as Java application. Let's see whether the screenshot is being taken or not and put into the screenshots folder or not. Okay. Let the application page load. Here the screenshot will be taken. After that, go to the project, refresh here. It's not taken. Okay. So there is one problem already in the Eclipse. Here we got C. Okay. So here you see screenshots is there. I just gave screenshot. That's the problem. I have to give screenshots. Screenshots. Now run this again. Close this and run it again. Small spelling mistake also will cause a problem. You have to be sure. This time, let's see what will happen. Okay, now let's go to the project. Let's see whether we got, no, nothing got. Now refresh the project. You see this time we got the screenshot taken. We got the screenshot, homepage dot whatever the name of the file we gave with the extension, right, that came up. Right click, open with browser or something, or you can do that, or you can go to the location in your machine where the screenshot is taken. You can also say right click, properties, go to the location where the screenshot file is saved in your project, in your machine. This will take, this is a screenshot file taken, open the screenshot. So we were able to take the screenshot successfully, okay, with whatever the code I have demonstrated. With that code, we are able to take the screenshot. That's fine. But this is a normal project, but in real time, in our automation, test automation frameworks, what is the best place to write this screenshot code? Okay, you'll not be writing the code here. For example, wherever you want to take the screenshot, you have to put this code everywhere. That is not a good deal, right? If you are duplicating the code, that's not a good thing. Rather, we have to remove the duplication. So what is the best place to put this code? Okay, we have to create a method and we have to put this code under utilities. Okay, as part of utilities, you can put this, and whenever you need to take the screenshot, you can call the method. Okay, so I'll show you in real time what type of frameworks we create and all. For example, this is a framework I have. I'll show you where exactly I have put the code for taking the screenshot. For example, in this framework, if you go to this utilities.java under utils package, okay, under src main Java, under utils package, I created this utilities.java. Under this, there are several utilities, not only screenshot. For generating the email with timestamp, there's one method. Okay, whenever you need to generate an email timestamp or email with timestamp, right, you can call this method like that. Okay, whenever you want to read the data from the Excel files, you can call this method. Whenever you want to take the screenshot, you can call this method. Okay, a reusable method I created, and I have kept this method under the utilities file under the utils package of this project, under src main Java of this project framework. And here is a code that I have shown you already. Whenever you call this method is going to return you the destination screenshot file path. We'll take the screenshot, copy the screenshot into this screenshots folder, and after that, it will give you the path of the screenshot. Why it is returning the screenshots path, where the screenshot is put, that path, why it is returning? Because here there is some implementation of listeners. Okay, in this framework, we have this listeners. You just go to the my listeners here under the listeners package. And somewhere on failure, whenever a particular test fails, automatically we are going to take the screenshot. You see, you are going to call this method, okay? Utilities.capture screenshot method you are going to call. Whenever a particular test fails, this particular my listeners method will be called, on test failure will be invoked, and it will take the screenshot automatically, and you will get this destination path. And while you are retrieving this destination path, you want to attach this screenshot in the extent reports, okay? In the extent reports, you want to attach the screenshots. That's the reason you are getting the path. Okay. After taking the screenshot, you are retrieving the path so that you will attach this path into the extent reports. Okay. In the extent report, the screenshot path will be added, and you will be able to see the screenshot in the reports from the report itself. So this is the best place. Okay. Since the question is also asking, it's not only asking how to capture screenshot in Selenium, but also it's asking what is the best place to have the screenshot code written in our Selenium automation frameworks. Okay. So utilities is the best place. Okay. Under utilities, and this is how we have to use. Listeners, on test failure, listeners method is going to call this screenshots method in the utilities class. Okay, whenever the test fails, automatically the screenshot will be taken because of this process. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, write the code for reading data from Excel files. Let me answer. So in order to read the data from the Excel files, we have to use a library known as Py API library. Okay, with help of this library and its predefined classes and all, we can read the data from the Excel files. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE project. And here we have a class. Inside this class, I'll create a method, public void. I'll say data supplier. Some name I am giving. You can give any name here. Just create this method. Inside this method, I would like to create an object for XSSF workbook. Workbook is equal to new XSSF workbook. Like this, I would like to create an object for the XSSF workbook. Over the mouse, you cannot import it because this class is from Py API library. Okay, this library is required for reading the data from the Excel files. So for that, I'll go to the form.xml file. I'll go to the dependency section. Here, I'll add the dependency tags for Py API library. That is, I'll open the browser and I'll go to the mvnrepository.com. And here I'll search for Py. And I'll get this Py OXML, Py OXML schemas, three things. I'll open this in new tabs. Like this. First Py. I'll just check the three things and I'll take the latest version. Here 5.2.3 is the greatest. In this 5.2.3 is the greatest. And in this 4.1.2 is the greatest. The greatest in all this, the common greatest thing in all these three is 4.1.2. Here also we have 4.1.2. Since we don't have more than 4.1.2 in this, I'm going to take 4.1.2 here, 4.1.2 here. Okay. So I'll go with the 4.1.2, which is the greatest common thing in all the three libraries. Okay, copy this, come back here and paste it here. Similarly, you paste the remaining stuff. So first one is done, this part is done. Again, here also, Py OXML schemas also take the 4.1.2, copy this and paste it here. Then save it. After this, go to the last one. And here also, go to 4.1.2, copy this and paste it here. Now, save this. All the libraries of this Py API will be downloaded. Okay, now come back here, over the more than XSF workbook, import it. Now, here, this constructor cannot be empty. Here we have to pass something. So for that, I'll write file input stream, create an object for the file input stream. FIS is equal to new file input stream. Like this, I'll create an object. For the mouse, import it. Here we have to add the file. Okay. So for that, what is the file? Excel file. I'll say Excel file is equal to new file of, and here I need to give the path of the file. For the mouse, import it. Whatever the Excel file you would like to read, that Excel file you have to provide here. Okay. But there is no Excel file under this project. So I already have created this Excel file here under the downloads. Okay. Just to save time, test data.xlx file. And I'll show you what I created inside this Excel file. Here I'll name this sheet as login sheet. And here username, password, and some data I have provided. Okay, 3 sets of usernames and passwords are there. Save this and close this. That's it. Now copy this, come back here and paste it here. Okay, test data.xlsx file. Okay, now here write down system.get property. Give the path of that Excel file here, user.dir plus, give double backward slash, and name of the Excel file test data.xlsx, like this. Okay, done. Now this Excel file you just provide inside the constructor of file input stream. Over the mouse and say add throws. In real time you have to use try catch blocks, but just to make the code look simple, I'm ignoring the exception. Now this FIS you pass it here in the XSF workbook constructor. Done. Calling statement. Over the mouse and ignore the exception. Done. Now we have represented the Excel workbook, the Excel file or Excel workbook we have represented. Now we have to get the sheet. So in this Excel file, we have a sheet. In this Excel file, we have a sheet. We have to retrieve that sheet. This login is the name of the sheet. How to get the sheet? For that, we have to write the code like this. Workbook dot get sheet. And you can give the name of the sheet. That is login is the name of the sheet. In that workbook, login is the name of the sheet. I'm giving that. By doing that, from this workbook, Excel work file or Excel workbook, we'll get the sheet. So I'll say sheet is equal to create local variable. Okay, XSF sheet. Okay, done. Now I would like to get number of rows and number of columns in this particular sheet. How many rows are there? 1, 2, 3, 4 rows are there. How many columns are there? 1 and 2 columns are there. I would like to get that number. So for that, I'll say sheet dot get last row number. Okay, this is a method you have to use. This is all from the POI API library. This will return you the number of rows. I'll simply say row count is equal to for the mouse and say create local variable. Now similarly, I would like to get the column count. Column count is equal to sheet dot column count. We don't have a direct method, so we have to say get row of first row. We have to take in the sheet. We have to take the first row, which is at the index 0. That means this one. First row is this one. Username password row. Okay, in that how many cells are there? 1 and 2 cells are there. Okay, I'll simply say get last cell number. Okay, get last cell number will give you the column count, right? Last cell number is 1, 2 or 0, 1. Okay, so it will be 2. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, 2 is the column count. Now here I'll write the logic. Before writing the logic, I would like to create a 2-dimensional object array. Okay, but whenever this method is called, that this method is going to return you the 2-dimensional object array. Whatever data that is read from this Excel file need to be written. For that, we have to create this 2-dimensional object array. Object array 2-dimensional. We have to create. Data is equal to return the data from this whatever the data that is read from this Excel file. That data need to be written. Okay, just write like this, and here you have to mention rows and columns. So here row count you mention, and here column count you mention. Now write the for loop for int r is equal to row index is equal to 0, r less than this row count, r plus plus. Okay, like this I'll write. R stands for row only. Okay, row less than row count. Okay, then here I'll from this sheet I'll get the row which is available at the index 0 kind of. Okay, so 1 by 1 row I'll get it. Okay, but I would like to read the data only from the second row. I don't want this is not data. In the first row there is no data. In the second row onwards data is there. So what I'll do here is I'll simply write down sheet dot get row. Here get sheet dot get row of, I'll say r plus 1. Okay, instead of r is equal to 0 means it will get username password which is not the data. Data is from the second row, so I have to give r plus 1. Okay, so it will give you the row. Row is equal to for the mouse create local variable. Now inside this I will create inner for loop for int c. C stands for column. Column less than column count. You have to iterate till less than column count, semicolon, column c plus plus. Now here write down. Here write down row dot get cell of row dot. This row we have retrieved, right? From that row we are going to get the cell. Get cell at the value c. Okay, just give the c here. Okay, it will give you the column. I mean cell. Cell is equal to, just write down cell is equal to for the mouse and say create local variable. It will get the return type automatically. Now we have to get the cell type. You see in this Excel under username we have the string text, whereas under the password we have the numbers, which is not string. So we have to decide which type of string text, which type of cell type it is. Cell dot get cell type. Okay, this method will get you the cell type. Just name it as cell type is equal to for the mouse create return type will come. Done. You got the cell type. Now I'll write a switch case saying this is the logic we have to implement. Cell type. Okay. Here's a case. If it is string, then write down cell dot get string cell value. Okay, whatever the cell is there, from that you have to retrieve the string value. This will get you a string value in the form of string. That is, I'll be storing this into the two-dimensional object array. That is at of, this is R, this is C, like this. Okay, I'll store like this, and I have to put a break statement. That's it. Now, if it is not string, if it is numeric, then at of RC is equal to, here it's a bit tricky. Integer dot to string of, okay, integer value you are getting. Here we have to write down cell dot get numeric cell value and typecast that into int. Okay, numeric cell value typecast into int, then it will be stored. Okay, the numerical format, integer dot to string. Then break it. Then write down case. In case it is Boolean, you have to do something like this: data R C cell dot get Boolean cell value, and finally break it. Done. That's it. Like this we have to write, and finally this method need to return this two-dimensional data in the form of two-dimensional object array. So it's ending here. So here I'll say return data. The return type should be two-dimensional object array. Change method return type to object array. Okay, it's returned. Now provide testng annotation at the rate data provider. Okay, this method is going to supply the data, and I'll just name this method as credentials supplier. Some name I'm giving, different name. Over the mouse and import this annotation from testng. Now create a method. Like this is a code for reading the data from the Excel files. Okay, whatever the code I demonstrated is the code for reading the data from the Excel file. This is how we have to write. Okay, so this is the logic I have written. Fine. So when I call this method will supply the data. How many sets of data are there? That many sets will be returned. Then public void, I'll say login test or test login, whatever you want to name it, you can name it. And here, just write down at the rate test annotation for the mouse, import. And here write down data provider is equal to, give the name of the data provider from where you want to, where this test method want to receive the data from. Data provider is nothing but this credential supplier is the name of the data provider. And now the data will come in the form of email, username and password. I'll simply say string username, comma, string password. And now I'll write down system.out.println. Okay, system.out.println. Here I'll print down username plus password. Like this, you write the code. That's it. Now run this test method, testng test method. This method will invoke the data provider, and the data provider will retrieve these 3 sets of data. Since there are 3 sets of data, this test method is going to run 3 times. Okay, every time this data provider is going to supply 1 set of data. Again, this test method is going to run the number of times the sets of data that are there in the Excel file. Okay, I have simply written the logic in this data provider to read the data from the Excel file and pass it to the test method. Now run this and see whether this test method is able to retrieve the data from the Excel file. Okay, you see user one, you see username password got printed. Username password second time, 3 times. So the test method got run. The login test has been run 3 times, every time with 3 sets of data which has been read from the Excel files. Okay, so if you understand what code I have written here, you are good with the reading of the data from the Excel files with the help of POI API. Okay, so this is how we have to write the code for reading the data from the Excel files in our Selenium projects and all. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to read text from a PDF file. Let me answer. In Selenium, we don't have any inbuilt mechanism for reading text from a PDF file. Rather, we have to use some external library known as PDF box library for making this happen. That is for reading the text from a PDF file, we need this external library known as PDF Box library. In this session, I'm going to practically demonstrate how to use this library for reading the text from a PDF file. So let's get started here with the practical demonstration. So here inside this main method, I'm going to write some code. Web driver is equal to new Chrome driver, like this. Okay. Now hover the mouse, import this web driver, and hover the mouse, import this Chrome driver from Selenium library. Now maximize the browser window. Then after that, here in the get command, you have to provide the URL of the PDF document. Okay. So here, this is one sample URL. So I'll simply Google search sample. You should simple Google search like this, sample PDF online like this. Okay. In the search results, you'll get this Africa University, a simple PDF file. Click on that. You'll get this PDF file. Okay. You don't have to do much. Just search for it. Okay. Sample PDF online. 3 words you search it, you'll get this PDF file in the results. Copy this URL. This PDF need to be opened in the browser window. Okay. Then only Selenium can automate and all. Okay. Now, after opening this PDF file in the browser and using the Selenium automation script in the browser like this as a URL, now what you have to do next? Next thing is you have to use one library. You have to add one library. In this project, you have to add one library known as a PDF box library. Without this, we cannot read the text from a PDF file. So for that, we have to go to this mvnrepository.com and search for PDF box. Okay, again search it, mvn repository PDF box. You see Apache PDF box. Click on this. This is the library, and take the stable version 2.0.28, which is a stable. Copy this and come back here to the pom.xml file of this project and add that library here. Okay, add the dependency tags of this PDF box in this project in the pom.xml file under the dependency tags and save it. Okay, the library will be downloaded and successfully configured in this project. After that is done, now you can do one thing here. That is, you can simply say pd document dot load. There's something known as load method. PD document is a predefined class in PDF box library, and in that we have this load input stream. Just use that load, and here what we have to provide, input stream we have to provide. Okay, let's create the input stream. File input stream FIS is equal to new file input stream. I think actually it's not input stream, file input stream. Let's check it again over the mouse, or you can do one thing, dot load you can say, and you see it's not file input stream, it's normal input stream. Okay, so let's create an object for the input stream instead. Input stream is is equal to new input stream like this. Put a semicolon. Import this input stream from java.io package. Over the mouse, and here you have to provide what? What do you have to provide here? You have to provide the input stream. Okay, thing kind of like. So how to do that? So for that to happen, I'll do one thing. I'll have to convert this URL or this PDF into the input stream. So for that, I'll simply say string URL is equal to, I'll put it here, copy this and paste it here. Now, put this URL here. After that, write down URL. Okay, URL is equal to URL is equal to new URL of, okay, this URL you have to provide here. For the mouse, import it from java.net. Okay, so here I'll say app or something. Okay, then it will not be any problem. I'll say PDF URL. Okay, this will be good. Okay, give some name to this URL, PDF URL. So here URL, you have to convert this normal URL into PDF URL, and by passing this URL here. Okay, that's it. Now we got the PDF URL. Now I'll say PDF URL dot open stream. It will give you the input stream. You see, open stream will give you the input stream. I don't have to create this again, right? Then simply OpenStream is going to give you the input stream. I'll simply say is equal to for the mouse and say create local variable. Now this you pass it here. That's it. For the mouse and say add throws. Done. Okay. So this is a code you have to write. Okay. So driver.get URL. This is a URL, PDF URL, and you have to convert this PDF URL into the input stream. Okay. For that, you have to write this line. Done. Now, what you have to do? So you have to read the text from the PDF file. Okay. You have to, after loading the PDF document here using the load method of PD document class. Now we have to read the text from the PDF file. So for that, we have class PDF text stripper. Okay, just create an object for PDF text stripper. PDF text stripper is equal to new PDF text stripper like this. For the mouse, import it. Now you have to write down PDF text stripper dot get. I think there is some method here. Get text. You see, get text of PDF document. Now in this get text, you have to pass this. Okay, in this get text, you have to pass this PD document. The load method is going to return you the PD document. I'll simply say PD document is equal to for the mouse and say create local variable. Now this PD document, you pass it here. Okay, that's it. Now this get text will return you the string text. Okay, string text in PDF is equal to, now print out that particular text. System.out.println text in PDF. Okay, just print out this particular text that got read from the PDF document. Okay, got retrieved from the PDF document. Now quit the browser. After reading, you just quit the browser. Driver.quit. That's it. So this is the code you have to write. Okay. So you have to convert this URL into this URL type, and using this object reference, you have to call this command OpenStream, and it will give you the input stream. That input stream you have to pass it to the PD document.load, and this load method will return you the PD document. That PD document you have to pass it to the this get text command of the PDF text stripper. Okay, that's the thing you have to do. Okay, so just follow this as I explained in this session, and run the code. You will see that the text from the PDF document will be read and will be printed into the Eclipse output console in this session. Okay, in this Eclipse ID. Document got opened, and you see there is a text printed. You see, from a simple PDF file to the last one is boring more a little more text, and just as well. Last one is just as well. Let's see whether that is matching or not. This is a PDF file, a simple PDF file. Let's see what's happening. Started with what? You see, a simple PDF file with the heading. It started this small demonstration. Everything came, and at the end, what is there in the second page? At the end, and just as well. This is the line, right? Let's see. The end and just as well got printed. Okay, so this is how we can read the text from a PDF file. Okay, using this PDF box library that I have demonstrated in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the disadvantages of Selenium? Let me answer. Here are the list of disadvantages in Selenium automation tool. Let me explain them to you one by one. The first one, only web applications can be automated using Selenium tool. Selenium cannot automate desktop or mobile applications. Okay, this is the first disadvantage where Selenium cannot automate desktop or mobile applications. Instead, it can only automate the web applications. Second one, no inbuilt reporting feature. By default, Selenium doesn't have any feature to generate the reports. Okay, after the Selenium automation scripts run, no reports will be generated by default. Okay, you'll be using Selenium with some programming language, say Java, Python, etc. And when you run the scripts, no report will come. Instead, Selenium has to integrate with some third-party libraries or tools like TestNG, JUnit, or Extend reports, etc. to generate the reports, but there is no inbuilt reporting feature in Selenium. Third one, no inbuilt mechanism for downloading files. So using Selenium, we can download the files, but there is no particular mechanism in Selenium which can verify whether the files have been successfully downloaded or not. Okay, that complete mechanism is not there. Rather, we can download the files, but to verify or test whether the successful downloading is of the files is done is not or not is not there in Selenium. Okay. Then issues with handling dynamic web elements. Though Selenium can handle the dynamic web elements or Ajax calls and all those stuff, but it's not an expert thing in this. Okay. So it can do to its extent, but it's not a complete solution for handling the dynamic web elements. Instead, we have some JavaScript frameworks or tools in the market for doing that, but Selenium is lacking in that area a bit. Then Selenium cannot automate CAPTCHA and barcodes. So this CAPTCHA and barcodes are there for security reasons, okay? And Selenium cannot automate that, okay? So no, not only Selenium, any other tool also cannot automate CAPTCHA and barcodes because they are there in the application for security reasons. So like other tools in the market, Selenium also cannot automate the CAPTCHA and barcodes. It cannot automate images, okay? So verifying and testing of the images is not possible with Selenium, and also cannot automate audios and videos and players and player options, etc. Cannot be automated by Selenium. So these are few disadvantages of Selenium automation tool. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you debug your automation code when it is not working as expected? Let me answer. In order to debug the automation code when it is not working as expected, we have to add the breakpoints on the lines of the automation code where it is not working as expected. And thereafter, you have to run that automation code in debugging mode, not in normal mode. Rather, you have to run your automation code in debugging mode after adding the breakpoints. Let me practically show you how these things are possible. Okay. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. So I'll do one thing. Intentionally, I would like to fail one of the tests. Okay. So for example, if I go to this login test, if I open this login test and I'll take one of the tests, let's say verify login with invalid credentials test. Okay. This is one of the tests that is there in my automation code. Okay. In real time, you have this kind of complex automation framework and, this kind of test methods will be there. Okay. Let's run this one of the test method in normal mode now. The test method will pass. Okay. It will work fine. Without any problem, the test method is going to work. Initially, the test method is going to pass. After that, I will intentionally fail it by doing some changes. I'll show you what I'm going to do. First, let me show you that whether the test method is passing or failing. You see the test method is passing. Okay, you got the result as pass. But I would like to fail this particular test. Okay, so that I can do debugging and find what the problem is. Okay. So in order to fail the test and all, what kind of thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this login page. The login page here, in the login page, we have these pages here in the login page here. We have created some, where is this login page? Let's go to the login page. In the login page, we have these locators. Okay. I'll just add ABC to this email locator, email address locator. Okay. So this locator is not going to work and you'll get which exception? No such element exception we have to get, right? So after updating this locator with a wrong locator value, if I run this test again, okay, if I go here and run the test again, verify login with invalid credential test, if I run this time, the test will fail. Okay, intentionally I'm failing this so that I can show you how to perform debugging and find the problem in the test. First, let's fail this test. Let's see whether the test is failing. It should not be able to find the email address because the locator value I changed. You see, it's not happening. Nothing is happening. It's waiting for some time for the for the element to be available, but locator is wrong, so it is going to fail ultimately. Okay, the test got failed. Why the test got failed? I want to investigate. Okay, with the help of debugging, I can do that. So I know that this particular test method is failing. So I'll just here, let's say this is one line. These are two lines inside this test method which is failing, right? The first line, I have doubt that this particular, because of this line only the test is failing. So I'll just double click here. You'll get a kind of simple circle kind of thing, which is called as a breakpoint. Okay, just double click here and for this line, a breakpoint will be added. Okay. Not only here, I would like to go inside this and somewhere here in this method also somewhere here in the first line, I'll add a breakpoint. Okay. So wherever I have a doubt in the code, I will add the breakpoints like this. Once the breakpoints got added, Now I'll go to this particular test, and instead of running in normal run mode, I'll just say debug. If you want to run all the tests, here login test is there, right click. Instead of run as, you have to say debug as. Okay, all the tests inside this login test.java file will run. But here only one test method, there is a problem, right? So I'll just click on this debug. Okay, just here from this file you have to say right click. Instead of run as, you have to say debug as test.ng test. Or from here you can say debug. Just click on debug. So wherever you put the breakpoint, right, there the script will stop, automation code will stop, and it will ask you to debug. Some debugging options will come. You see, we got this dialog, confirm perspective switch. Normal mode to the debugging perspective, it's changing. Click on switch. You see, now we are in debugging mode. Now we are in debugging mode, and the execution stopped here and is asking us to debug. So here some options are there. Okay. So there is one option that is step. Just over the mouse, step into, this is step over. Okay. I would like to go inside this method and see what's happening. Okay, I'll say step into. It has taken me to generate email, something like that. I'll say step over. Line by line, I'm checking. There's no problem till now. Again, it came back here. I'll say step over. I'll simply say step over because this line is working fine internally and externally. I'll simply say step over. Now, one more breakpoint we have put right there, the execution stopped. Okay. So it's saying that this particular line, I'll simply say step into this time. And it's verifying whether the locator is, it's finding the locator. Let's see whether the locator is found or not. I'll say step over this time. Let's wait. You see, this step, if it goes to the cache block, means there is a problem with this locator of this element. Okay. You see, it went to the cache block, means there is a problem with the locator. With this investigation, I found out that I have to go to the login page and there's a problem with the locator. If I remove this problem in the locator value, then it's going to pass. Okay, it's going to work. Now save this. Now save all, stop it, and go to the normal mode. Now this time it's going to work, okay, because we found the problem. So I don't have to run no more in the debugging mode, rather I will run it in normal mode because I have rectified the problem, right? With debugging process, I have identified that there's a problem with the locator. When it's finding the element, that is a email address, email field element, it went to the cache block. Okay, that made me think that, okay, there's a problem with the locator. So it's passing now, you see, after correcting the problem, after debugging, after fixing the problem, after debugging, it's working, okay? So to investigate the problem with an intention of fixing the problem, we debug it and fix the problem, okay? That's what is debugging is. So hope guys you understood how to perform debugging our automation code when it is not working as expected by adding the breakpoints and running the code, having these breakpoints in debugging mode. And debugging mode, you will get several options like step into, step over. Using those options, we can run the code line by line, investigate properly, and identify what exactly is the root cause of the problem. And after finding the root cause of the problem as part of debugging, we are going to fix the problem and run it again to see whether the things have been resolved. So hope guys you understood how to debug your automation code in real time. Okay, this is how we perform debugging. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what methods you use for verifying whether the result is achieved by Selenium scripts. Let me answer. We use assertion methods from unit testing frameworks like test-ng, JUnit, etc. to verify whether the result is achieved by Selenium scripts or not. Let me practically show you this thing, okay? So I'll take you to this project. So here we have written some test methods here. That is in login test. And if you scroll down here, you'll see these test methods. And here we have written the assertion methods, okay, to verify whether this particular test is passing or failing, to verify the final or end result of this particular test to either fail or pass this particular test. Okay, we use this assertion methods, okay. For example, in test-ng, this is from test-ng unit testing framework. We have this assert true. This is one method. Okay, assert true is one method, and in most of the test methods in this particular Java file, we have used assert true only. Okay, assert true. These are all assertion methods. Okay, I'll go to the register test to see if there is a different type of assertion method being used. In this test methods, you see assert equals another type of assert method, okay, from TestNG unit testing framework that we are using here to verify the result of the Selenium scripts, okay, to verify the end result of this Selenium automation scripts, either to pass or fail, that is, we use this assertion methods, okay, from TestNG we have used in this example project, assert equals. Again, assert true is coming here. Let's go to such test. And here in this test methods, assert true is there, assert equals is there, assert equals is there. Okay, there are other assertion methods also available, but these are the major ones or the frequent used ones. Okay, so like TestNG, there are other unit testing frameworks like JUnit and etc. Okay, there are many types of many different unit testing frameworks available based on the different type of languages we use with Selenium automation and all. So coming to Selenium Java, we generally use TestNG, JUnit as a unit testing frameworks. And this TestNG unit testing frameworks have these assertion methods. Okay. And using these assertion methods from this unit testing framework like TestNG JUnit, we verify the end result that is achieved by the Selenium scripts. Okay. So based on this end result, the test will either pass or fail. Okay. So assertions will either pass the test or fail the test. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you clear the cookies of a browser using Selenium? Let me answer. In order to clear the cookies of a browser using Selenium, we have to use a command known as delete all cookies command. So how to use this command and how to clear the cookies of a browser using Selenium? Let me practically demonstrate now. For that, I'll open the Eclipse IDE where we have this sample Selenium automation code already written for opening the Chrome browser for maximizing the browser window. After this statement, I'll write one more statement to clear all the cookies of a browser. Okay. To delete all the cookies of the browser, I can use this command driver.manage. The command is delete all cookies command. Okay. Using this command, all the cookies in the browser will be cleared or deleted. Okay. So this is the answer for this question. Let me run the script. You'll not be able to see visually that cookies are getting deleted, but they are getting deleted. Okay. Selenium is deleting them, but you will not be able to visually see what's going on. Okay. So the browser got launched and it got closed anyhow. The cookies also got deleted meanwhile. Okay. Internally, the cookies got deleted. You cannot see them visually. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. The simple and straightforward answer for this question is using delete all cookies command. How to use this command? How to call this command? Driver.manage.delete all cookies. Okay. Driver.manage.delete all cookies. Okay. Using this, we can clear the cookies of a browser using Selenium. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you implement collections in your Selenium frameworks? Let me practically demonstrate. By switching to this Eclipse IDE, here already have created one Cucumber BDD framework earlier. Okay, in this framework, I'll show you the place where I have used this Java collections. Okay, one of the place where I have used the Java collections in this framework, Cucumber BDD framework. So here guys, if I go to this register.feature, these are the scenarios in this feature file. I'll take this first scenario and here the second step in this first scenario, that is user enters the details into the below fields. I'm passing some data from this step. Okay, I'm passing the first name, last name, telephone, password to this particular step where this step has been implemented in the step definition file. Okay, the register.feature file steps got implemented in the register.java step definition file. I'll open this register.java. And whatever the data that is being passed from here, this particular step, that is first name, last name, telephone, password, will come to this method in this step definition file. Here, that is user enters the details into the below fields. This is a step that got implemented here in the step definition method. And here we are receiving that particular data. Okay, we are sending this data and receiving the data in the form of data table. Okay, in the Cucumber BDD data table, we are receiving. Now, here, where I am using the collection here, then I'm converting this data table into the map. Okay, in order to retrieve this, read this data of the data table that is being passed from this feature file here, feature file step here. Okay, I have to convert this data table into map, hash map. Okay, so how to convert this data table into the map? Simply, I am writing data table dot as map and converting. Once it is converted, it is a collections. Okay, in Java collections, we have this map, right? It's getting converted into the map. And now to retrieve the the data from this, okay, whatever the data that is received in the form of data table, which I converted into the map, right? To get the data, I have to use data map. There's a map, right? Already converted to the Java collections map. Data map dot get command, get method of the map. Okay, collection interface, collection map. That is a data map dot get of first name, data map dot get of last name. Here data map dot get of telephone, data map dot get of password. Okay, by providing the key here, I'm getting the value. Okay, so here is one place in my Cucumber BDD framework have used this collection thing, and we can also use several things. Okay, so other collections, where do we use them? Okay, not only map, we also have this, we also have this list we have, and we have this set, okay, in our Java collections. So where in Selenium frameworks we use that other things. In this Cucumber BDD we have used a map already. So where we have used the list, where we have used the other one set, I'm going to show you practically here. So let me switch this workspace to a new workspace where I can demonstrate this other collection types, that is list and set, where we use in our Selenium or automation projects or Selenium frameworks. I'm going to show you practically. Okay, let's switch to this other workspace. Before that, let's wait for the workspace to launch. The workspace has been switched and launched. Let me open this project. In this project, I'll show you how to use other collection types. I'll go to one of this file demo.java here. Let me open that. So the file is opening. Let's wait. Yeah, it opened. Now here is the thing. Let me do one thing here. I'll show you other one, that is set. Where do we use set? So at this location, if I say driver dot get window handles, this get window handles command of Selenium will return you the set interface. You see, set of string collections. Set of string is collections, right? Here I have to say Windows is equal to over the mouse. While handling the windows, we use the set collections. Okay. So here I'll say for each and every window is which type? String type. So string window colon windows. Like this we have to use. I'm not going to explain the entire handling windows mechanism in Selenium, but in while handling this windows using different windows using Selenium, right? We have to capture this windows in the form of set of okay, set collections. This is another place. Okay, this is another example. What about other ones? Okay, list. What about list? List is somewhere, for example, I'll take this application. If you want to, find multiple elements. Okay, if a single XPath expression is returning you multiple. Okay, otherwise, for example, here there is a table here. I would like to read all the data. Okay, I would like to get all these headings and data in this particular table and print in the output console. For that, we have to use a list. Otherwise, it's not possible. Okay, how? I'll tell you. So let me copy this URL and paste it here. First of all, I'll change this URL. So third example is regarding the list collection in Java that we are using in Selenium automation. First, I have showed you in Cucumber BDD framework, map we have used. Second, while handling multiple windows in Selenium, it is get window handles is returning your set collection. Okay, now I'm going to give you the example of the list collection. So where exactly that list collection will come into picture, I'll show you. So after going there, let me inspect this table, and I would like to get all these headings and data get printed in the output console, let's say. So this table has an ID. Copy this. I'll create an XPath expression /table at the rate ID is equal to, give that ID of the table. Okay, here single quote is missing. Now table got located. Under the table, there are a lot of, table rows, /tr/. Okay, under the tr, we have th and td tags are there. Here we have th tags. Here we have the td tags. Okay, under the th, we have the table headings. Under the td, we have the table data. Okay, but I want both the table heading and table data. So what I will do here is I'll simply write down so td, it will locate 12, or here I'll write again. Here I'll write a pipe symbol. Here I'll say th. You see, total 15 are coming. Total name, including name, age, place 3, and data is okay. It should be more, right? So 4 3 the 12 actually. Okay, 4 3 it's not 5. 4 3 the 12. 5 3 the 15. Total 15 are coming. That's correct. This XPath expression is returning you the this along with headings and data, everything is coming. So what I will do here is I'll simply write down driver.find elements. I'll say instead of element, I'll say elements. I'll say by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression which will return you all the headings and data of the table. So as you know here, this find elements command will return you the list. Okay, the third item in the collections of Java which we are using in Selenium automation. This is another example. List of web elements it is returning. I'll simply say table data. Okay, hover the mouse and say create local variable. And here I'll write down for each and every element is a web element, right? For element E colon table data, like this I'll write down. Okay. And put a semicolon and I'll put the curly braces and here write down system.out.println e.get text. You will get the text between the tags and print it out. That's it. Okay. After that, close the browser if you want. Driver.close. Now run the script. Here in this example, we have used a list collection of Java in Selenium automation. Okay. So these are few examples, 3 examples I have given in this session. Where in first example in Cucumber BDD framework, we have used map. Okay. We have converted the data table into the map and retrieved the values with the help of keys that are passed from the feature file steps. Then second one is a place while handling multiple windows. You see the data will be is printed from the table name, age, place, Kishore 22 Delhi, and all the data got printed. The second example, it was all about handling multiple windows that get hit. Window handles command is written in new set collection set in Java. And third example, this find elements command, which is capable enough in finding multiple elements, is written in new list of web elements. Okay, the third element, the third collection item in Java. Okay, that we have used in Selenium so far. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. How do you implement collections in your Selenium or Selenium automation frameworks? So if you give these 3 examples, it will be more than enough. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, give a scenario where inheritance is used in your Selenium automation framework. Let me practically show you this. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where I have this framework that I have created earlier. Okay, in this framework, if I come to this src test Java section, so here is a place I have implemented the inheritance concept in this automation framework. Okay, so first I will open this login test.java, this register test.java, and search test.java. Okay, this login test.java has the test-ng test methods. Okay, has the test-ng test methods for login functionality. You see, login, verify login with valid credentials is one test method. Okay, verify login with invalid credentials is another test method. Verify login with valid email and invalid password, and so on. Okay, and similarly, register test.java has its own test methods related to the register functionality. Here, you see, verify registering an account with mandatory fields. Verify registering account by providing all fields. Verify registering account with existing email address, and so on. Similarly, search test.java has its own test methods related to such functionality. Verify search with valid product, verify search with invalid product, verify search without any products. These files having the individual test methods of the individual functionalities are inheriting the one class known as base class. You see, login test is extends base, means login test is a child class of the base class. Here, register test is also the child class of the base class. Search test is also inheriting the base class. Okay, here base is a parent and search test is a child. So why we are making this login test, register test, and search test classes inherit this base class? Because you see, I'm going to show you. Let me open the base class. This base class has a constructor here. Okay, this is a constructor of the base class. The name of the constructor is same as the name of the class. Okay, this is a constructor, and here one method is there, initialize browser and open application. There is one constructor and one method. So these things are inherited. Okay, this constructor is inherited and this method is inherited by this child classes. Okay, how? I'm going to show you. So what I'm going to do in the beginning is, once I create the class here, I'm creating in the login test child class, I'm creating a constructor here. Login test, it's matching. And here we are calling the super class constructor. That is a base class constructor is being called. Okay, whenever you create an object for the login test, automatically the constructor will be called. This constructor is automatically calling the parent class constructor. This is a base class constructor, because of which, since the base class constructor is indirectly called, okay, what's happening here? The properties file is getting loaded here. Okay, we are loading the properties file. In my framework, I'm loading the properties file. Okay, so that's being done automatically, you see, just by creating this constructor and calling the super class constructor. the properties file is being loaded here. The properties file is being loaded. Okay. In every restart test also same constructor is there. This constructor is calling the super class constructor, and super class constructor is loading the properties file. Okay. So even search also the same thing, super class constructor, and it's loading the properties file. Okay. Super class constructor is loading this base is a super class constructor from the parent class is loading the properties file. Once the properties file is loaded, you can access all the things, access the things from the properties file. You see what is there in the properties file, like this invalid password, email password, all this, or config.properties, I guess. This is the one, okay? URL, browser name, email password, these are coming from the properties file, okay? After the properties file is loaded, then only this child classes can access prop.get property browser name. Like this, they can access, okay? For that properties file to be loaded. And this one advantage of the inheritance that is possible in this framework. And other place where inheritance is coming to use is, for example, in this base class, there's one more method, right? Initialize browser and open application URL, okay? So in the setup method, okay, the setup method, this method will be executed before every test method. In such method, we are initializing the browser and opening the application. This method is directly being called. How this is possible? Okay, this particular method is part of the base class and is being directly called. We are not creating an object for the base class, right? Or with help of base class, base dot, we are not doing anything. Rather, directly we are calling. How this is possible? Because this method is already implemented in the base class, and base class is the parent of the login test, register test, and such test. Hence, you can call this method directly. Okay, this method is inherited from the base class. That's why I'm able to call it directly. But why we have to go for inheritance? Here, if I don't go for inheritance, what will happen? In this case, what will happen? This method need to be, this logic or code need to be written in every class. Okay. The code for initializing the browser and opening the application URL should be written inside the login test, should be written inside the register test, should be written inside the search test. In the three places we have to write. Instead of repeating the code, what we are doing simply is, I'm simply creating a method inside the parent class, and this method I'm directly calling by making this class as the child class of the base class. These are advantage of the inheritance, where duplication of the code can be reduced. If the same code is part of the multiple classes, then you can create a parent class and move this common code of this child classes to the parent class. Okay, you don't have to repeat this code in every class. Rather, you move it to the parent class, and this is advantage of the inheritance. This is a place in my framework where I have implemented the inheritance. Okay, base is the parent class, and login test, register test, search test are the child class of the base class. So hope guys you got the example or scenario where I have used the inheritance in my framework, in my Selenium automation framework. You can also give the same answer in the interview if you come across such kind of question in the interviews. So, sir, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, give a scenario where interface is used in your Selenium automation framework. Let me practically show you. So let me switch to this Eclipse IDE where I have created a framework earlier. Okay, this is one of the framework I have created earlier. In this framework project, I'll show you some two places where the interface is used. Okay, so first let's go to this base.java. Let's open this base.java in this framework. And you can see here WebDriver driver. Okay, this is a predefined interface from Selenium. Okay, this is one place where in this framework project have used the interface. Okay, WebDriver is a predefined interface from Selenium library. Okay, from Selenium we have this WebDriver interface. This is one place, and the other place where interface is used in this framework project is this listeners. Just open this my listeners.java that I have created as part of this framework, and here this particular class is implementing this interface. Okay, implements interface. So this is an interface from TestNG library. Okay, it's a predefined interface from TestNG library. iTestListener is a predefined interface from TestNG library. So these are few instances or scenarios where the interface is used in my Selenium automation framework. Okay, one is a WebDriver interface, other one is iTestListener interface from TestNG library. Okay, WebDriver interface is from Selenium library, where iTestListener predefined interface is from TestNG's library. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, write a code using JavaScript executor in Selenium to scroll the web page. Let me answer this and practically demonstrate for you in this session. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where you can see some sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, then maximizing the browser, and then opening the application URL in the browser. Let me show you in the browser. I'll open the application URL. Once the application URL is open in the browser, you can observe that the scroll bar is on the top. But I would like to scroll it to the bottom. Okay, with the help of Selenium automation, I have to scroll this scroll bar to the bottom so that the page will get scrolled to the bottom. Okay, for that to happen, we have to use this JavaScript executor. Okay, how to use a JavaScript executor to scroll the web page to the bottom? For that, I'll be writing some code here. I'll just write driver, this object reference driver. I have to typecast this driver with JavaScript executor. Okay, and put a semicolon here. Now just create a variable like JSC or whatever you want. You can give any name for this. Hover the mouse on this and say create local variable. After that, hover the mouse on this JavaScript executor and select import, okay, from Selenium library. After that, use this object reference JSC and simply write down dot execute script. Okay, execute script. You don't need these two things. Instead, only one thing is enough. Just put double quotes, put a semicolon here, and here write down window dot. This is a JavaScript code for scrolling the page to the bottom. Okay, there is no direct command in Selenium. Okay, there is no direct command in Selenium to scroll the web page to the bottom. Okay, so instead we have to run some JavaScript code. In order to run the JavaScript code from Selenium, we have to create this object reference for JavaScript executor, and using this object reference, you have to call this execute script. In the execute script command, you have to pass the JavaScript code. Okay, whatever that I'm writing inside this double quote is nothing but the JavaScript code for scrolling the page to the bottom. Okay, window dot scroll to command. Okay, this is from JavaScript. This or whatever the window dot scroll to I'm writing here is a JavaScript code. Okay, put circular brackets, and here horizontally I don't want to scroll, so I would like to give 0 here, 0 for horizontal scrolling, but vertically I would like to scroll till where I want to scroll till the bottom of the page. Okay, that means if I know the height of this page, okay, if I know the height of this page, I can scroll to the bottom, right? Let me find out the height of this page. Document dot, okay, document dot, here is a command, document dot body, okay, dot scroll height. Just give that document dot body dot scroll height. This will get the height of the page. Okay, you just give this. This is the height of the page. Till the height of this page, you have to scroll. That means till the bottom of the page, you are scrolling. This is a JavaScript code. Now run the script and observe that the Selenium will scroll the web page to the bottom. Okay, just wait. It will open the application in the browser and scroll the page to the bottom. You see, the scroll bar has went to the bottom. So this is possible with the help of this JavaScript executor, and this is how we have to write the JavaScript code inside this execute script command of JavaScript executor in order to scroll the page to the bottom of the page. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the use of properties file in Selenium automation projects? Let me answer. So what is the use or purpose of creating this properties file? First, you have to understand that. For that, I'll explain something for you. Let's say you have created some automation scripts. Okay, let's say each and every box I am drawing here is an automation script. Assume that. Okay, there are a lot of automation scripts you have created as part of the project. In real time, you'll have many more boxes. Each and every box represents an automation script in this example. Okay, now in this automation script, you have hard-coded the URL. You have manually written the URL like http://xyz.com like that. Okay, and the URL is also written here. The same URL is written here, written here, written here. Okay, is provided here, provided here. In every automation script, the same URL is provided. Suddenly, the client came and gave you another URL. Okay, so same application but different URL the client gave, and this is the latest URL. This is the old one now. Now, what you have to do is, since the client has given you the latest URL, you have to update the old URL in this automation script. This is a code, okay, automation code here. Okay, this URL got we got the latest URL. So as an automation engineer, once you get this latest URL, you have to go and update the URL in the script. Okay, here also you have to update the URL. Here also you have to update with the latest URL, latest. Okay. Again, tomorrow client will come and give you one more latest URL. Again, you have to go here and update. Okay, here we can see only less number of boxes, but in real time you'll have lot of automation scripts. In each and every automation script, you have to go manually and update the URL. That is a headache, maintenance headache that is, okay? Not only URL, other type of data like, locators, test data like username, password, okay? If they get changed, you have to go to the individual automation scripts and update the URL, or username, password, or locator details here, okay? So we are, without the properties file, we are hard coding the test data and configurations in this individual automation scripts. Rather, what we can do is, instead of having this maintenance headache and all, what we can do is we can create a centralized file. This file is known as properties file, okay? So we can create a centralized file known as properties file, and what you will do here is, in this properties file, okay? So in this properties file, whatever the URL is there, you will provide here. Okay, whatever the username password is there, you'll provide here. Whatever the locators are there, you will provide here. And all these individual automation scripts are going to access this URL or this test data or locator details from this centralized file. So tomorrow, if the URL changes, do you have to go to individual automation scripts and update? Once the properties file is in place, you don't have to go to the individual automation scripts and update the URL. Rather, simply come to the properties file where only one place this properties, in this properties file, the URL is provided. Update the URL at one place, and all these automation scripts are going to access this URL from this centralized location. Similar thing with the username, password kind of test data or any other type of test data, and similar with the locators. You don't have to go to the individual automation scripts. Rather, simply provide it here. Okay, simply centralize this hard-coded data into this properties file, and if they change, okay, only in single place we are going to update in the properties file, and all the automation scripts are going to access them from here. You don't have to go to the individual automation scripts and update if you have the properties file, and where the test data, configurations, and the locator type of things are centralized. Okay, hope you got the idea why we need properties file in Selenium automation projects. This is what you have to explain, okay? If you get this kind of question in the interviews, you have to explain this thing, okay? Whatever I explained here, you have to explain. That's the main thing, okay? So in properties file, we can store test data. We can store environment configurations. Test data is something like username, password, like that, okay? Environment configurations like browser name, browser version, operating system name, whatever it may be, okay? Such kind of environment configurations in which you want to run the automation scripts on, or the test data that is required for that particular automation script. Like when you're creating an account, you need first name, last name, like that, okay? All the test data you can store also. So you're not just storing, you're centralizing it, okay? You're picking all this test data and environment configurations from the individual automation scripts and centralizing in the single properties file, okay? So with the help of centralizing, right, we are removing the hard coding of the test data and configurations in this individual automation scripts. We don't have to hard code anymore. Okay, this data we don't have to hard code anymore. If you hard code, what happens? If something changes, you have to come to the individual automation scripts and update. That's a hectic process or high maintenance thing. Okay, so removing the hard coding of the test data. Okay, so this is called as hard coding. If you are providing the URL directly in the automation scripts, or if you're providing the actual username, password in data in the automation scripts, that is called as hard coding of the data and or configurations. We should rather remove the hard coding and centralize them in the properties file. Okay, that is a use of the properties file. So if anything changes, do you have to go to the automation script and do any changes? No, simply go to the properties file and update the things here. You don't have to touch any code here. Okay, no need of doing or touching the code or doing any code changes to the code when this test data or environment configuration or locators changes. Okay, because now this, once you move this test data, once you centralize this test data, environment configurations or locators into the properties file, hard coding is not there. Hence, you don't have to touch any individual automation script or code. Rather, you can simply go to the properties file where the centralized data is there and update that in a single location. Okay, so we can also store locators apart from the test data, environment configurations like browsers, operating system, versions, etc., etc. Okay, you can also store the locators, okay, to locate the elements on the web pages. We create locators, right? Tomorrow, these locators may change on the application. So instead of touching this code and of the individual automation scripts, we are going to the properties file and update the locators there. Okay, fine, if they change. So these three items, test data, environment configurations, and locators can be stored into the properties file. They can be centralized into the properties file. Okay, so but in my view, where exactly have used the properties file, okay, in real time, okay, with my knowledge and all, where I have used the properties file. Though you can store test data, environment configurations, and locators into the properties file. Okay. So in my real-time automation framework that I have created here, I can show you where I created the properties file. For example, here, config.properties. Under the config package, I created the config.properties file. So here I created this properties file to store the basic configuration, not all configurations, basic configurations. Okay. Like URL of the application. Tomorrow, this URL may change. I don't have to touch the individual automation scripts here. Rather, I can update the URL, latest URL here. Browser name. I can come and update the browser name here. Okay. Valid email address. I can come and update the valid email address here if it changes tomorrow. Password also I can come and basic configurations and basic test data I'm storing into the config.properties file. And also somewhere here, test data.properties file also created. For each and every kind of functionality, what test data is required, I stored here. Invalid password, email password not matching warning, first name. This is all test data. Okay, whatever the test data that is required for the automation scripts, I have created in this test data.properties file. Okay, basic configurations I created in the config.properties file, whereas test data that is required for automation scripts I created here. Similarly, you can create the properties file for storing the locators of the functionalities of the application. Okay, you can also create the properties files to store the functionalities of the application. So hope guys you understood what is the use of properties file in Selenium automation projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you handle multiple browsers selection in Selenium automation projects? Let me answer and practically show you in this session. Okay. So we can programmatically handle this. Okay. We can write some kind of logic using the programming language like Java, etc. to select a particular browser. I'm going to show you that first. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this demo class. Inside that, we have this main method. Inside this main method, I'm going to write some code, okay, using which we can select a browser. I'm going to write some programming logic in Java along with Selenium to select a browser. I'll say string browser name. Here, I'll give one browser name, say Chrome, okay, for sample. Now here, I'll start writing the logic. If browser name dot equals, you can use equals or equals ignore case. Okay, if you are not worried about the case, then the equivalent of this equals is equal ignore case, which is going to ignore the case, whether the C is in uppercase in Chrome, whether C is in uppercase or C is in lowercase, doesn't matter. Okay, so better than this equals, I feel equals ignore case we can choose. Okay, and here I can say if it is equals ignores case Chrome, then I'll write down WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver, like this. Okay. For the mouse, if this browser name is specified as Chrome, then we are going to write the statement like this. Okay. WebDriver driver is called new Chrome driver. For the mouse on WebDriver and import it from Selenium. Even for the mouse on Chrome driver and import it from Selenium. That's it. Now else if this particular browser name dot equals ignore case. Okay. If it is equals ignore case, if it is Firefox, then what is the line you have to write? WebDriver driver is equal to new Firefox driver. Like this we have to write. Now over the mouse and import this Firefox driver class from Selenium library. Finally, else if browser name dot equals ignore case, if it is Edge, then I'll be writing WebDriver driver is equal to new Edge driver. Okay, like this I'll write. Over the mouse on Edge driver and import it from Selenium library. That's it. Now WebDriver driver is called new Chrome driver, WebDriver driver is called new Firefox driver, WebDriver driver is called to new Edge driver. Okay. These three browsers, you can write as many number of for every browser you can write down. Okay. For example, I am writing for 3 browsers. Okay. For selecting any of this browser from these 3 browsers. Fine. Then here, finally, you can write else. Provide a valid browser. Okay. Browser name. If any other browser apart from this Chrome, Firefox, Edge is provided, then in this case, we'll print this statement into the output. Okay. We'll not run any automation script. Rather, this statement will be printed. Fine. all good so far. Okay, now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take this driver and write down driver dot manage. I'm not getting it because this driver is not global. You see, this driver is declared locally inside this if block. This driver is locally declared in this else if block. This driver is declared locally in this else if block. So how to make it global? To make it global, just copy this and take it outside like this and remove the double declaration here. Don't declare it inside. Declare only it outside. Okay, like this. Driver is equal new driver is equal new Firefox driver is equal new Edge driver. Okay, like this. Now we can access this driver externally outside the if blocks. Driver dot manage dot window dot maximize. Then driver dot get. Here give the application URL. Again, some error is coming because we have to initialize this. Here we have to say driver is equal to null or something. Okay, then it will be gone. Now here give the application URL that you want to open. Here give your dot one sample application. I will take. Copy this URL and paste it here. That's it. Okay, paste it here. So let's see in which browser this application will get opened. Okay, when the browser is mentioned as your browser name is mentioned as Chrome. In this case, the Chrome is equal to Chrome. This if block got satisfied. So Chrome browser will launch and that Chrome browser will get maximized and application URL will get opened in that Chrome browser. Okay, so run this code and see what's happening. It will open the application in the Chrome browser. Okay, it will open the application in the Chrome browser. So this is a programming logic that I'm talking about, if else if kind of thing. Okay, so whatever the browser name you provide here, pass here, in that browser only the scripts will run. You see, since Chrome is mentioned in the Chrome browser, the application got launched. Now, what if I change this Chrome value to Firefox? In this case, what will happen? Firefox equals signals case Chrome not matching, so it will go to the else if. Firefox equals ignore case Firefox, it's matching, so it will open the Firefox browser and maximize. Something like that. Okay, let's run this, and this time Firefox browser will launch. The script will run in the Firefox browser. Okay, whatever the browser you store into this browser name, in that browser only the script will run. Now Firefox browser, it will run. The application will launch in the Firefox browser in this example. You see, the Firefox browser, the application got launched. Okay, done. If you give Edge, it will launch in the Edge browser. Okay? If you give Edge, finally, if you give Edge, it will launch in the Edge browser. Okay, right click run as Java application. The script will run in the Edge browser. You see, Microsoft Edge WebDriver was started. Okay, in Edge browser, the script is getting run like this. Okay, so this is the programming logic I am talking about here. How do you handle multiple browser selection in Selenium? By implementing some programming logic to select the appropriate browser. Okay, but here I don't want to. Okay, I don't want to hard code this browser name. Okay, instead of mentioning this browser name in this individual automation script, I would like to get this browser name from some centralized location. Okay, so how to make that possible? One of the way is with the help of this properties file. I'll create it again for you. I'll delete this file and again I'll freshly create. Right click on this project and select new file and name this file as config.properties. You can name it anything, but I'm just giving config as a name. And here I'll just say browser is equal to Chrome. Okay, save it. Now here in this centralized properties file, browser is given as Chrome. So now I would like to get this browser value from this properties file. Okay, instead of hard coding in the automation script, I would like to mention the browser name. I would like to run the automation scripts in this properties file. From the properties file, I should get the browser name. How to make that possible? So now we have to get the browser name from this properties file. For that, I'll be creating an object for properties class. Properties, prop is equal to new properties. Okay, like this, I create an object for the properties class. Over the mouse and say import it and simply say prop dot load. And here we have to give the input stream. For that, I'll just create an object for file input stream. FIS is equal to new file input stream. Put a semicolon. And here over the mouse and import it from java.io package. and now create file. File is equal to new file of. I have to give the path of this properties file. Okay, here I have to give the path of the properties file. So for the most, import this file from java.io. Here, how to give the path? Since this properties file is directly created under the project, directly give the name here. There's no problem in this. Okay, dot properties. So now this file you pass it here, and now this file input stream you pass it here. That's it. Okay. Now hover the mouse on this prop.load and say add throws. Ignore this. In real time, you have to surround this with try catch block. But for now, we are ignoring the exception. Okay. Fine, we have loaded the properties file. Now, instead of hard coding this data here or browser name here, what I will do is I'll simply use this object reference prop and say dot get property. Okay, from the properties file, I can get the value. Okay, so here, what is the name of the this browser property? Browser is the name key. Okay, that key you pass it here. Okay, it will get the get property of browser. It will get the value, whatever the value that is assigned to this browser property, that is Chrome, will be retrieved by this get property method of this properties file class, and that will be stored into the browser name. And here browser name like this. Okay, in real time we do something like this. Okay, we don't hard code the browser name in the individual automation scripts. Rather, we centralize this browser required browser where the scripts need to run in the properties file somewhere, and from the properties file we'll get the browser value or browser name, and that particular browser only will run the scripts. Okay, run the script. You see, it will run in the Chrome browser because in the properties file, browser is equal to Chrome is mentioned. You see, in Chrome browser, it is starting. Okay, it's running. The script is running. Okay, what if I go to the properties file and change the value to, let's say, Firefox? In this case, what will happen? It will run in the Firefox browser. You see, now run this from the properties file. It will get the Firefox browser as a browser in which the script need to run, and it will run the script on the Firefox browser. Okay, this time it is running the script on which browser? Firefox browser. Okay, you see the script is getting run on this Firefox browser, Firefox. Okay, there's a Firefox. Like this, okay? And there's one more way, okay? If you don't want to use the properties file, okay, to get the browser name and all those stuff where the script need to run, there's other way from which you can pass, okay, the browser value. That is remove all this code. I would like to show you another way, okay? The logic is same, the programming logic is same, but how are you getting on which browser the script need to run is different, okay? I don't want to use the properties concept. Rather, I would like to do another way, where I would like to get this browser name from the testng.xml file, okay? So for that, what I have to do is I have to convert this method into the testng test method. So I'll just say public void, give some name, let's say sample test, okay? Like this, I'll give some browser name, and I'll just convert into testng test method over the mouse, testng test method, and under this, write @parameters, okay, @parameters, and give circular brackets over the mouse, import these parameters from testng, and here whatever the value that we have to give inside circular brackets, that will be done after we go to the testng.xml file. Go to the testng.xml file. Here, there's one test, and here test.demo file is there. This demo file only we are running. The test methods inside the demo file. In the demo file only we have this test method, right? That demo file is mentioned here. And here, under this test, I'll write down @parameter name is equal to browser, value is equal to, just give some value. Let's say edge, I will give edge browser name, I'll give edge, and like this, you can do it. Okay, self closes. Now there is a parameter that is getting passed. Okay, browser is a parameter, its value is edge. Okay, so we can pass this parameter to the script. How? Here in the parameters annotation, you just mention the name of this parameter. That is browser is the name of this browser you should provide here. Okay, done. Now just create a parameter here, say string b or something, and pass this b here. Assign this b to the browser name, and whatever the parameter value we got from this testng.xml file, okay, from the testng.xml file, if you get edge, the script will run on which browser? Edge browser only. Save this and run the code. This time the script should run on Edge browser. There are two ways, okay? There are different ways. One of the way is to retrieve that browser name from the properties file. There's a problem here. Okay, we have to run the script from the test engine because this will not be identified if you directly run from here. You cannot run, right click run as you cannot, it will not work out. Okay. You have to run the testng.xml file, which will invoke the test method inside the demo file. Okay. So it's better to run the testng.xml file rather than directly running the demo.java file. Okay. When you are passing the parameter value from the testng.xml file, better to run the scripts using the testng.xml file only. Okay. You see, in the Edge browser, the scripts are running. Script is running. So these are the different ways, we can select a browser or handle selection of browser from the multiple browsers available. Okay. First of all, the main thing is this program. Okay. The programming logic that you have written here. So whatever the browser that is either hard coded here or read from the properties file or has been read from the testng.xml file will be compared here, and in that browser only the scripts will run. Okay. Because of this logic. So hope guys you got the answer for this question, that is how do you handle multiple browser selection in Selenium. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what do you use for reporting in your Selenium automation projects? Let me answer. In whatever the projects I have worked so far, in few projects, I have used extend reports for reporting purpose. And in some other projects, I have used Cucumber HTML reports for reporting purpose. Let me practically show you this. Okay. So for example, here I've created a framework, this hybrid TestNG framework with page object model and page factory thing. Okay. In this framework, I'm using extend reports. Okay. For report generation purpose. Let me show you how this extend report will look like. Right click, let me right click on this report and say open with web browser. You can see that this is the extend reports. Okay. For hybrid TestNG framework projects with page object model and page factory, I prefer using extend reports. Okay. So you can see the results here. And if anything fails, you can also see some screenshot is being attached and all. Okay. So this is extend report. And let me show you the other one, that is Cucumber HTML reports. Okay. Let me switch to the other workspace where we have this Cucumber hybrid framework available. So let it switch. It will take a while. So it's loading. So in this project, using which is created using this Cucumber hybrid framework. Okay. So I have used Cucumber reports. Okay. The reporting mechanism is Cucumber reports. Let me right click on this Cucumber report.html, say open with web browser. I'll show you how the Cucumber reports will look like. So this is how the Cucumber reports will look like. Okay. You see, for each and every step in the scenario of this step definition file, you will get a tick mark. This green color mark means this is passing. Every step is passing in this report. So this is what is a Cucumber HTML report. In Cucumber hybrid frameworks, I prefer using Cucumber HTML report, whereas in hybrid TestNG framework with page object model, page factory thing, I prefer using extend reports. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is, what do you use for reporting in your Selenium projects? I either use extend reports in few projects. In some other projects, I use Cucumber HTML reports if that is a Cucumber hybrid framework project. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how cross-browser testing is handled in Selenium automation projects. Let me answer. So in our Selenium automation projects, we write Selenium scripts. These scripts need to run on different browsers that are supported by the application under test. And that is called as cross-browser testing. Okay. Instead of running our automation scripts only in one browser, we have to make sure our automation scripts are running in all the browsers that are supported by the application. That is called as cross-browser testing. So how this can be implemented, how cross-browser testing can be implemented in Selenium automation projects? By writing some programming logic. Okay. Let me show you what this programming logic is all about. Okay. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. Here, I'll write some code. Okay. First, I'll say string browser name is equal to hard code the browser name for a while. So I'll just give Chrome. Now here I'll write the programming logic. Okay. Here I'm going to write the programming logic. That is, if browser name dot equals ignore case. Okay. If it is Chrome, then my automation scripts need to run on which browser? If the browser name is equal to Chrome, then my scripts need to run on Chrome browser. So what is the code I have to write? Web driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Like this, I have to write the code. Okay. Now hold the mouse on the web driver and import it from Selenium library. Even import this Chrome driver class also from Selenium library. Now write down else if this particular browser name, if it is provided as Firefox. In that case, your scripts need to run on which browser? Firefox browser. Okay. Equals ignore case. If it is Firefox, then our script should run on which browser? Firefox. For that, I have to write this line. Web driver is equal to new Firefox driver. Okay. So hold the mouse and import this Firefox driver class from Selenium library. Okay. Once that is done, else if you can keep on going. Okay. How many browsers that are supported by the application? That many if else blocks you can write. Browser name dot equals ignore case if it is Edge browser. Okay. If it is Edge, then web driver is equal to new Edge driver. Okay. Now hold the mouse on this Edge driver and import it from Selenium library. That's it. So else, if the browser list is completed, then simply say system.out.println. Okay. Provide a valid browser name. Okay. Apart from this, for example, the application that you are testing is supporting only Chrome, Firefox, Edge. And if you are passing any other browser apart from the Chrome, Firefox, Edge, in this case, this print statement will be printed instead of your automation script running on that particular browser. Okay. So for example, if I'm giving Opera, in this case, it should give me the message, provide a valid browser name. Okay. Because the application is not supporting the Opera browser, let's say. Okay. So to implement the cross-browser testing in Selenium automation projects, this programming logic need to be written. Okay. After that, I need to use this driver here to maximize the browser window and to open the application URL and all. But here driver will give you the error because this is kind of local. I have to make it global. Web driver, I have to make it global and remove this declaration, which is there inside the blocks like this. Now you can access it outside. And here you can say web driver is equal to null to initialize. And now say web driver dot manage dot window dot maximize. Okay. Driver dot get. Give the application URL. For sample, I'll give one application URL. I'll give some application URL like this one, umaya.blogspot.com URL. Copy this and give it here. That's it. Okay. This is some sample script I have written. I don't have to write the entire automation code for an entire scenario. But my intention is to show you how cross-browser testing is implemented or handled in Selenium automation projects. This is how it is implemented or handled. Okay. We have to write this kind of programming logic. And if you are passing here into this browser name, if you are passing Chrome means your scripts are going to run on Chrome browser. Here, in case of this, you are passing Firefox means your scripts are going to run on Firefox browser. If you are passing Edge in this case, your scripts are going to run on Edge browser. This is what is called as cross-browser testing implementation. Okay, in Selenium automation projects. Fine. So let's see. For now, Chrome is being assigned to browser name. So my scripts, this particular browser need to open in the Chrome browser. Chrome browser need to open and Chrome browser need to get maximized and application URL should get opened in the Chrome browser only. Okay, let's run this and see what's happening. So there is a lot I have to explain. After this, I'll explain more about how to achieve actual cross-browser testing. It's not the end. Okay, just we are getting started with some programming logic to start implementing the cross-browser testing. You see, the script has been run on which browser? Chrome browser. Okay. If I give something like here Firefox, the script is going to run on which browser? Then Firefox browser. Right click run as Java application. The script is going to run on this particular sample script is going to run on Firefox browser now. Okay. Whatever the browser you pass it to the browser name, in that browser only the script is running. This is called as cross-browser testing. You see, in the Firefox browser, the script is running. Okay. You can see the Firefox browser icon. The script is running in the Firefox browser. Done. Fine. If you give Edge, it will run in the Edge browser. That's okay. So, but here I have hard-coded the browser value. Okay. This browser value is hard-coded. So there are different ways where you can remove the hard coding by removing the hard coding of this browser name here and centralizing it in the properties file. That is one way. Okay, let me show you the first way. We can centralize this browser value into the properties file, and from the properties file we can access this. Okay, instead of hard coding here in real time we do that. Okay, we don't hard code the browser name in the individual automation scripts. Rather, we get the browser name from a centralized file, because this is not the only automation script, right? We may have multiple automation scripts in our project, and all the automation scripts need to be provided with the browser name. If tomorrow, if you have to change the browser name, you cannot go to each and individual automation script and update this browser value in the each and every automation script, right? Rather, we have to read this from the centralized file like properties file. I'll show you how. Right click on this project, select new and select file, and just name this as, you can name it anything, config dot, okay, or basic config dot properties, like this you can name it. Okay, in this you just give the browser, let's say give one key like a browser key property name as browser, and give the value as let's say edge. Let's give it as edge for now. Okay, save this. So once this properties file is created, now instead of hard coding it here, let me open it again. Instead of hard coding the browser name here, we'll read this browser name from this config.properties file, which is a centralized file. Okay, every automation script is going to do that. Okay, not only this automation script, every automation script is going to read the browser name from this properties file. Okay, so this is what is followed in real time. So how to pass this browser and how to get this browser name? For that, we have to write some logic. To read the data from this properties file, we have to write properties prop is equal to new properties. The predefined class in Java. Okay, properties is a predefined class in Java. Hover the mouse and import it from java.util package and simply say prop dot load. Okay, here we have to pass the input stream into this load method. For that, I'll write down file input stream FIS is equal to new file input stream. Now hover the mouse on this file input stream and import this from java.io package. Now this constructor cannot be empty. We have to pass a file. File is equal to new file of, you have to give the path of the properties file in this file constructor here. First of all, let's import this file from java.io package, and here we have to give the path of the properties file. Where is properties file available? It is directly created under the project. So I can directly give the name config.properties. Okay. If it is a part of any folder or something, you have to give the entire path here. Okay. For now, I'm just giving the config.properties because this file is properties file is directly created under the project. Fine. Now what next? So this file, you pass it to this file input stream in the constructor, and this file input stream, you pass it into the load method. Okay. Now hover the mouse on this and say, ignore this exception. Okay. But in real time, we surround with bracket, but for now, we are ignoring it just so that you can understand the code well. Okay. So now, after loading this properties file where this browser name and value is there, then here instead of hard coding this Firefox or whatever the browser name, I'll simply use this object reference prop, and I'll simply say dot get property and give the name. That is browser here, and pass it here. Okay, that's it. We'll get the value. That is edge will come here. Okay, and go into the browser name, and edge equals Chrome. No, this will not happen. Edge equals Firefox. No, this is not going to happen. Edge equals to edge. Yes, right. Then this is going to happen where it will open which browser? Edge browser. Okay. Whatever the browser name that is provided in the config.properties file, in that browser only the script will run. Okay. Now let's run this and see whether it's working fine or not. In real time, we don't hard code the browser names and all in the individual automation scripts. Rather, we specify the browser names in the some files like properties file. There's another way also that I'm going to come after this demonstration is over. You see, in which browser? Edge browser. This is Edge browser. You see, this is Edge browser, Microsoft Edge. Okay, in the Edge browser, the script has run because in the config.properties file, Edge browser is provided. Fine. What is the other way where I can, remove the hard coding here and pass the browser name to this automation script, or not only this automation script, any number of automation scripts in our project? The other way is by using the test-ng. Okay, with the help of test-ng, we can do that. So I'll remove this properties file related code, and here also I'll just remove the hard coding and just provide Chrome for a while. Okay. Now instead of properties file, what is the other way that is possible where we can remove the hard coding and still make this cross-browser testing possible by giving the browser name from a different location. Okay, by passing instead of hard coding, we have to give the we have to get the browser name from a different location. That is simple case. That is from the testng.xml file. Go to the testng.xml file, and here you can see the test tag. And here we are invoking the which class demo.java. This is a file we are invoking, right? In this demo.java file, there is a main method, but this is not a test method. This is not a testng test method, so it will not go. It will not work. So remove this public void and give the name of this method as a, say, sample test, for example. And here provide @test annotation on the top over the mouse and import this from testng library. Okay. And below this, you write, we'll come to that later. For now, write like this. So that means when you run this testng.xml file, it will run the demo.java file. And in the demo.java file, this testng test method is there. This is going to run. Sample test method is going to run. That's fine. So far, so good. Now I would like to pass the browser name to the test method. How? Here I'll write parameter name is equal to, okay, name is equal to browser, say value is equal to, give some value like Firefox, let's say Firefox. Okay, I would like to run the scripts on Firefox browser. Like this, you mention one tag, save this and go back here to the demo.java, and here under the test, you write something known as parameters annotation from testng. Okay, parameters over the mouse on parameters and import from testng library, and in the circular brackets provide the name of the parameter that is there in the testng.xml file. The name of the parameter is browser is a name. Copy this, and come back here and provide it here. That's it. You will get this value, pass it to this particular method, and here you have to create a parameter to receive that particular value. Okay, string, let's say B, I'll say simple. Okay, here instead of hard coding it, just copy this B and paste it here. Okay, you are passing whatever the parameter value you are getting, that you are assigning to the browser name. Okay, so here in the testng.xml file, I've given the browser value as Firefox. So here Firefox will be passed and Firefox will be assigned to the browser name. Since Firefox is not equal to Chrome, it will not launch the Chrome browser. Since Firefox is equal to Firefox, it will launch the Firefox browser, and script will run on the Firefox browser. Okay, let's don't run this individual test method. Rather go to the testng.xml file for the parameter to be passed. Here run this testng.xml file, and it will pass the parameter, that is browser parameter having the Firefox value, to the individual script that is in the demo.java file, and your script will run in the which browser? Firefox browser only. You'll see that in a while, Firefox browser will launch. This script is running in the which browser? Firefox. This is Firefox here. Okay, this is Firefox browser in which script is running. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is how to implement cross-browser testing in Selenium automation projects, or how to handle cross-browser testing in Selenium automation projects. For that, we have to first write the programming logic, okay, where you can hard code the browser, but in real time, we don't hard code the browser values and all. So rather, we read the browser data or browser name or browser value from the properties file or testng.xml file. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can Selenium automate client-server applications? The answer is yes and no, both. Okay, how? Let me explain. So what is a client-server application? First of all, you need to understand, okay? So in client-server application, the application will be functioning like this, okay? There will be a client side will be there. It may be your laptop or something. And here we have the server. Okay, for example, in the client, you open the application. It may be a web application, or it can be a desktop application. It can be mobile application using some user interface. Okay, some user interface of a web application can be there, or mobile application can be there, or desktop application can be there. And the client in the client side, we'll be performing using the user interface. We'll be performing some activities like creating an account, log into the application, whatever that is. Okay, whatever the activities you are doing here, a request will be sent to the server, and server need to process the request and should send the response back. This is how the client and server will manage. Okay, the server will based on the activities, based on the processing and all, it will store the data into the database. Okay, it will retrieve the data from the database, store the data into the database, and all those activities. Okay, so this is what is a client server, and here the client server application can be a web application. Okay, the client server application can be a web application. It can be a mobile application. It can also be a desktop application. Okay. So why I'm saying the answer for this question is yes and no both means, okay, this client server application can be a web application, can be a mobile application, can be a desktop application. The answer will be yes. Can Selenium automate client server application? The answer will be yes when this particular client server application is a web-based application or web application. In case of a web application, even though it's a client server application, if it is a web application, yes, Selenium can automate it. But if in case this client server application is not a web application, rather it is a mobile application or desktop application, in that case, the answer is no. Okay, Selenium cannot automate the client server application if that application is a mobile or desktop application. But if this client server application is a web application, then Selenium can definitely automate it. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the limitations of Selenium WebDriver? Let me answer. Here are the list of limitations of Selenium WebDriver automation tool. Okay, so let me explain them to you one by one. First one, only web applications can be automated. With the help of Selenium WebDriver, we can only automate web applications. We cannot automate desktop or mobile applications. Okay, this is a limitation. Okay, as Selenium WebDriver cannot automate desktop and mobile application, that is a limitation. Okay. Second limitation, no inbuilt reporting feature. When you create Selenium automation scripts using Selenium WebDriver with some programming languages like Java, Python, C Sharp, Ruby, etc., okay, and run the scripts, it will not generate any report by default. There is no inbuilt mechanism in Selenium WebDriver for generating a report. Okay. So then how report can be generated? How reports can be generated? This Selenium WebDriver need to be integrated with some third-party libraries like TestNG, JUnit, Cucumber, etc. to generate the reports. But by default, reports are not there in Selenium WebDriver tool. Okay. Now, third limitation, no inbuilt mechanism for downloading the files. With the help of Selenium WebDriver, we can download the files, but there is no inbuilt mechanism to track whether this file has been successfully downloaded or not. Okay, till clicking on the link and the file downloading will start, but whether the downloading of the file has been successfully done or not, that verification cannot be done with the help of Selenium WebDriver. Okay, hope you got it. Now, fourth point or fourth limitation, issues with handling dynamic web elements. Using Selenium WebDriver, we can handle the dynamic web elements to some extent, okay, to some good extent, but it's not that good like other automation tools like Cypress or whatever the JavaScript, JavaScript type of frameworks or automation tools, right? Okay, those tools are very capable enough in handling these dynamic web elements, but coming to Selenium WebDriver, it has some limitation. I'm not saying that this is an entire limitation thing, but Selenium WebDriver can handle the dynamic web elements, but not an expert level. Okay, to some maximum extent it can do, but when compared with other tools, it is kind of limited in this area. Okay, now the other one, fifth limitation, Selenium WebDriver cannot automate CAPTCHA and barcodes. Not only Selenium WebDriver, any other automation tool in the market cannot automate such kind of CAPTCHAs and barcode. This is a general thing for automation. Okay, it's a limitation for automation, which also applies for Selenium WebDriver. Okay, so CAPTCHA and barcodes are there for a purpose on the application, right? If you see any application, if you see a CAPTCHA on that particular application or a barcode on the application, what is the reason? For security reasons. Okay, why CAPTCHA is there on the application pages? For security reasons, to differentiate the human beings from the or bots from the human beings, like that. Okay, so there are some cases where bots will come and do all the things rather than real human beings. Okay, to stop these bots or to separate this segregate this bots from the or to identify whether this is a human being or a automation thing or a bot or something. Okay, we generally, the application owners will generally provide this captchas here and there. Okay, once the captcha is selected, then only you will be allowed to do the operation like creating an account or whatever it is. Okay, so similarly barcodes are also there on the application for some reasons, like to uniquely identify some product or something. They are there. If you are able to automate it, that means it's not worth, right? Captchas and barcodes are not worth. Okay, you are able to hack it. So in general, during automation, not only Selenium WebDriver automation, but any automation tool you take, they will not be able to automate captcha and barcodes. If the captcha and barcodes can be automated, means there is security loopholes in that particular thing. Okay. Now the next limitation of Selenium WebDriver is cannot automate images. Selenium WebDriver cannot automate images. If you have to verify or test the images, that's not possible with Selenium WebDriver. And the last limitation of Selenium WebDriver that I have collected here as part of answer for this question is cannot automate audios and videos. Okay. So in some application functionalities, you will get some audio players or video players where you can play the audio and play the videos with several player options and all. All those things cannot be automated with the help of Selenium WebDriver. Selenium WebDriver is not capable in doing that. Okay. So these are the limitations of Selenium WebDriver. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, tell me about the Selenium WebDriver architecture. Let me answer. Externally, when you run the Selenium automation code, it feels like the scripts are running directly on the browser. Okay. So let's say if I take you to this Selenium automation code, which is written using Java programming language, you see, this has a Java code along with the Selenium code. Okay. So this is Selenium Java automation code. When you run the Selenium Java automation code, it feels like this automation code is directly running on the browser. Externally, if you observe, it will feel like the scripts are directly running on the browsers. But is that true? No. Internally, if you observe, the scripts are not directly running on the browsers. Okay. So internal implementation, how it is implemented and how the scripts are getting or running on the browsers. To understand that, we need to understand this Selenium WebDriver architecture. Okay. Internal working. Okay. To understand the internal working where how the scripts are running on the browsers. Okay. Before they run on the browsers, what's happening internally? Knowing about that is nothing but Selenium WebDriver architecture. Hope you got the point. Okay. So this diagram, you'll understand what is Selenium WebDriver architecture. Here you see, here, assume that this is some IDE, like Eclipse IDE or something. In that, we have written the Selenium code using any of the programming language. Okay. So this is your laptop. In your laptop, there is some Selenium script written in some programming language. Okay. So when you run this code, the way I have run this, right click run as Java application. Okay, when you run this code, okay, will the script directly run on the browsers? Internally, it's not that. Okay, so what's happening internally is when you run the scripts, this instructions will pass to the drivers via W3C protocol. Okay, the Selenium code instructions will be sent to the browser drivers. Every browser has a driver. For example, Chrome browser has a Chrome driver. Okay, Firefox browser has a Gecko driver. IE browser has IE driver. Okay, this one, Edge browser has Edge driver. Safari browser has Safari. Every browser has its own driver. Okay, these drivers are now built by these companies only. Okay, for example, Google company is building this Chrome driver, whereas the Gecko driver is being built by Firefox. Okay, whereas this one, IE driver is built by Microsoft company. Okay, Edge driver is built by Microsoft company. Safari driver is built by Apple company, like that. Okay, these companies of these browsers are developing this browser drivers. Now, when you run the scripts are not directly running on the browsers. Rather, internally, what's happening? These instructions. Okay, when you run the script, the instructions are being sent to this respective browsers. Okay, respective browser drivers. Okay, before running on the browsers, the instructions are being sent to the respective browser drivers. Okay, and via which protocol? How this communication is happening between the Selenium code and this browser drivers with the help of W3C protocol. Okay, W3C protocol is taking care of transferring the instructions from this Selenium automation code to the respective browser drivers, and these browser drivers are responsible for running the scripts on the browsers. This is what is happening internally, but externally, when you run the script, you will not be able to see all the things, right? So internally, when you run the script, internally what's happening? These instructions for running are being sent to the browser drivers, respective browser drivers via which protocol? W3C protocol, World Wide Web Consortium protocol. Okay, and that browser drivers are running the scripts on these browsers. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to identify the web elements. Let me answer. Selenium is by default blind. It cannot see any elements on the web pages. Okay, let's say here I am writing this box as Selenium. Okay, I'm mentioning this box as Selenium. Assume that this Selenium automation code written in some programming language like Java, etc. But Selenium cannot directly see what is there on the web pages. Okay, so let's say this is a web page. Okay, on this web page there are some web elements. On this web page there are some web elements like buttons, checkbox fields, radio buttons. Okay, text area, text box, etc., etc. But Selenium code cannot directly view the web elements on the web page. Then how it is possible for Selenium to perform operations on these web elements? Then in middle, there will be something known as locators. Okay, with the help of locators only, Selenium can find or view the elements on the web pages. Okay, elements on the web pages can be located with the help of locators. So we need locators to help Selenium in finding these web elements on the web pages in simple terms. But how many types of locators are there? There are different type of locators, like we have ID locator, then we have name locator, we have class name locator, we have link text locator, then we have a CSS selector locator, we have XPath expression locator. Okay, these are the general locators that we use in Selenium automation for helping it in finding the web elements on the web pages. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have some sample Selenium automation code already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window. Here, using the get command, the Selenium will open the application URL. Let me give one application URL, say the sample application URL, that is omaya.blogspot.com. I'll copy this URL and paste it here. And if you observe this page, there's a text area field. Here into the text area field, I would like to type, with the help of Selenium, I would like to type my name, Arun Motori, like this. Okay, this is what I want to do. So in order for Selenium to directly view this element, it's not possible because Selenium is by default blind. Selenium has to take the help of the locators in finding or locating this text area field on this web page. So, but which locator we have to use? Out of all these locators, which locator we have to use? To find it out, we have to right click inside this text area field, right click and select inspect option. And you'll get this HTML code of this text area field. It has an ID attribute. That means we can use ID locator. Copy this attribute value, ID attribute value of this text area field, and come back here and write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Give the ID and say dot whatever the operation you want to perform. Now Selenium can perform. Without locators, can Selenium find this element and perform this operation? No. Okay. Without you providing this ID locator or whatever the type of locator, Selenium is not able to find any web element. In this case, Selenium is able to find this text area field with the help of this ID locator. Okay. Here, type whatever you want to type into the text area field. I'm just typing my name and run the code. Observe that the script will type my name into the text area field. Okay. Let it run. So you see, into the text area field, my name has been typed. Okay, clear. Fine. So not only ID, there are other type of locators like name, class name, link text, CSS selector, and XPath expressions, etc., etc. Okay, so let me show you in this application where we have this name locator. For example, this text box field, inspect this text box field. Okay, this text box field doesn't have any ID locator, but it has a name attribute with value. This can be used as a name locator. And similarly, we have this button here, drop down button, right click inspect. If we have to click on this button with the help of Selenium, Selenium will not be able to directly find this button. Rather, with the help of the locator, Selenium can find this button. Which locator we have to use? It doesn't have any ID, it doesn't have any name attribute, but it has class locator. With the help of class locator, Selenium can find this button. Okay. So then link text, for example, this one, compendium dev, inspect this. You see this HTML, this is HTML code of this link. And doesn't have any ID, it doesn't have any name, it doesn't have any class name, but there's some text between the anchor tags. Okay, there's a hyperlink and text between the tags is there. We can use this as a link text. Okay, this particular text we can use that as a link text for locating this link. Now, for example, this button, if I have to click on this button with the help of Selenium, which locator we have to provide to the Selenium? When I right click inspect of this login button, you see there is no ID, there is no name, there is no class name. Even this is not a hyperlink. So in this case, we can either go with the remaining two options, that is CSS selectors and XPath expressions. Nowadays, right, since IE browser is out of picture, we can directly go with the XPath expressions. Okay, so you can either go with CSS selectors or XPath expressions, up to you. Okay, let me create an let's say CSS selector for you. So I'll select this HTML code of this particular button, and you see input type button is there, value login is there. Okay, I'll say Control F. You'll get the text box field here. So here I'll type CSS selector input value is equal to login. You see, it's got located. Okay, this HTML code got highlighted with the help of the CSS selector. This HTML code got highlighted. When I hover the mouse on this HTML code, the button is getting highlighted. Okay, only one element got located. Okay, like this. Or you can also use a XPath expression, / input. Just convert this into @value. This is an XPath expression. Small changes will be there between CSS selectors and XPath expressions, and both can be used for locating. I prefer using XPath these days because XPath is kind of powerful when compared to the CSS selector, and it can locate any type of element. Okay, so and even IE browser is out of picture these days, so there is no need to worry about CSS selectors and XPath expressions. When there is a situation where I have to use CSS or XPath, I will prefer XPath these days. Okay, earlier people used to use CSS selector because IE browser was not supporting this XPath expressions well. So people used to, if IE browser is there in their automation list, then people used to prefer CSS selectors over XPath expressions. But nowadays, IE browser is being discontinued by Microsoft company, and they are recommending everyone to go for Edge browser. So there is no problem in choosing anything you want. Okay, you can either go with XPath, you can go with CSS selector. I prefer XPath. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is how to identify the web elements on the web pages using Selenium. Okay, with the help of locators. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, when do you go for an XPath expression? Let me answer. There are some situations where you have to go with XPath expression locator for locating the element on the web pages. Okay, what are those situations? In one situation where none of the other locator types are able to locate the element. Okay, you cannot use ID, name, class name, link text to locate the elements on the web page, including CSS selector. You are not able to use. Then the final savior is the XPath expression, using which only you can locate the elements on the web page. Okay, the situation where other locator types are not helping us in locating the elements on the web page. In that case, we can go with the XPath expression. Let me show you one example for that. I'll open this browser and take you to this application URL, tutorialsninja.com/demo application. And let me go to the login page. And let me click on this login button without entering any credentials. I got a warning message. Now I would like to locate this warning message. Okay, I selected this warning message and right click, inspect. I'll get this HTML code. Now, if you clearly observe this HTML code, we cannot use any ID locator or name locator, even class locator we cannot use because there are multiple classes here. Okay, we cannot use class locator also. Okay, if there is single class in this class attribute value, then we would like to, we would have used that class as a class name as a locator. Okay, but here class locator is also not working. And even this is a div tag, it's not anchor tag. Okay, so we cannot use this as a link text locator. The final two options left out are CSS selectors and XPath expressions for locating this particular warning message. The problem with the CSS selector is, I cannot even build a proper CSS selector by looking at this. Okay, it doesn't have unique attributes or something. So what I will do here is I'll take the help of this parent div tag. Somewhere here we have a div tag. With the help of this one, I would like to locate. So there's a concept known as XPath access in XPath expressions, using which I can locate this div tag. Okay. In such kind of situations when none other locator types are able to locate this element, we are going with XPath expression. Okay. Select this, say Control F, copy this ID attribute value of some other tag which is nearby this required div tag. Okay. Here write down /div @ID is equal to, give the ID attribute value. It's locating this div tag. And somewhere here we have this div tag. So I'll simply say slash. Okay, slash under this div tag only we have this. So we'll see child : div of 1. Okay, I'll use XPath access like this, child div of 1. It's locating now, you see. Using the XPath expression, we are able to locate this warning message without any problem. Okay, so this is one case where we can use XPath expressions for locating the elements when no other element type or locator type is available for locating the element. The second situation where you have to use XPath expression is when the attributes of the element, okay, are dynamic, okay. So I'll show you one example where the attribute of a particular element is dynamic. So I'll just open this in new tab and I'll take you to the facebook.com page. And here you have the login button. You need to locate this login button. Right click, inspect this login button. When I inspected this login button, you got this HTML code. And in this HTML code, we have an ID. Okay, we have an ID. Just observe this ID, u_0_5_9a. Okay, this is a value, u_0_5_9a. So if I take this as an ID, if I refresh again, the value is changing. You see, u_0_5_ m9 came this time. Last two letters are changing here. Again, refresh. The value of this ID attribute is changing. Now JS came. Refresh again. Now HN came. That means this is not unique. This is dynamically changing. The value of this ID locator is dynamically changing. So can you use ID attribute value or ID locator for locating this button? No. In this case, we know that this part is constant, whereas this part is not constant. In this case also, we can use XPath expression like just copy this ID for now and say Control F / button. I'll say contains @ID in single quotes. I'll give the value and I'll remove the changing values. Okay, these two things I will change. Okay, remove the constant thing, I'll put it. So since this value of this ID attribute is dynamically changing, I only put the constant value which is not changing in this ID attribute. Now, no matter what, how many times you refresh the page, this XPath expression will be able to locate the element. You see, login button is getting located. Again, let me refresh. You see, still able to locate. So hope guys you got answer for this question. When do you go for an XPath expression? When there is no other locator for locating this element, okay, other than the XPath expression, we go for the XPath expression. Other situation where we go for the XPath expression is when value of these attributes of that particular element are dynamically changing. In that case, we can use XPath expression to resolve the problem. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to execute the test on Firefox browser in Selenium. Let me answer. In order to run Selenium scripts on Firefox browser, we need to write this statement. WebDriver is equal to new Firefox driver. Okay, this will launch the Firefox browser. Let me practically show you. I'll switch to this Eclipse ID. Here, the first statement we have to write is WebDriver is equal to new Firefox driver. Okay, so hover the mouse on this WebDriver and import this interface from Selenium library. Hover the mouse on this Firefox driver and import this class from Selenium library. This constructor, Firefox driver constructor, is responsible for launching the Firefox browser. After launching the Firefox browser, you want to maximize it. Okay, you can maximize like this. Driver.manage.window.maximize. Then driver.get. Give the application URL. Let's say I'll give this my.blogspot.com. Copy this, paste it here. And after going to this application URL, just try to type anything into this text area field. Let's say right click, inspect this text area field. I'm writing some sample script which should run on the Firefox browser. It has an ID locator. Copy this ID attribute value and write down here driver.findElement by.id. Give the ID attribute value of that text area field and say send case. And here type some text. Let's say I'll give my name, okay, to be typed into the text area field. Now run this. This script should run on which browser? Firefox browser, because we create an object for which class? Firefox driver class. So in Firefox browser, the script is going to run. Right click, run as Java application. It's a very simple question, guys. If you get this kind of question, the answer is very simple. Explain this statement. WebDriver is called new Firefox driver. Okay. So you see the Firefox browser is launching. Firefox browser is launching, and script execution will happen on the Firefox browser only, where my name has been typed into the text area field with the help of Selenium code. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between ID attribute and name attribute? Let me answer. Both of these attributes, that is ID and name attributes, belong to HTML, that is hypertext markup language. So what is the purpose of using this ID attribute or name attribute in HTML code for web elements? I'm going to explain in this session. First, let's start with the ID attribute. So ID attribute is for uniqueness. Okay. The purpose of using ID attribute in HTML code for web elements is for uniqueness. For uniquely identifying a particular element on the page, we specify this ID attribute in the HTML code of that element. Okay. I'll explain this practically. For example, I'll open this browser and take you to this sample application, say omai.blogspot.com. On this application, you see there's a text area field. Okay. If you want to uniquely identify this text area field, okay, there are a lot of elements on this page. You see there is a text box field, there's a button, there's an image, there are radio buttons, checkbox fields, drop down field, multi-selection, like that many things are there on this page. But out of all these web elements that are there on this page, if you want to uniquely identify this text area field, as a developer of this application, have to specify the ID attribute in the HTML code of this element. Okay. Let's see whether the developer of this application has provided any unique attribute value for this text area field with the help of ID or not. Let's see that. Okay. Right click inspect. It's not compulsory that every element will have ID. So as I already know, as I already have used this application, I know that this particular field has ID attribute specified in the HTML code of this element. Okay. You see text area ID is called TA1. So out of all these elements, if you want to uniquely identify this text area field, since the HTML code of this particular text area field has the ID attribute, you can uniquely identify. Okay. TA1 is a unique ID attribute value. Okay. So that you can use for locating this element. Fine. So no other element on this page has that, but it's not compulsory that ID cannot be duplicated. Okay. There's no HTML kind of, HTML kind of rule multiple elements cannot have the same ID. It's not like that. Okay. It's not recommended though. Okay. It's not recommended for developers to give the same ID attribute value for multiple elements on the page. That's not a good way of writing the code and all. But the HTML will not restrict the developers from doing that. Okay. Even though they choose multiple elements and they provide same ID to multiple elements, HTML will accept. But it's not recommended, I'm saying. Okay. Because ID is for uniqueness. What is the use if you provide the same ID attribute value for multiple elements on the page? That's the problem. Okay. So the purpose of the ID attribute, why we have to specify for the web elements in the HTML is for uniqueness. For uniquely identifying that particular element, we use ID attribute. Okay. Hope you got the idea what is ID. What about name attribute then? Name attribute is used for specifying the name for an HTML element. If you want to name someone, okay. Before coming to name, let's go with ID again. I would like to give a small example, okay, to compare ID with name, right? I would like to give a small example, okay. That is, let's say you have joined a company and they will give you some employee ID, okay, because you are the new employee to the company. They will give you some ID card. On the ID card, you will see your employee ID number. That ID is going to be unique. That ID number is going to be unique. No other employees in the same company will have the same ID, okay? Only you will be having the same ID. Their employee ID is the uniqueness. Here, ID attribute in HTML code is also for uniqueness, okay? Hope you got the idea. What about name? You see, in the whatever the company you joined, with your name, there may be other employees, okay? There's a possibility that multiple employees in the same company can have the same name, okay? There's a possibility. So name is not for uniqueness, whereas ID is for uniqueness. Name attribute is not for uniqueness. Name is only for naming you, okay? Even though your name is duplicated, but still we have named you something, right? Your name is something, okay? So whatever the name you have, that can be, other people may have that same name, okay? So name attribute is used for specifying the name for an HTML element. This is for naming. This is for uniquely identifying, okay? That's the main difference between the ID and name attribute. And why we use name attribute then? Why we have to name a web element? There are different purposes. Okay. Why we have to name a particular element? Apart from giving the ID for the element, you can also name the element. What is the reason behind naming? There are several reasons. A few reasons I have mentioned here. Name attribute for grouping. Okay. Why we have to name the attribute for grouping? Grouping the radio buttons or checkbox field. Okay. Mainly the radio buttons, you can say. Okay. So I'll tell you what will happen. Okay. So I'll open this application URL, and here there are two options, male and female options are there. Okay, right click inspect one of the radio button. Okay, so have the option in the Google Chrome DevTools, right? You have the option to edit this temporarily. So here there is a name provided. You see, name is equal to gender. For these two radio buttons, same name is there. You see, for the radio button male, name is equal to gender is there. For the radio button female also, name is equal to gender is there. Okay. What if I remove this name from this? Okay, I will edit this code. This is a temporary change. Okay, it's not permanent. I'll just remove this name from these two radio buttons. Okay. Now in this case, this radio buttons doesn't have the same name. In this case, I can select two options. Is this the correct behavior of the radio buttons? Either you can select male or female. But in this case, what happening? Since I have not named this radio button separately, like name is equal to gender, name is equal to gender, like that, I'm able to select both the radio buttons, which is not correct. If I refresh, the temporary changes will be gone. Again, it will reset. Now you see, since they have the name attribute, common name attribute is there for this two radio button, only one radio button you can select. Same applies for the checkbox fields also. You can group them under a single name. Okay. Here also bike, bicycle, car have the same. Okay, same name attribute value. Just inspect one of the radio button and see name is equal to vehicle, name is equal to vehicle, name is equal to vehicle. Okay, all the three radio buttons have the same name, so you can select only one option out of these three radio buttons. Okay, like that. So this is one of the advantage of using name attribute for naming for grouping kind of elements like radio buttons, checkbox fields, etc. Okay. The other situation where you have to name the web elements is in the HTML forms. Okay. So for example, if I take you to this application, and on this application, if I take you to the login, this is a login form. Okay, on the login form, you have the email address, password, and login button. On the form, you have this email, password, and login button. Okay. So, fine. So, when there is a form, when you click on the login button, this data will be submitted to the server. Okay. From the client machine, client laptop or something, you are entering the email address, password, and clicking on the login button. This data need to reach the server, right? So, these are the form elements. Whenever they reach the server need to know from which field, which data came. Okay, for that, we have to name these fields. Okay, inspect this email address field and you'll see that there will be some name. Name is equal to email is there. Okay, uniquely identifying this, for server need to identify from which field, which data came. Okay, along with this name attribute, some data will be sent to the server. Okay, so server can identify that from email address field, we got this value. Okay, like that. Okay, so that for that purpose, name will be provided. Name is called password. Not only this, if you go to the register page also, here a lot of fields are there. This is a form actually. Behind this field, there is a form. You see here, it's part of a form. You see, this is the entire form, register form. And if you see, each and every field will have some name. Okay, name is called first name. Form elements will have the name. Name is called last name, like that. Okay. So that server can uniquely identify or server can understand like from which field which data came after submitting this registering account or after clicking on login button with details. The data will be sent to the server and multiple sets of data, multiple amount of data will be sent. Now server need to find out from which field which data came. Further name is required, name attribute is required. And these are few instances where name attribute is used for specifying the name for a HTML web element. Now, there are several purposes apart from this, okay? And there are many more, but I don't want to go deep into this. So this much is enough for you to answer this interview question, okay? So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to handle dynamic web elements in Selenium. Let me answer. First of all, what exactly are these dynamic web elements? Dynamic web elements are the web elements whose attribute values keep changing. Let me give you one example. For that, I'll open the browser. In this browser, I'll open this incognito window. And here, I'll access one application, that is facebook.com. And here, there is a button known as login button. Right-click inspect this login button. And in the Google Chrome DevTools, you'll get the HTML code of this login button. Now, in this HTML code, you can see one ID having some value. U_0_5_SF. Okay. Remember this last two characters, SF, right? Let me refresh this page. Again, inspect this login button. Now you see, this time you got ED. Last two characters are changing. This part is constant, but this part of this ID is changing. Okay. Now again refresh. From ED it got changed to BB. Okay. From ED it got changed to BD. No matter how many times you are refreshing, this value is getting changed. You see, W5. So that means this web element is a dynamic web element because this button's attribute value is changing. Okay, ID attribute value is changing. So it's a dynamic web element. So how to handle such kind of dynamic web elements in Selenium. Okay, with the help of XPath or whatever it is, how to handle this dynamic web elements. So there are several ways to handle this. Let me show you all the ways. First one, I'll use contains. Okay, I'll use contains. That is, here I'll say Control F. I'll create an XPath expression for this with the help of ID and all. So /button @ID. If I give the ID as this exact ID, if I give complete ID, it is not going to work. Okay, for now it will work. Before I refresh, it will work. Okay, but if I refresh, this ID attribute value will change, and this XPath expression that I have built already is not working anymore. It's not locating this button because here's new 2 characters came. We know that these 2 characters are changing. Okay, so this is not constant. Okay, so what I will do here is, here the first method is I will use this contains function in XPath. I'll simply write down contains and provide circular bracket. After @ID, put a comma, and here remove that equal, and in this value only put the constant value. Okay, whatever the letters which are changing, right, remove that. Okay, now press enter. Just provide circular bracket, and okay, now press enter. You see it's locating. Now refresh the page, still it will locate. After refreshing also, it's going to locate. You see it's still locating. Again refresh, even though this value, ID attribute value is dynamically changing also, still this XPath expression is working because I have used contains. Okay, in place of contains, you can also use starts with. Okay, if this constant value is in the beginning, okay, from the beginning it is constant, then in that case, instead of contains, you can use starts with also. Okay, this is also going to work in the same fashion. Refresh. Either you can use contains or you can use starts with. Okay, in this case, you can use starts with also. Then we can use some XPath access. There is another way of using. Okay, instead of using this contains and starts with, you can use XPath access, where this button is, I'll go to the top of this button to see if there is any particular element having a proper ID or something. For example, your form is having some data test ID. Okay, I'll copy this data test ID. I'll create an XPath expression like this. Okay, I'll not directly locate the button. Rather, I'll take the help of this form element to locate that. Okay, I'll say @ is equal to royal underscore login underscore form. Like this, I'll okay, just give single quote. It's locating this form. With the help of this form, with the help of XPath access, I would like to locate this button. I'll simply say this button is nothing but a descendant of this form. So I'll simply say descendant : button. You see, still I'm able to locate the button, even though this ID attribute value is changing, even though this web element is dynamic because of this ID attribute value nature, still I'm able to locate with the help of XPath access. There are several ways. Okay. And the other way is by using text. Let's see where exactly this login text is there on the button. Okay, so let's see this, investigate this button, and you can see that in the name attribute value, the login, it's not there. Okay, is there anywhere we have that? You see here it is there. Okay, login text is there here. How to find, how to make sure we can locate this button with the help of this login text? For that, I'll write down, not only login text is there between the button tags, rather some other text like : before is also there. So I'll do one thing, /button. I'll say contains text, say log in. You see, I am able to locate. Okay, like this. With the help of text also, we can locate the buttons. Okay, with the help of the text that is there on the button also, we can locate the buttons. Okay, then we can locate this dynamic web elements with the help of text also. Okay, these are the several ways I'm showing. Any of this way you can follow to handle or locate the dynamic web elements on the web page with the help of XPath expressions. Now, last one is by using index. It's very simple to use index. So you see, you know that this particular element is nothing but a button tag. So I'll simply say /button, give some index like starting with 1 and press enter. You see, it's already locating. Okay, there's only one button having the button tag in this particular page, and this button is getting located. Okay, with the help of this index also, I am able to locate this. Okay, if the attribute values are dynamic, in that case, web element is dynamic. In that case, you can follow this kind of XPath expressions using contains function or starts with function, or using XPath access, or using text, or using index. We can locate the elements. So hope guys you understood how to handle the dynamic web elements in Selenium. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the default timeout of Selenium WebDriver? Let me answer. The default timeout of Selenium WebDriver is 0. Why? Because Selenium WebDriver by default won't wait for any web element to be displayed on the page. Okay, if a particular web element on the page is displaying on the page with a delay, then Selenium WebDriver is not going to wait for that element by default, because the default timeout of the Selenium WebDriver is 0. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. So let's say I'll open this application URL, my.blogspot.com in the browser. And on this application page, there is a button. When you click on this button, these options, okay, this Facebook, Flipkart, Gmail options are not coming immediately. Rather, they are getting displayed with a delay. Okay, after clicking drop down button, you see, after some time only, the Flipkart option is coming, let's say. So if I want the Selenium to click on the drop down button, it will click without any problem, because drop down button is there without any delay. The drop down button is there on the page. So Selenium will be able to find the drop down button and will be able to click it. But after clicking on the drop down button, the Flipkart option, if you want Selenium to click on that, by default, Selenium will not wait for the Flipkart option, okay, which is coming with a delay, and it will fail to click on the Flipkart option. Okay, it will try to click on the Flipkart option before the Flipkart option appears here, because of which there is an exception known as no such element exception will be displayed. Okay, will be occurring. Let me practically show you. For that, I'll open this Eclipse IDE where some sample Selenium automation code is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window, and for opening the application URL in the browser. After that, I would like to click on this drop down button. Let me inspect this drop down button. So it has a class locator. Copy this and write down private dot find element by dot class name. Give the class locator name for that drop down button and say dot click. So it will Selenium will be able to click on the drop down button without any problem. And after clicking on the drop down button, I want Selenium to click on the Flipkart, which will not be possible. Okay, because by the time when Selenium tries to click on the Flipkart option won't be there. Okay, it is a link text. You see, anchor tag link text. Copy this driver dot find element by dot link text. Give the link text locator of the Flipkart option and say dot click. For here, at this line, that is line 16, you will get no such element exception. So right click, run as Java application. It will be able to click on the drop down button. Since Selenium WebDriver won't wait for the Flipkart option, which is coming with a delay, it's going to give you no such element exception in the output. This proves that Selenium WebDriver wait time is 0. Okay, default timeout is 0. Okay, so fine. So how to overcome this problem? To overcome this problem, we have to use waiting mechanism. Okay, either implicit wait or explicit wait you can use. If you are going with implicit wait, you can do it here. Driver dot manage dot timeouts dot implicitly wait duration dot of seconds and give some seconds, let's 5 seconds, etc. So this is a global wait which will be applicable for all the elements in the script. Okay. Now run the script. This time Flipkart option will be clicked because we have changed the default timeout of Selenium WebDriver from 0 to which we asked Selenium WebDriver to wait for at least 5 seconds. I mean 5 seconds max. Okay. See, the Flipkart option came and Selenium has waited for the Flipkart option and has clicked on it. Okay. So similarly, we can also implement the explicit waiting mechanism. So here we can also implement the explicit waiting mechanism like WebDriver wait is equal to new WebDriver wait driver comma duration dot of seconds 5 seconds. Let's say the semicolon, import this WebDriver wait, and we are explicitly waiting for this Flipkart option with this explicit waiting mechanism waited until expected conditions dot visibility of element located by visibility of element located. You can give this by dot Flipkart here. Okay, and put a semicolon here at the end. That's it. Okay, we are explicitly waiting for the Flipkart option to be displayed on the page. Maximum timeout is 5 seconds. Okay, so we are changing the default timeout to this kind of customized timeout for this only one element, that is Flipkart option. Okay, this time Selenium WebDriver will wait for the Flipkart option because of the explicit waiting mechanism and will be able to click on the Flipkart option. After clicking on the drop down button, once the Flipkart option comes, Selenium WebDriver has waited and clicked on the Flipkart option. Okay. So hope guys you understood what is the default timeout of Selenium WebDriver. It is 0. Okay. To change that, we have to use either implicit wait or explicit wait mechanism, okay, in Selenium. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, when do we use implicit and explicit waits in Selenium? Let me answer. So let's say you are writing an automation script. Let's say you are writing this automation script. In this automation script, there are several web elements involved. Okay, in this automation script, these are the web elements. Okay, so a single automation script can have any number of web elements, right? Assume that these are the web elements. And if all these elements are taking less than 10 seconds, okay, this element, let's say, is taking like 2 seconds, for example. This element is taking, let's say, 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 second, 4 second, 6 seconds, okay, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, and again, 5 seconds, okay. So if you see, each and every web element that I have written here in this automation script is not taking more than 10 seconds. In such cases, do you have to use implicit wait or explicit wait? The answer is implicit wait. Okay. Since all these elements are not taking more than 10 seconds to get appeared on the page. So if I declare this implicit wait at the global level, implicit wait is a global wait. Basically, implicit wait is a global wait. Once you write, it will be applicable for all the elements. Okay. So I'll just mention this implicit wait for a maximum wait time of 10 seconds. The task will be done. I don't have to wait for individual elements. Rather, I'll create an implicit global wait and I'll mention maximum timeout as 10 seconds. So as these elements are not taking more than 10 seconds, this will be okay. But what if there's another scenario where these are automation scripts, and let's say these are the web elements in the script. Okay, these are the web elements in the script. So let's say this element is taking 2 seconds, this one is taking 5 seconds, this one 3 seconds, this one 4 seconds, this one 1 second. This one is taking 20 seconds. Okay, and this one is taking 3 seconds, 2 seconds, and this one is taking 30 seconds. So this is a situation. You see, there are some web elements which are taking more than 10 seconds. So this part, this area, these elements, okay, which I have marked here, 2, 5, 3, 4, 1, 3, 2, are taking less than 10 seconds. For them, implicit wait will be enough. Implicit wait will be enough. Global wait will be enough, okay? For max of 10 seconds, if you declare, only one time you write, it will be okay. But there are other two elements. This implicit wait will not be applicable. I cannot put implicit wait as 20 or 30 seconds. Okay, this is a problem. Okay, implicit wait, you cannot put 20 or 30 seconds, max 10 seconds. If at all, next level, 15 seconds. In some rare projects, you just give the implicit wait as 15 seconds, but not more than 10 seconds in most cases. Okay, but there are some elements which are taking more than 10 seconds, that is 20 and 30 seconds. For them, we'll be using explicit wait. Okay, only for this element, we'll wait, explicit wait. Only for this element, we are going to explicitly wait. Okay, for the remaining elements, all together, global wait, implicit wait will be there. For these two elements, explicit wait will be there. Okay, we have to specially wait for this element. We have to specially wait for this element. Okay, we cannot make this time as implicit wait because if there is any problem here, the script has to wait for total time. Okay, let's say there is a locator problem here. So we know that only 2 seconds, but since locator problem is there, if, even though this particular thing fails, it has to wait till 30 seconds. That is the problem. Okay, if it fails, that's the reason it's not recommended to provide implicit wait as 30 seconds and all. Okay, implicit wait is a global wait applicable for all the elements which are taking not taking more than 10 seconds. Okay, explicit wait is a specific wait if a particular element is taking 10 seconds, more than 10 seconds. Okay, like 20 or 30 or 40. Only for that elements we'll wait. That is explicit wait. It's not a global wait. It is a web element specific wait. Whereas this one is a global wait applicable for all the elements in the script. Okay. So let me practically demonstrate this, how to implement implicit explicit. So here, this is some sample code. So where we are launching the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser window and opening this application URL in the browser. After that, we are clicking on a button then we are selecting this flip card option. Now, if I implement the implicit wait here, driver dot manage dot, okay, timeouts. This is how we have to implement the implicit wait, okay? Driver dot manage dot timeouts dot implicitly wait. Here I have to give the time, that is duration dot of seconds, and we should be given like not more than 10 seconds here, okay? So this will be applicable. This implicit wait will be applicable for all the elements. How many elements are there in this particular script? Driver dot find element. This is one element. For this implicit wait will be applicable. Whereas this element also implicit wait will be applicable. Okay. For these two elements, implicit wait will be applicable. Okay, because it is a global wait applicable for all the elements. For example, in this script, in this automation script, only these elements require waiting. This element doesn't require waiting. So instead of implicit wait, we can implement explicit wait here. Okay. Only for this element I want to wait. If you want to wait for all the elements, then implicit wait is the correct thing. If you want to wait for a particular element, then explicit wait. How to create the explicit wait? You have to write like this: WebDriver wait. Wait is equal to new WebDriver wait. Over the mouse, import this WebDriver wait from Selenium, and here write driver comma duration dot of seconds. Give the maximum time. Let's say 30 seconds. Okay, max 30 seconds. You're explicitly waiting for a particular element here. Not all the elements, only for a particular element you are waiting. Okay, wait dot until expected conditions dot visibility of element located this particular element by dot link text you have to give here. That's it. You are waiting for only this element now. Done. You are waiting only for the flip card option, not for this drop down button and all. Okay, this is what is explicit wait. So hope guys you understood what is implicit wait and explicit wait. Implicit wait is a global wait. Once created, right, it will be applicable for all the web elements in that particular script. Okay, we have to use implicit wait where when you want to create a global wait which will be applicable for all the elements in the script. That is when we use implicit wait. Whereas if you want to wait for a particular element, okay, only for a particular element if you want to wait, not all the elements in the script, only for a particular element if you want to wait, then you can go for the explicit wait. Okay. So I have demonstrated this explicit wait here. All right. Implicit wait also I demonstrated already. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to select a date in a calendar on a web page using Selenium. Let me answer. There are different types of calendars. And in this session, as part of answering this question, I am going to pick one type of calendar and show you how to automate it for selecting a date in it. Okay. So this is the application page where we have this calendar. Okay. Let me copy this and open this URL in this browser. Let me paste here and open. So you'll be taken to this web page where we have this date field. When you click inside the date field, you will get a calendar. Now in this calendar, I'm going to show you how to select a date using Selenium. Okay. Let's say I would like to select something like this. June, July, otherwise July 23rd. Okay. July 23rd, 2024, I want to select. Okay. This is what is the requirement. How to make that possible? Okay. Let me refresh otherwise. So how to automate so that in this calendar, that particular 23rd July 2024 date will be selected. Okay. Let me show you practically. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse ID where in this main method, I'll write some code. WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. This will open the Chrome browser. Okay. Hover the mouse on the WebDriver and import it. And hover the mouse on this Chrome driver and import it from Selenium Lab. Then I would like to maximize the browser window, driver.manage.window.maximize. Then I would like to open the application URL. I would like to give the application URL page where this calendar field is available, date field is available. Copy this URL and paste it here. Done. After that, after opening the application URL, so to get the calendar, I have to click inside the date field. Okay, in order to click inside the date field, I have to inspect this date field. You see, this date field has an ID. Copy this ID of the date field and simply write down driver.find element by .id. Give the ID of the date field and simply say .click. When you say .click, okay, the calendar will appear. And this is an Ajax. You see, without the page getting loaded, the calendar is displaying, right? That means it's an Ajax. This calendar may take some time sometimes, okay? So we have to wait. We have to wait until this calendar is displayed on the page. How to wait? I'll implement the explicit waiting mechanism where I'll be waiting for one of the element here, like this next button or whatever it is, okay? Or the entire calendar otherwise, okay? Right click inspect this calendar. Okay, this part. If I go up, you see, if I can still go up, you see this div section is locating the entire calendar. You can see on the UI, when I hover the mouse on this div part, it's locating the entire calendar. I will wait for this calendar to be appeared on the page. For that, there is an ID for this calendar. Copy this ID of the calendar. And here, I'll write the explicit waiting mechanism. I'll write web driver, wait is equal to new web driver, wait. Here I'll say driver, comma, duration dot of seconds. Here, give some time, let's say 10 seconds, otherwise. The semicolon here, hover the mouse on the web driver, wait, import it. Now write down wait dot until expected conditions dot visibility of element located by, here by dot ID, right? Here, the calendar has an ID. Copy this ID of the calendar. I would like to wait until this calendar is displayed on the page. Okay, and put a semicolon here. So this is explicit wait. We are waiting for a maximum of 10 seconds until the calendar is displayed. Once the calendar comes, then what we have to do, once the calendar is displayed, what we have to do? So when I click on this calendar, you see the current month and current year. When I'm recording this session, it's June 2023. Current month and current year are coming, but the date and I would like to select is 23rd July 2024, which is not this one. Okay. So what I have to do then? So I have to first retrieve this current month and current year. Once I click on this, once the calendar comes, what month is coming, what year is coming, I have to retrieve that. Okay. So I have to do that first. How to do that? I'll select this part and say inspect. And you can see here. So this is a June. If you want to get the month that is currently displayed here, current month which is displayed here, then there is a class for this. Okay, class. Copy this class locator for this month part and come back to the script and write down driver dot find element by dot class name and give the class locator and say dot get text. Get the text between the tags. Text between the tags is June. Here string. I'll say string C month, current month. C month stands for current month. Okay, whatever the month or actual month you can say. A month also you can say. Okay, actual month which is coming, which is getting retrieved. Then similarly, I would like to get the year. For the year, we have this class. Copy this class. String actual year that is being retrieved is driver dot find element by dot class name. Give the class locator for that actual year thing. Get text again. Okay, this will get the year. Okay, in between the text year is that will come and store into the year. Now, I got the month, I got the year. Then what I have to do? I'll write a logic here. I'll write some logic here. While this a month dot equals what is expected month? What is the expected month? I want the expected month to be July. Okay, this July. July. Okay, this July should be the expected month. Okay, I have to give here dot equals July, and also not only this month but also this actual year should be equal to what? Dot equals to 2023. Okay, 2024. Sorry, 2024. Okay, until it becomes 2024. So if these both are true, then I have to come out of the while loop. If both are true means the end result will be true and true will become true. And in that case, I have to come out of the while loop. But so how to make that possible? I have to give exclamatory mark and surround this with circular brackets. Now see here, if this a month becomes July and a year becomes 2024, July equals July will become true. 2024 equals to 2024 becomes true. True and true will result true. Not of true will become false. When while of false, will come out of the while loop. Okay. When this match, we are going to come out of the while loop. Otherwise, what we want to do in this while loop? Okay. For example, in this case, June 2023 is there. A month is June. June equal to July, false. This part is false. 2023 equals 2024, true. No, it's false. Okay, it's not equal. So it's false. False and false is equal to false. Not of false is equal to true. So we'll go inside the while loop when these things are not matching. When any of these things are not matching, we'll go inside the while loop. And why we are going inside the while loop? If they are not matching, I have to click on the next button. Until the things match, I have to keep on clicking on the next button. Okay, that's the thing. I'll inspect this, and you see this part is coming, or this anchor tag also you can take. Here data handler is there. Copy this, having the next as a text. Create an XPath extension, /A @ data handler is equal to next. Now it's locating this next button, okay, on the calendar. Okay, I have to click on this next button when this month and year are not matching with whatever the expected things, expected month and year. Until that, we have to click on the next button. So here I'll simply write down driver dot find element by dot XPath, give the XPath expression of that next button, and say dot click. That's it. After you click on the next button, this month and year are changing. Okay, this month is changing at least. Again, I have to get the latest values. How to get the latest values? Here I have to repeat this. Okay, copy this. A month is equal to, paste it here. Again, I have to get the year. Okay, after clicking on the next button, I have to again retrieve the month. Again, I have to retrieve the year. Okay, this month I have to retrieve, this year I have to retrieve. That is July 2023 will come. July equal to July is true, but 2023 equal to 2024 is false. Since one of the thing is false, the end result will be false. Not of false will become, not of false will become true. We'll go inside the while loop, and again we'll click on the next button. Okay, both month and year should match. Okay, August 2023, August false, 2023-24 false. Not of false will become true. Again we have to click on the, it will click on the next button. After clicking the next button, it will get the latest month and year here. Okay, here this part will get the latest month, this will get the latest year. Again this latest month and latest year will be checked with this expected things. Okay, this is what is going to happen. So that means this script is going to run until it matches. It will keep on clicking the next button. The logic will keep on clicking the next button until we reach this July 2024. When it reaches July 2024, here July comes, here 2024 comes, then July equal to July is true, 2024 is equal to 2024 is true. Not of true will become false, will come out of the value. Okay. Till we go to this July 2024, we are going to click on the next button. Okay. And after that, I have to select one date. Let's say I would like to select 23. Inspect this 23. Now create an XPath expression to locate this 23 so that we can select it. So here, data handler is there. Copy this data handler, select date, Control F, /TD, @ data handler, select date. I think this is the one. Again, let me inspect this. Select day it is actually, it's not date, it's day. After select day, under the DD, we have the anchor tag. So I'll say /A. Here I'll say text is equal to which date you want? We want 23rd date. Okay, give 23 here. Now it's locating 23. Only 23 it's locating. Okay, this XPath expression. Copy this. Here write down driver.find element by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression of the 23rd date. After going to the respective month and year, then we are selecting the date. Okay, using this XPath expression. Dot click. That's it. Now run the script. It should select 23rd July 2024. Okay, this code should run. When you run this code, it should select 23rd July 2024 in the calendar of that application. Run this code. I am running the code. Just observe what's happening. So only one type of calendar I'm showing you how to automate. In different applications, you may get different type of calendars though. For that, the process may be a bit different. You see, it's going on till July 2024 it went, and after that it selected 23rd date. Okay, whatever the date we expected got selected in the calendar. So guys, this is how we automate or handle the calendars. Okay, so this is how we select a date in the calendar on a web page using Selenium. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can I navigate back and forth in a browser using Selenium WebDriver? The answer is yes. In Selenium, we have these two commands known as navigate.back and navigate.forward, using which we can navigate back and forth in a browser using Selenium. Okay, so let me practically demonstrate these commands for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where some sample Selenium automation code is already written for opening the Chrome browser for maximizing the browser window. Here, I'll open the application URL. So which application? I'll take this application. What I would like to do here is, I would like to go to this application. After that, I would like to click on this link. Once I click on this link, you see browser back button is enabled. I would like to browse back. After that, here forward button is enabled. I would like to forward. Okay. So like that, I can navigate back and forward. Okay. This scenario I would like to automate. First, I'll copy this URL and paste it here. After going to this application, I would like to click on this link so that I will be taken to another page. From that page, I will navigate back, and from that page, again, I will navigate forward. Okay, that's the plan. Inspect this compendium dev, and it's a link text mostly. It's the link text. Copy this link text and write down here driver.find element by dot link text. Use the link text locator and say dot click. Once I click on this, you'll be taken to another page. And from this page, I would like to navigate back. Okay, this browser back button I want to click. In Selenium, we have this command known as driver.navigate.back. Driver.navigate.back. This command will simulate clicking on this browser back button like this. Okay, now I would like to click forward, browser forward. Okay, for that, there's another command known as driver.navigate.forward. Okay, so the script will run a bit fast. So what I will do here is, here, I'll just give some time. Okay, thread dot sleep. Let's say 3 seconds. And over the mouse, ignore the exception. Copy the same thing. And after back, after forward, I'll give 3 seconds. After that, that's it. Fine. Okay. Now save this. Run the script. Okay. Just to demonstrate the script, I've added these time statements. Otherwise, it's not required. Okay. So fine. Now run this. You can see that how the browser back button and how the forward button, forward commands are working. Okay, navigate back and navigate forward commands are working. Navigate.back will navigate the browser back. Okay, backward. Whereas navigate.forward will forward the browser. Okay, so we went to another page. Now after 3 seconds, it will navigate backward. Okay, it's kind of very fast, I guess. It's still running, no, right? Okay, the red dot sleep is not working somehow in the scripts. Let me run it again. Okay, sorry, I just made a mistake. Okay, I just gave 3 here. I have to give 3000 milliseconds. Okay, so it's milliseconds, right? I have to give 3000. Okay, now it will work. 3000 milliseconds is nothing but equal to 3 seconds. Now it will work. We landed on this page. Now it will click on that link. After 3 seconds, it will navigate back. You see, it navigated back. After 3 seconds, navigate forward. Done. Okay. So hope guys you understood how to navigate back and forth in a browser using Selenium WebDriver with the help of these commands known as navigate.back and navigate.forward commands. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to execute the Selenium scripts on different browsers. Let me answer. So we have to write some programming logic so that Selenium scripts will run on different browsers. Okay. So let me practically demonstrate this programming logic for you. Here in Eclipse IDE, I'll be writing the programming logic using which the scripts are going to run on, Selenium scripts are going to run on different browsers. Okay. So I'll simply say string browser name is equal to, give any browser name, that is Chrome or Firefox or Edge, whatever you like for now. And here write the programming logic. If this browser name, okay, if the browser name is given as Chrome dot equals, if it is Chrome, this Chrome browser, then what? You have to launch the, okay, Selenium scripts on which browser? Chrome browser. So for that in Selenium, we have to write like this. WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. That's it. Okay. Now hover the mouse on this WebDriver, import it from Selenium library. Also import this Chrome driver also from Selenium library. Else if this particular browser name equals dot equals, if it equal to Firefox, then I'll launch the Firefox browser using Selenium. WebDriver driver is equal to new Firefox driver. For the mouse and import this Firefox driver class from Selenium library. Else if browser name dot equals, if it equal to edge, if it is equal to edge, then write down web driver, driver is equal to new edge driver. Okay. So let's say our application supports only the Chrome, Firefox, and Edge driver. In that case, we'll stop the logic here. Okay, over the mouse. And if any other browser other than this Chrome, Firefox, Edge is given, let's say we can print this statement. Okay. So provided browser is not supported by application or something like that, you can write one line. Okay, statement. So this is a programming logic where, okay, depending on the given browser name, the script will run on that particular browser only. Okay, now let's write the remaining code. So I'll write down driver dot. Here I cannot access the driver because this driver is local. I have to make it global. Copy this, make it global here. Is equal to null, you say. For now it is null, and this driver will be referred here. Okay, where the object will be assigned here inside the if else blocks. Okay, so if the browser is Chrome, then Chrome driver will be assigned. Object of the Chrome driver will be assigned to this web driver's driver. Okay, the browser name equals Firefox, then object of Firefox driver will be assigned to the web driver's driver. Okay, like that, and so on. So now write down driver dot manage dot window dot maximize, then driver dot get. Give any application URL. For example, I'll give this sample application URL, that is omai.blogspot.com. Okay, so this much is enough for now. Now run the script. If the Chrome is given, then the script need to run on which browser? Chrome browser. Okay, so run it. Here this Selenium script will run on which browser? Chrome browser. Let's wait. You see the Selenium script has run on which browser? Chrome browser. Okay. Now if I change it to Firefox here. Now run the script. The script is going to run on which browser? Firefox browser. Now Firefox browser, the script will launch in the Selenium script is going to launch in the Firefox browser now. You see, the Firefox browser has been launched. Okay, the script is running on the Firefox browser. Like this, whatever the browser name you provide or assign to this browser name in this programming logic, in that browser only the script is going to run. Okay, so the first step is a programming logic. In order to execute the Selenium scripts on different browsers, first we have to implement this kind of programming logic. Next thing, we generally don't hardcode the browser name here. We either pass this browser name from the centralized properties file, or we pass it from the testng parameters. As a testng parameter also you can pass. First, I'll show you how to pass this browser name from the properties file. Okay. Here already the properties file is there. Otherwise, I'll delete it. I'll show you freshly how to create such kind of properties file. So I'll simply right click on this project and create a new file. I'll just name this file as, you can name it anything, and just naming it as a config.property. Extension should be .properties. This part should be compulsory. Okay, click on finish. The properties file got created here. Mention browser is equal to Chrome, let's say, or Edge otherwise. Okay, just mention Edge as a browser name. Okay, so now we don't have to hard code this browser name in individual automation script. In real time, in a single project, there will be a lot of automation scripts. In every automation script, if you are hard coding the browser, tomorrow if you have to run all these automation scripts on different browser, that will be a problem, right? The maintenance will be high, where you have to go to individual automation script and manually update this browser name from Firefox to Edge and all the stuff in all the scripts. Rather, if you centralize this thing, okay, if you centralize this browser value into the properties file, then all the scripts can access the properties file, this particular browser name value from this properties file. Then that will be good, right? It's centralizing. The advantage of centralizing is, like, you don't have to update the automation scripts when the browser name changes. Okay, you simply go here and at single place change Edge to Chrome. All the Selenium automation scripts are going to run on the Edge browser, like that. Okay, whatever the browser you provide, that browser only the scripts will run. Okay, fine. So let's remove the hard coding here. For that, to access this, to get this browser name from the properties file, we have to create an object for the properties class in Java. Properties prop is equal to new properties, like this. Over the mouse and import it. Now say prop dot load, prop dot load, and here we have to give the input stream. So I'll simply create an object for file input stream. File input stream FIS is equal to new file input stream like this. Import this file input stream from Java and simply write down here. Simply write down file is equal to new file and give the path of the file, give the path of the properties file. Here config.properties is the file which is directly created in the project. So you can directly give the thing like this. Okay. Otherwise, you have to give the location where the properties file is available. Since this properties file is directly created under the project, you can mention like this. Okay. Import this file from java.io package and copy this file and paste it into this constructor, and similarly copy this FIS and paste it into the load method. Now hover the mouse and say ignore the exception. Okay. In real time, we have to use try catch block, but for now, for demonstration purpose, I'm ignoring the exception. Now the properties file got loaded. Once the properties file is loaded, now we can access the values from the properties file like this. Prop dot get property method. Okay. And here we have to give the name of the property. To get the value browser name, the name of the property is browser. Copy this browser and come back here and paste it here. That's it. Now save this. What will happen? The browser name or value will come from the config.properties file into this script, and the script will run on the required browser. For example, here Edge is mentioned. Let's see. Let's run the script and see whether the script is running on Edge browser or not. Tomorrow the browser changes. You don't have to go to the individual automation script. Rather, you can go to the centralized config.properties file and update the browser details there. You see, the script has run on the Microsoft Edge browser. Okay. So this is the thing. This is one way, or there's one more way to centralize this browser name. Okay. Instead of hard coding the browser name in the automation scripts, we can actually centralize it in the properties file, or we can also centralize it in testng.xml file. So the second way I'm going to show you to centralize in testng.xml file. So for that, I'll do one thing. I'll go to the testng.xml file. Okay. So here inside the test tag, I'll create a tag known as parameter. Parameter name is equal to, give the name as, let's say, browser value, give the value as, let's say, Firefox. I'll give the value as Firefox and self closes parameter thing. Save this. Okay. Now parameter, this particular browser value is being passed as a parameter from the testng.xml file. Now go to the demo.java. Here, convert this method into a testng test method. Public void, write down sample test, otherwise sample test. And here on the top, you just mentioned convert this test method into the test method, testng test method. Over the mouse with the on the test and import this testng annotation, test annotation from testng. Okay. Now under that, parameters you mentioned. Over the mouse, import this parameters annotation also from testng. In circular brackets, give the name of the double quotes, give the name of the property, that is browser is the name. And just create a parameter here, string. I'll say B. B stands for browser, let's say. And this B, you assign it to the browser name in this logic. Okay, like this. So from where this browser value is coming from the testng.xml file. Now save this, and to pass this parameter, you have to run the testng.xml file. When you run the testng.xml file, it's invoking this demo class. This is a demo class containing this testng test method. So this demo class is being invoked here. Under the test package, we have the demo class. So run this testng.xml file. It will pass the browser value or browser name to the script. And the script will run in that particular browser only. This is the second way. You see, in which browser? Firefox browser only the script is running, right? As expected. Because here we passed the browser name as Firefox. This browser, Firefox went here from there to here, from here to here, and from that it got assigned here, and it got matched here, and script has run on the Firefox browser. So hope guys you understood how to execute the Selenium scripts on different browsers. Okay, we have to use either programming logic plus properties file or programming logic plus test engine in real time. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the purpose of isDisplayed function in Selenium WebDriver? Let me answer. The purpose of isDisplayed function in Selenium WebDriver is to verify whether a particular element is present or displayed on the page or not. Let me practically demonstrate this command for you. For that, I'll write the Selenium automation code here. WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Okay, like this, I'll create an object for the Chrome driver. import this WebDriver from Selenium library, import this Chrome driver also from Selenium library. Then write down driver dot manage dot window dot maximize, then driver dot get, give the application URL. Let's say this is application URL. Now I want to check whether a particular element is displayed on the page or not. For example, I would like to check whether this click to get alert button is there on the page or not. Okay, I'll inspect this button. Since it is there, it should return true. Okay, the is displayed command should return true with this button. Copy this button ID of this button, and here write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Okay, now give that locator and say dot is displayed. This is displayed command will check whether this particular element having this ID locator is visible or present on the page or not. Okay, is displayed or present on the page or not. If it is displayed and present on the page, this command or this method will return true. Okay, string result I'll say, and I'll print out the result here. Okay, so not string, actual boolean you have to say, because true or false, right? Is displayed will return either true or false, so it should be boolean type. Now system.out.println, just print that out. Okay, now run the script, right click, run as Java application. After the script gets executed, you will see that true will be printed in the output console because this particular button is displayed on the page. Okay. Once the script got executed, you just see here the true got printed in the output console. So hope guys you understood what is the purpose of is displayed function in Selenium WebDriver to verify whether a particular element is present or displayed on the page. If the element is present or displayed on the page, this function, okay, of Selenium WebDriver will return true. Otherwise, it will return false. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between is displayed and is enabled functions? Let me answer. Coming to the first function, that is displayed, it will verify whether the element is present on the page or not, is available on the page or not. If the element is available on the page, is displayed will return true. If the element is not available on the page, is displayed will return false. It doesn't matter whether the element is in enabled state or disabled state. Irrespective of the state of the element, is displayed will return true if the element is available on the page. And coming to the another function, that is enabled function. Okay, so this function will return true when the available element on the page is in enabled state. And if the state of the element is in disabled state, then is enabled will return false. Okay, so for is enabled to return true or false, okay, the element on the page should be in enabled state for returning true. If the element is in disabled state, is enabled will return false. Okay, so that's what is the difference. So here coming to the difference between these two commands, is displayed will return, okay, is displayed will return true for disabled element also. Okay, so if you are specifically talking about the difference between is displayed and is enabled, is displayed function will return true even though the element is there in disabled state. Okay, it should be available, that's it. If it is in a disabled state, doesn't matter, is displayed will return true. But coming to the is enabled, it will return false for the disabled state element on the page. Okay, that's what is the exact difference. So let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to the Eclipse IDE where some sample Selenium code is there for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser, and for opening the application URL in the browser. After opening the application URL, I want to check this. If the element is, for example, I'll take one element, for example, this button 2 I'll take. Okay, button 2. So button 2 is present on the page, available on the page. So is displayed will return true for that. Okay. So driver dot find element. What is the locator for this locating this button? Inspect that. It has an ID. Copy this ID and write down by dot ID. Give the ID locator and say dot is displayed. This command will return true. This command will return true when the element is available on the page, irrespective of its state. Okay. So here I'll say boolean element 1. Okay, element 1 I'll say. Okay, and I'll print out. Okay, print it out. Element 1. If I use the same command with some button which is in disabled state, for example, this button is in enabled state, so is displayed will return true. For the button which is in disabled state also, is displayed will return true. Okay, it doesn't matter. The element should be there on the page. Okay, it doesn't matter whether that is in enabled state or disabled state. In both the cases, is displayed will return true. Now I'll write boolean boolean element 2 is equal to driver dot find element by dot id. I'll give the id locator of this button one. Inspect this button one as a bud1. Copy this and give it here and say dot is displayed. In both these cases, irrespective of that particular button is in enabled state or disabled state, true will be returned by the is displayed. We can see that two times the true statement will be printed in the output. Element 2. Now run this, right click, run as Java application. Now run this and observe that in both the cases, true will be printed in the output. So you see, both the cases true got printed. What if in place of is displayed, if I use is enabled. So the first button, that is button 2, is in enabled state only. Okay, whereas button 1 is in disabled state. So in this case, what will happen? This is enabled command will return true here. True will be printed. What about this one? If I use dot is enabled for this, in this case, this is enabled command will return false. False will be printed in the output. Okay, here true will be printed, here false will be printed. Fine. Here true will be printed, here false will be printed because this button is in enabled state, this button is in disabled state. But with is displayed, whether the button is in enabled state or disabled state doesn't matter. If the button is available on the page, is displayed was returning true in both the cases. But is enabled will return true in case of enabled button, false in case of disabled button. Okay, true and false will be printed now. So guys, you got the difference. Okay, this is what is the difference between is displayed and is enabled. Let the script run. Let's go here and you see true and false got printed as expected. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to assert the number of pages in a PDF document. Let me answer. In Selenium, by default, doesn't have any inbuilt mechanism to verify the PDF documents. Okay, so we have to depend on an external library known as PDF box library. By using this library, we can verify the PDF documents. Okay, so let me practically demonstrate how to use this PDF box library for asserting the number of pages in a PDF document in this with a practical demonstration. For that, I'll open the Eclipse IDE, and here inside this, I will create a test method public void. I'll say verify pages. Okay, I'll just give some name. And here on the top of this method, I'll just provide @test annotation. This will convert this normal method into the test-ng test method. Once it is converted to test-ng test method, now I need to add this PDF box library. Okay, because I need to use PDF. So I have to use this thing, PD document. Okay, I have to use this predefined class known as PD document here. Document dot. It's not going to work because this library is not there in this configured in this project, not configured in this project. Okay. So to get to use this predefined class from PDF box library, I have to go to this pom.xml file. In the pom.xml file, go to the dependencies tags. In the dependencies, add the dependency tags for PDF box here. Okay. So I'll just open the browser and search for MVN repository. In the MVN repository, I'll search for PDF box. Okay. Don't give any space here. Search it like this, PDF box without space, and you will get this Apache PDF box. Just click on this and you'll be taken to this page where you take the stable version. So far, this is a stable version. We have 2.0.28 for now when I'm recording the session. Copy this Maven dependency tags and come here and paste it. Okay, in the pom.xml file of the project, you paste it. Now save this. The libraries of this PDF box will be automatically downloaded and automatically configured in this project. Once the loading is done, just go and hover here. Otherwise a PDF document. Now you are getting some methods. Earlier you are not getting it. PD document dot, you are getting something. You just use this load of input stream. Here we have to give the input stream. Okay. So what is that input stream and all I will cover later. Now, first of all, I need to write this line. Web driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Okay. And over the mouse, import it here also. Import this Chrome driver class also. After that, driver dot manage dot window dot maximize, then driver dot get here provide the URL of the PDF. Okay, we have to provide the URL of the PDF. How to provide the URL of the PDF? For that, go here and Google search for simple PDF online. Simple PDF. Okay, here a simple PDF file Africa University is there. Click on that link. A PDF document will come. This is the URL of this PDF document. Okay, copy that URL and paste it here. That's it. Okay, this is the URL. Now, what I have to do next is after this, okay, before going here, pd document.load, before coming there, you have to do one thing. You have to specify, you have to represent the URL. Okay, URL, otherwise PDF URL is equal to new URL. Like this, you have to create. Okay, and import this URL from java.net. And here, this cannot be empty. Here, we have to pass the URL. Okay, so either you can pass this part, otherwise, okay, like this, you can represent the URL. Okay. Here you are opening this PDF, online PDF URL in the browser. And after that, you are representing this URL, this same URL you are representing as URL. Now say PDF URL dot open stream. Okay, you have to say open stream. This will return you the input stream. Okay, write down input stream is is equal to like this. Okay, over the mouse on this input stream and import from java.io package. Now give this input stream here in this method. Okay. Once you give this input stream in this method, hover the mouse and say add throws declaration. Ignore the exception. In real time, you have to use try catch blocks. Fine. pd document.load.is. Once we have loaded the PDF document, okay, this load method is going to return you an object of the PD document. Write down PD document, PDF document otherwise. Okay, here PDF document name is equal to like this. You can say now say PDF document. Once you have loaded the PDF document, document dot, you have a method to get the number of pages. What is that method name? Get number of pages. There is a method. Okay, get number of pages. This will get you the number of pages. Okay, when you have opened this PDF document here, how many pages are there? 2 are there. So this will return you the number of pages in the form of integer int actual pages in PDF document. Now here I'll write extend assertion saying assert equals, let's take one thing, and here we have to give the actual pages I'll give here, and here what is expected, let's say 2 only. Okay, I'm expecting 2. So if actual pages that are retrieved from the PDF document is equal to 2, then the test is going to pass. Otherwise, the test will fail, right? Driver.quit. I'll quit the browser. Now run the script. So this is a way to do it. If the test is passing means things are good. Right click run as test. So we are able to retrieve the number of pages and we are comparing the number of actual pages with the expected pages. Okay. So this is the logic we have to write. The test got passed. That means it's working fine. What if I give a different count here like 4? But actual pages will be 2 only, but 2 is not equal to 4. This assert equals will fail and the test method will fail. Right click, run as test. Just see here what's going to happen. It's not closing means something wrong happened. That is the test got failed. Okay, you see that test got failed because it found expected is 4 pages but found only 2 pages. That's the reason it got failed. Okay, that's the reason the test got failed. So it's working fine. This is a code, guys. This is a code. So if I give 2, it will pass again. Okay, anyhow. So this is a code for verifying or asserting the number of pages in a PDF document. For that, we need this PDF box library. Okay, and with this method, get number of pages method from PD document class, we can retrieve the number of pages. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is a test automation framework? Let me answer. Test automation framework is a set of tools, libraries, and guidelines that provide a structured approach to automate software testing. Okay, to understand this line, let's first understand this statement. Okay, think of a test automation framework as a framework for building a house. Let's say you are building a house. If you are trying to build a house, what is the first thing that you will do? First, you will create a structure, okay? Let's say like this one structure I'm creating. Just see here, this one structure. Before I start constructing the actual house and all, I'm just creating a structure, okay? Like this, some kind of structure I'm creating. I can also show you other like diagrams also, okay? So like this one structure I created, and after that I'll construct. Okay, after that I'll construct. I'll put everything into these blocks, and the house will be constructed later. Okay. So here framework is a structure. On top of that you are constructing, right? On top of that you will be creating the automation scripts. In a structured way, you are going to create the automation scripts. Okay. So this structure will be created with the help of some rules. Some rules will be there. Some rules, regulations. Okay. We'll be using some different tools in order to create this structure. Some tools are required like that. Okay. A set of tools, rules, and guidelines. Okay. Using which a structure will be created. That is, framework will be created with the help of these rules and regulations and okay, tools, etc. And by using this structure, we are going to build the automation scripts, create the automation scripts. Okay. So for example, if someone is constructing a house, structure of house before constructing. If I search like this, images, I'll go. You see these are some structures. You see this one structure. You can see in the image, a lot of structures are there on the right side, right? You see there is one structure here. Some pillars are there and all. First, we'll create a layout kind of stuff, like partitions will be there and all. On top of that, we'll build the house. Later, we'll build the house on top of this structure. Okay. So this is what is a frame. So hope you got an idea what exactly the framework. Okay. We just think in terms of building a house. Okay. When you are building a house, we have to first build a structure. Okay. A structure will be created. On top of the structure, we'll build the house. Similarly, here when instead of directly creating the automation scripts, okay. So what we do, we'll create a kind of structure. Okay. We'll create a structure kind of thing. That is nothing but a framework. Okay. Test automation framework is a set of tools, libraries, and guidelines. Okay. Rules and guidelines that provide a structured approach to automate software testing, to create the automation scripts. Hope you got the idea what exactly the automation framework is now. Okay. In order to create this structure, okay, in order to create this automation framework structure on top of that, where we are going to create the automation scripts, okay, we have to understand that this automation framework or automation framework structure consists of several components. Okay, it is made of different components which make this structure efficient and less maintainable. Okay, efficient, less maintainable, and easy to use. Creating the automation scripts also will become easy. Okay, if you don't have this framework in place, then maintenance will be high. Okay, efficiency will be less, and then this efficiency will be less, maintenance will be high, and also it will not be easy for you to create the automation scripts. Okay, so you have to write the code, driver dot find element, like that you have to write. But if you have the structure in place, it's very simple. Login page dot enter email, login page dot enter password, like that you will be writing the scripts. Okay, that is possible with the help of the structure. Okay, that is possible with the help of the structure. Fine. So what are the different components which make up this framework? Test library. Okay, automation framework will consist of these different components. One is a test library. So it consists of, library consists of some reusable methods or functions, or utilities, also methods and functions only, which will help us in automating. Okay. So you see, you should not be repeating the code. First of all, you should not be repeating the code while writing the automation scripts. If 10 scripts are there, each and every 10 scripts, let's say they are repeating some code. That code can be put into a method, and that particular method can be called by all these 10 scripts. Instead of rewriting the code again and again, simply put that reusable code into a method or utility or something, and then call that whenever required in the scripts. Okay, that collection of methods, functions, utilities, and utility methods will fall into the test library. Then test scripting interface. This is a place where in your framework where you start writing the code. Okay, automation code, automation scripts, where exactly you start writing that one. Okay, so this the way you write will be different. Why? Because it may not be something like driver dot find element. It will be something like login page dot enter email, login page. Some abstraction layer will be there. These methods will be called, and there the actual code will be already written. Okay, So, but test scripting interface is a place where you write the actual automation tests. Test data management, the place where you store the data. It can be in Excel files, it can be in database, whatever it is. That management of the data as part of the framework is called as test data management. And test execution engine, the place where you run the scripts, from where how you run the scripts. Okay, it's a sometimes you create a batch file and then you run the scripts, or you run the scripts from the framework itself. Okay, that area or section of the framework which can be used for running the scripts is test execution engine. Then reporting and logging component. Okay, these are area which is related to what type of reports you are using, and logging, why we have to generate the logs, because we cannot sit before the computer machine and see what's happening. Rather, after the all the scripts got executed, we can check our logs and see what exactly is going wrong. Okay, for troubleshooting purpose and all, you can use logging. And reporting, you want to get the results right in a particular centralized place. You want to see all the results. Okay, it all in one place, kind of thing. For all the scripts, whether the scripts got failed or passed. If they got failed, the screenshot should be embedded in the reports. Okay, like that. That is reporting. Okay, extent reports like that. You can take that as an example. Then test configuration and management. Okay, so here test configuration management generally we do with the test engine or something like a before method and after method, before method and after method kind of thing. The setup code will be there, tear down code will be there. That comes into test configuration and management, where you provide the application URL that you want to launch, then enter all the other details. Test configuration, whatever the environment details are required, that one. And then integration with CI/CD like Jenkins, all those things. Okay, GitHub, Jenkins, everything will come into this. Then error handling and recovery. Okay, so our framework should be capable enough to handle the exceptions. Try catch blocks should be mentioned in the framework. Okay, that comes into error handling. These are the different components. Different components. You see, because of these components only, the framework will be created in the structured manner. Okay, in a structured approach, with these components only, the framework will be created in a structured approach. Okay, with a set of rules and guidelines. Okay, with the help of some tools and libraries, with a set of rules and guidelines, a structured framework will be created, so that on top of this framework, now when you create an automation script, it will be more useful. Okay, so I'll give you one more example. Let's take one example where you are attending one session. Okay, I'll divide like this. You are attending one session. Here one trainer is there, here one trainer is there. Okay, so in this particular trainer, okay, has not given you any set of rules or regulations for anyone. So he didn't give you like some instructions like you have to be on time. Okay, so you have to put your mobile phones on silent mode. If you get in some urgent calls, you have to, without disturbing me, you have to go outside. Okay, without disturbing me. So then you have to bring your books and pens. All these instructions this person has not given. This trainer has not given. So what happens is still the class will go on. Okay, the session will go on. The training session will go on. And but the problem is a lot of disturbance in this classroom. Okay, so mobile phones were ringing, and people have not brought their pen and books and all. Okay, a lot of people came late, went out. People started disturbing the trainer, saying that, sir, I want to go outside and all the stuff. Okay, because of that, the training happened, but it has not been happened efficiently. Okay, and a lot of maintenance for the trainer, because trainer has to take care of a lot of stuff here. Okay, which is disturbing the class and all. People were losing the interest in the class and all. So this is without any framework. That means without any rules and regulations. But whereas this trainer, what this particular trainer has done is, he has imposed all the rules and regulations way before. You should be sharp by this time. Okay, and first you have to fill up these rows. Then you should put your mobile phone or silent mode. You have to carry a pen and book. Okay, and if you get any urgent calls, without disturbing the class, you have to move outside and come back. Okay, and all the instructions were given before starting the session. What happens? This session will happen efficiently. So this is the power of the framework. This is the power of the framework. In the framework, the rules and regulations will be there. Some structured approach will be there. Okay, the structured approach is possible with the help of set of rules and regulations, with the help of tools and libraries, set of tools and libraries with which the framework will be created, or structure will be created. And the framework, you already know, will be consists of different components, right? With the help of these components only, those rules and regulations will be applied, and tools and libraries will be used to get that done. And all these components will make this framework a structured kind of framework, which will make the things efficient, less maintenance, more efficient, less maintenance, and easy to write the automation scripts and many more benefits. So hope got the idea. Okay. Hope you got the idea. What exactly is a test automation framework? If you get this idea, whatever you feel felt good for you, this example or constructing house example, if you use them while explaining uh, this question in the interviews, then it will be all good. Okay. So this is all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to select a third value from a drop-down field in Selenium. Let me answer. This is possible with the help of select class, and in select class, there is a predefined method known as select by index. Okay. So if I give the select by index as 2, I can select the third value. Okay, 0, 1, 2. Okay, 0 is the first value in the drop-down field, whereas index 1 is the second value in the drop-down field. Index 2 is the third value in the drop-down field. Okay, by using this method select by index, which belong to the select class, we can select a third value from the drop-down field. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open this Eclipse IDE. Here, we already have some sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser. Here, we have to open the application URL. Let me open. So I'll open the sample application, that is omai.blogspot.com. So copy this URL and paste it here. Let me paste it. Yeah, it got pasted. About this application got opened. So in this application, there is a drop-down field. In this drop-down field, I would like to select this third option. First option is older newsletter. Second option is doc1. Third option is doc2. This doc2 option I would like to select. For that, I have to first create an object for the select class. Select is equal to new select. Select is a predefined class in Selenium. Pour the mouse on the select class and import this select class from Selenium library. After that, in this constructor, you have to give the web element of the drop-down field that you would like to select the option from. So let me create a web element for the drop-down field. Right click on this drop-down field and select inspect option. Once we select the inspect option, so this is HTML code of this drop-down field. This is HTML code of the drop-down field. It has an ID. Copy this ID. So here I'll write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID, the semicolon, and this is a drop-down field. Okay, I'll simply say drop-down field is equal to over the mouse create local variable. Web element will be created. Copy this web element and paste into this constructor. There it will be called. Now using this object reference, select object reference, you can call the method that is select by index and give the value as index value as 2. 0 means first value. 1 means index 1 means second value. Index 2 means third value. So this doc2 option should be selected here. Okay, let's see. Let's run the script. Right click, run as test ng test. See what happens. You see, doc2 option. That is third option, third value in the drop-down field. That is doc2 option got selected. So hope guys you understood how to select a third value from a drop-down field in Selenium. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to get columns from a table or column data from a table. Let me answer. So what does this question actually mean? Let me manually show you first. So let me take you to one sample application where this table is available. So if I say place, okay, if I give the column name as place, all the column data, that is Delhi, Pune, Bangalore, okay, Delhi, Pune, Bangalore, Mumbai should come, okay. This column data should come, Delhi, Pune, Mumbai, Bangalore, Mumbai should come. If I give the column header name as age, then all the column data, that is 22, 25, 29, 31 should come. like that. Okay, that is a requirement. Okay, that's what is the question is all about. Okay, don't get confused. How to get columns from a table means whatever the column name or column heading you give, that under that column heading, whatever the data is there, that you should retrieve. Okay, so how to do that? For that, we have to write the logic. Okay, so this is the logic that I have already written. So I'm going to practically demonstrate this logic for you in this session. Okay, this entire logic I'm going to demonstrate in this session. So let's switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample Selenium automation code already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window, and for opening the application URL in the browser. Once you open the application URL in the browser, okay, here is let's locate this particular table. Let's find this table. So for that, I'll right click somewhere, inspect, and here I'll select this option, and then move my mouse so that entire table will get selected. So this is the HTML code of the table, and this is the ID locator of the table. Copy this, come back here and write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Give the ID locator of the table. Put a semicolon over the mouse. So it will return you the web element. So just say table is equal to over the mouse and say create local variable. That's it. Done. Now you got the table. Now write down. Let's get all the headings of this table. Okay. The next step in this logic is after finding the table, after creating a web element for the table, the next step is we have to get all these table headings. Okay. How to get the table headings? Very simple. Driver dot find, not driver dot. Already we have located the table, right? I'll simply say table dot find elements. Okay. Under this table, HTML code, we are using this XPath expression to find the remaining part. Find elements, I'll say. I'll not say element, it'll say elements. Here I have to give double slash th. Okay, if you see the HTML code here under the table, okay, double slash th. Th means table, three table headings will be there. Okay, and already we have located the table, and from the table we are locating these three table headings. Th, three table headings will come. Okay, put a semicolon for the mouse. Table dot find elements. Here I have to say by dot XPath. I forgot to mention by dot XPath. Okay, it's done. Now it will return you the list of web elements. Okay, so here I'll say table headings. Table headings over the mouse. So create local variable. Table headings. Done. Now for each and every table heading, each and every table heading is a web element. So web element heading colon. Like this, we have to write the logic colon table headings. Okay, done. Now for each and every table heading, here you do one thing, that is get the text of the heading. Heading dot get text. So table heading text will come, and it will return in the form of string. So I'll say table heading text is equal to, okay. So now the next thing is, for each and every retrieve table heading, I would like to store this into a list, into one list. I'll create one list like this, list of string, I'll say, because these table headings are in the form of, when you are retrieving the table heading sets, they are coming in the form of string. So I'll say list of string, table heading text, okay, is equal to new array list of string. Here give circular bracket, import this array list from Java. Okay. Now table heading, whatever the table heading text you got, right? Dot add. Use the in list. We have the add command, right? So this text you add it here. Okay. For each and every iteration, all these three table headings will be retrieved, and those three table headings will be added as the list elements to this list of string. Okay. Table heading text list. Okay. Done. After that is done, next is now you need to in which column, okay, let's say which column data you want. Now you got all the table headings. So which table heading, okay, from which you want to get the data. Okay, here you want to get the column data from the name table heading, or you want to get the column data from the age table heading under the age table heading, or column data under the place table heading. What you want? So we have to provide that, right? Based on that, here I'll say string, instead of string expected, or otherwise column name I'll say otherwise. Okay, column name. What is the column name? You can give any name here, or you can collect this column name from the user also if you want. Okay, when you run the code, if you want to use that, I don't want to go there. Okay, but you can also do that. I am saying here I'll manually give the value like whatever the column. For example, I want to get the column data from this place. So I'll give the column name as place. Now in this table headings text, I have retrieved all the column headings and stored that into the table headings text list of string, right? Into the list. In this list, what is the index of this place? So definitely this name will be at the 0th index, age will be at the index 1, place will be at the index 2, right? Place will be at the index 2. So how to get the index value? Index 2 will come, right? How to get that index 2? Simple. So we have to say in this list, what is the index of this place? Index of, that's the method known as index of, and you just give this column name here. That's it. Okay, it will give you the index value of this column. Okay, int column index is equal to whatever the index of this column is, what 2 is coming. Okay, we have found the index of this place. So now we can create an XPath expression using which we can get all the column data. Okay, with the help of this index and all, we can do that. So how to create that? Again, I'll say table. Table means this already, this part. Under the table, I'll find the elements. Okay, table dot find elements by dot XPath. Here we have to customize the XPath a bit. I'll tell you how. /td. Because if you go here, this is HTML code of the table. So table data is in the form of TD. You see TD. Okay. But which column? 1, 2, 3. There's a first column, second column, third column. If you give in XPath expressions square bracket 1, it will come here. It will take Kishore, it will take Manish. Okay. If you give 3 means it will take locations like so Delhi, Pune will be taken if you give 3. So here what I will do is I'll just write the logic in a better way. By dot XPath. Here I start the circular bracket where I have to provide the index of the XPath plus, okay, plus here I'll give the column index. But here column index will be 2, 0, 1, 2. Okay, in case of list it is 0, 1, 2. So but here 0, 1, 2 means if you give 2 means it will take this one. Okay, in XPath it will take as age. 2 will be age in case of XPath, whereas 2 will be place in case of this list. So how to overcome that problem? I'll simply say plus 1. If the column index is 2, then it will become 3 in the XPath. Okay, third position. In XPath, we have to give the position, not index. Okay, so plus like this. Close it. That's it. Now you'll get all the column data. Okay. Whatever the column name you are giving here, if you are giving place means under the place, whatever the column data is there, that will all the places in that particular table under the place column header will be retrieved. Okay. And it will be retrieved in the form of list of web elements. I'll say column data is equal to, for the most, it will give the list of web elements as a return type. Now I'll simply write down, I would like to retrieve and print in the output console. Okay. For each and every web element, column web element column data otherwise here I'll say datas column data I'll say. Now here I'll write down so here I'll write down, I would like to print it out. Okay, so system.out.println column data dot, it is a web element, right? So dot get text. You get all the column data and print it. Finally, I'll quit the browser. Okay, driver.quit. So here, before running the code, you can see that in the table, Delhi, Pune, Bangalore, Mumbai, 4 places are there. Those 4 places should be retrieved because we are giving the column name as place. Okay, so let's run this out. Right click, run as Java application. You see all the 4 places, Delhi, Pune, Bangalore, Mumbai got printed in the output console. So hope guys you understood the logic for okay, getting columns from a table. Okay, this is the logic for getting the columns or columns data from a table. Okay, so if you give a different name here, for example, in place of the place, if you give age, all the ages will come. Whatever the data that is column data that is there under the age heading, right, table heading, that will come. Okay, instead of places, ages will come. You see all the ages came 22, 25, 29, 31. Okay, done. So hope guys you understood how to write the logic now for this. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how many scripts are you writing per day? Let me answer. The answer varies. Okay, it's not a direct answer. Okay, we cannot directly give an answer. Why? Because the test cases that you are automating may be simple test cases or complex test cases, right? Sometimes we automate simple test cases, which doesn't take much time. Whereas sometimes we automate complex test cases, which take a lot of time to automate. Okay, we cannot give a proper direct answer for this. Okay, because the test case can be simple or test cases can be complex. So let's say, let me give one example from my previous projects where I have worked. If I have to answer the same question, I will be answering like this, okay? So during my projects, okay? So in my projects, I worked on creating or automating the test cases. On a particular day, if I remember, I automated only one test case because that kind of test case took a lot of time. It's kind of complex and it took a lot of time. The entire day I spent my time on that single test case, okay? The next day I was able to complete or automate 5 test cases. So total how many test cases per 2 days? 1 plus 5, total 6, okay? So 6 divided by 2. How much you will get? 3. 3 test cases. Okay, 3 test cases. So you can say that we cannot give a straightforward count that on a particular day this many test cases can be automated. But on an average, like this with this example, I can say that from my previous experience and all, I can say that it's almost around 2 or 3 test cases can be automated per day. Okay, this is how you can give an answer for this question. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, which driver implementation will allow to run Selenium automation scripts in headless mode? Let me answer. There are 2 driver implementations, that is Chrome driver implementation and Firefox driver implementation, which will allow the Selenium to run the automation scripts in headless mode. First of all, what exactly is this headless mode? Let me explain that, okay? So, for example, I'll take the Chrome browser. So, Chrome browser, I'll say normal mode, okay? Whereas, other side, I'll say Chrome browser, same Chrome browser, but in headless mode. What is the difference? The difference is very simple. When you run the scripts in Chrome browser normal mode, you'll be able to visually see what's going on the screen, like how the browser is launching, maximizing, opening the application URL, and whatever the testing activities are being done. Visually, you can see everything on the screen. Okay, the browser and everything you can see along with the application and how the browser is closing, everything you can see visually. But coming to the Chrome headless mode, invisible mode, okay? Invisible scripts will be running in an invisible mode in the background. Okay, you will not see anything happening on the screen, but the test will complete. Execution will complete by the time. Okay, so let me show you practically how this visual mode and invisible mode looks like. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where I have this sample Selenium automation code. Don't worry what code is available here. There is some sample Selenium automation code. Now, if I run the script like this, right click, run as Java application, you will see that the browser will visually open. Browser will maximize. Browser will open the application URL. And after testing is done, browser will close. You see, visually we are able to see the browser and all. And we got the result. This is Chrome browser in normal mode. Okay. What if I would like to run the scripts in headless mode? You'll not see anything happening, but the test will be done. Okay. Invisibly, the browser will launch and all. We'll not see anything on the screen. So for that, for Chrome driver implementation, we have to add this. Okay. For the Chrome driver implementation, we have to add these two lines. Chrome options is called new Chrome options. Like that, we have to add. It's called new Chrome options. Now, hover the mouse on this Chrome options and import it from Selenium. Now say options dot add arguments, and here put double quotes, and in this give an argument known as hyphen headless, right? So after writing these two lines, one more thing you have to do, that is copy these options and paste it here in the constructor. Then only this headless mode thing will be applied to this Chrome driver implementation. Okay, if you don't provide these options where headless mode is set in this constructor, then things are not going to work. Now run the script, right click run as Java application. Observe that you'll not see anything happening on the screen. Okay, in invisible mode, the script will run. You'll not see the browser launching, maximizing, and all. You see already you got the result without the browser coming up on the screen. Okay, this is what is a headless mode. Hope you got the idea. But why people go for the headless mode? Because the scripts are faster. The scripts will run faster. There is no need of loading the UI. Okay, loading the UI on the screen. So the scripts are a lot of fast. There are a lot of they will execute with good speed. Okay, otherwise, okay, they will run faster or they will get they will execute with good speed. Okay, that is a headless mode. That's not nothing but headless mode. Coming here, the scripts are a bit slower than the headless mode. Why? Because visually we have to see. So grab GUI need to be loaded of the browsers and applications. So they will be a bit slower than. So when people want to run the scripts in a faster way, they may go for the headless mode. And one more reason, maybe like in the same machine, okay, in the same machine, you want to run your scripts, the same machine, you have some work. While the scripts are running, you want to do your work. So in case of visually, you will get interrupted, right? Every time you run the scripts, the browsers will keep launching and they will disturb you. But in headless mode, that will not happen. Okay, while you're working, the scripts are running in the background in invisible mode. Okay, those are the two advantages of people going for the Chrome browser or Firefox browser headless mode. Similarly, you can go with the Firefox browser also, Firefox driver implementation also. Firefox driver, I'll say over the mouse. And if I remove these options and remove this part, first I'll show you how the scripts are running in normal Firefox browser mode. It's not headless mode, it's a normal mode. Okay, you will see the Firefox browser launching, maximizing, and all the stuff in this case. You'll see the Firefox browser launching. You see Firefox browser is launching. We'll maximize, open the application URL. You can see everything happening on the screen. Testing will be done, close. You got the result here. Got the result here. Now, what if I would like to run the same thing in headless mode, Firefox browser headless mode? Firefox options is equal to new Firefox options like this. Import this Firefox options. Now say options dot add arguments. Here provide in double quotes provide hyphen headless. Now copy these options and paste in the constructor of the Firefox driver. Now run the script. You'll see that the scripts will run in the Firefox browser headless mode. You see the scripts are running in the Firefox browser headless mode now, right? You have visually nothing came. Let me run it again. Visually nothing came on the screen. No Firefox browser, nothing. You see, I'm running it again. You'll not see anything on the screen. Directly you will get the result. You see, you directly got the result. Okay. So this is what is running in the scripts in headless mode in Selenium. These driver implementations, that is Chrome driver and Firefox driver, are the two implementations which are allowing to run the scripts in headless mode. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the purpose of running scripts in headless mode? Let me answer. So first of all, what is this headless mode? Let me explain. For example, there is a Chrome browser in normal mode. It's a normal mode. Okay. Same Chrome browser now is in headless mode. What is the difference? Headless mode. What is the difference between normal mode and headless mode? When you run the Selenium scripts in normal mode of the Chrome browser, you'll be able to visually see what's happening. Okay, that is, you'll be visually able to see how the browser is opening, maximizing, opening the application URL and testing the application and closing. Everything you can see visually. But in case of headless mode of the same Chrome browser, the scripts will run in invisible mode. You cannot see what's happening on the screen. Okay, you cannot see what's going on the screen. So the scripts are going to run in invisible mode in the background. Let me show you practically how the visual mode will look like. That is normal mode of Chrome browser and invisible mode, that is headless mode of the Chrome browser looks like. So here we have some sample Selenium automation code. Okay, don't worry what code is written here. So simply run the script and see. You can visually see what's happening on the screen. Like you can visually see the Chrome browser launching. In a while, you see the Chrome browser will launch. Visually, the Chrome browser launched, maximized, opened the application URL, tested and closed, and you got the result also. Everything is fine. What about this invisible mode then? Here, I need to add some lines. That is Chrome options. Options is equal to new Chrome options. I need to create an object for the Chrome options. And using this object reference, add arguments. And here in double quotes, give hyphen, 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 headless. And put a semicolon here. Now copy these options and paste it here, so that it will be applied to the Chrome driver. Now run the script. This time also the script will run, but you will not see anything happening on the screen. Directly you will get the result here without any visual loading of the browser and application, etc. See, test is being run and you got the result without the visual interface coming up. This is what is called as a invisible mode. Okay. Similarly, we have the same thing in Firefox browser normal mode and Firefox browser headless mode. That's okay. But the main thing here is, what is the purpose of running? Why we have to run is the question. Okay. You understood what is the normal mode, what is headless mode. Okay. But why? Why people have to run the scripts in invisible mode, that is headless mode? Why headless mode is the question. What is the purpose of running scripts in headless mode? The first answer is faster execution of the scripts. Okay. Your scripts will run faster. Why the scripts are going to run faster? Why? Because visually, no graphical user interface is required. Okay. In case of headless mode, there's no visuals. There's no graphical user interface need to be loaded on the screen. So definitely the scripts are going to run faster in headless mode because there is no GUI of the browser or no GUI of the application where the scripts testing is being done and etc. Okay. So faster execution of the scripts. So if your team wants the scripts to run very fast, then headless mode. Then one more thing. Let's say there is a situation where you have to run, you have some work in your computer. The same computer machine, you have to run your scripts. Same time. You have the work and at the same time, you have to run the scripts. What will happen? If you go with the normal mode, every time a browser launches, your work will get disturbed, right? You'll not be able to multitask here. Okay, while the scripts are running, you cannot do other thing in your machine. So in case of headless mode, this will not happen. So as the scripts are going to run in invisible mode and in the background and nothing will get interrupted. So whatever the work you do, you can parallelly do while the scripts are getting run in the invisible mode, you can do your work. So other advantage we get is multitasking. First advantage, faster execution of scripts because of no GUI. Multitasking because no GUI or no in the background without getting interrupted, scripts are running. So you can do whatever the work you want while the scripts are running on your machine. So these are the two advantages, okay, or the purpose behind why people go and run their scripts in headless mode, okay, Selenium automation scripts in headless mode. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. These two lines are the answers. For understanding these two lines, you have to understand the headless mode, what is headless mode and all. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, why did you choose Selenium in your project when there are so many test automation tools that are available in the market? Why? Because Selenium is open source and free. Okay. So open source, the code written by developers for developing this Selenium tool is open publicly. Okay. Anyone can download, edit, modify, and create a new tool out of it. Okay. that is open source. Since it is open source, automatically most of the open source tools are free in the market. Most of the open source tools are free. Selenium, despite of being so much popular in the market, okay, being used by many people in the market or many companies and projects in the market, still it is free. Okay, that has increased its popularity. Okay, why a lot of people use it despite of being so much popular and powerful tool. It's a powerful tool and it's also popular, and at the same time it's free and open source. This is the main thing that is making everyone to choose Selenium over other tools. Okay, so then community support has good community support. Okay, so very active and large community is there for Selenium. So if you have any doubts, any discussions you want to follow, you want to learn Selenium, okay, so whatever it is, okay, so good community support is there for Selenium. Then language support. It's not that only in one programming language you can write the Selenium automation scripts. Selenium supports multiple languages. Okay, you can write your Selenium automation scripts either in Java, C Sharp, Ruby, Python, JavaScript, and many more. Okay, and browser support. You can run your automation scripts on all the popular browsers that are in the market, like Chrome, Firefox. Okay, then Edge browser, Safari, like that. Okay, so all the popular browsers in the market are supported by Selenium. Then OS support. All the popular operating systems are supported by Selenium. Okay, whatever the popular operating systems in the market are there are supported by Selenium. So Windows, Mac, Linux, these are the popular ones. Rich feature set. So despite of all this stuff, it is a powerful tool. Okay, Selenium is a powerful tool having advanced features. Okay, rich features are there, like executing the JavaScript code. Okay, executing the you can run the Java you can run the JavaScript code from Selenium. Okay, there are some commands in Selenium using which we can run the JavaScript code also. Okay, few things which are not possible with Selenium, by running the JavaScript code from Selenium will be possible. So that kind of advanced flexibility is there in Selenium. Handling cookies and capturing screenshots, parallel testing, and many more. Rich feature set. Selenium has a rich feature set. That's why it's kind of popular and powerful in the market. And at the same time, it's free. So it's making, a deal where everyone is using that. Third-party integrations. Selenium is so flexible that it doesn't restrict you to use a particular reporting mechanism or something. You can whatever the popular reporting mechanisms are there in the market. For example, if you like extent reports, you can integrate Selenium with extent reports. If you like Allio reports, you can integrate Selenium with Allio reports. If you like test engine reports, you can integrate Selenium with test engine reports, like that. Okay, it's flexible. Whatever the things you like in the market, there are a lot of libraries that are there openly available. So those libraries can be integrated with Selenium to get the best out of it. Okay, since Selenium is kind of flexible and it allows to integrate with the third-party libraries and tools. Okay, it's becoming popular. Okay, the integration with testing frameworks, reporting libraries, and other libraries like POI API, etc. Okay, so that integration is also making the Selenium even more powerful. Okay, apart from having the rich feature set, its capability of integration with third-party integration is making it even more powerful. Because of all these factors, Selenium, okay, I have chosen Selenium in our projects. Okay, we have chosen otherwise. Okay, we have chosen Selenium in our projects for automation compared to other tools that are there in the market for automation. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the advantages and disadvantages of running Selenium automation scripts in headless mode? Let me answer. First of all, what exactly is this headless mode? Let me explain that first. So I'll compare two things here. I'll take one of the browser which supports running Selenium automation scripts in headless mode. That is Chrome browser. Okay, two browsers will support that. One is Chrome browser, other one is Firefox browser. They both support running of the automation scripts, that is Selenium automation scripts in headless mode. For example, I will take the Chrome browser, and here I'll mention it is a normal mode. Okay, it's not headless mode; it is a normal mode. I'll compare this normal mode of Chrome browser with headless mode. Okay, this is headless mode of Chrome browser. What's the difference? When you run your Selenium automation scripts in normal mode of the Chrome browser, you can visually see. You can visually see how the scripts are getting executed. That means you can see how the browser is launching, how the browser is maximizing. You can visually see how the browser is opening the application URL, testing, whatever the testing that is there in that automation script, how the testing is being done, and finally the browser getting closed. Everything you can see visually. Let me show you practically. For example, here I have some sample Selenium automation code. Don't worry what code this is and all. This is some sample automation code. Now let me run this code. This normal Chrome browser I am running. Okay. In the normal Chrome browser I am running, not in headless mode. Visually, you can see what's happening on the screen. That is, first it will open the browser. You'll see visually the browser is getting opened. You see the browser, you can see that maximize, open the application URL, tested, and we got the result also here. That's good. Okay. Visually, we can see. But in headless mode, we cannot see. Invisible mode. The scripts are going to run in invisible mode in the background. Okay. In the invisible mode, in the background, the scripts are going to run. So how to convert this code into the invisible mode? To that is Chrome headless mode or invisible mode of running in the background. For that, we have to, since it is Chrome driver, we have to create an object for Chrome options. Okay. Options is equal to new Chrome options. Okay. So I'll explain the actual question is advantages and disadvantages. Before explaining the advantages and disadvantages, you need to know, first of all, what is headless and, and all those stuff, how to run practically in headless mode and all those stuff. Okay. That's the reason I'm explaining all this stuff. Chrome options dot add arguments, and here write down hyphen headless. Okay. Put a semicolon and copy these options. Apply these options to this Chrome driver. Now run the scripts. You will not see anything on the screen. When you run the scripts, you will not see. The test will be done. The script will run. But in the background, in invisible mode, you cannot see the browser opening, maximizing, all those things. You will not see anything. Okay. Directly you will get the result here. You see, directly got the result without you visually seeing anything happening on the screen. Okay. The script got run in the background. So that's what is running the scripts in the headless mode. But now, what is the advantages of running the scripts in headless mode? What are the disadvantages of running the scripts in headless mode? Coming to the advantages, the first one is faster execution of the scripts. Okay. Why? When you run the scripts in headless mode, okay, the scripts will be way faster. Why? Because headless mode doesn't need to load any UI, right? No graphical user interface need to be loaded on the screen. So ultimately, obviously the scripts will be faster because there is nothing to load. Because there is nothing to load, the scripts will run very fast. Okay. So because invisible mode doesn't need any GUI, that GUI requires some, will slow down your process. In normal mode, the GUI is the GUI of the browser, maximizing of the browser, everything GUI is there. That is not required in headless mode. That's why the scripts are going to run faster because there is no need to load any GUI while running the scripts. Second thing is, when you are running the scripts, okay, when you are running the scripts, you can do your work in your laptop. Okay, other things you can do. Okay, whatever the work you want to do, you can do. Okay, while you are running the scripts, it can be any number of scripts. Without any interruptions, you can do your tasks on your machine. Okay, in the same machine, if you are doing work, in the same machine you are running the scripts, then no need to worry much. Okay, no need to worry much. The scripts will run in the background without interrupting you. But in the normal mode, every time that visual browser will launch and it will interrupt your work. Okay, so these are the advantages. But what are the disadvantages of running the scripts in headless mode? So people go for headless mode of running the Selenium automation script for faster execution. That's the main reason. Whereas disadvantages, visually we can't see anything. That's the only disadvantage. Okay, visually we can't see what's happening on how the script is running. We cannot see visual because there is no visual GUI. So since the visual GUI is not there, you cannot see if any particular test is failing. Visually, you cannot confirm something because of this, the test is failing and all. You cannot visually see the failures and all. Okay, failures in the test you cannot see. So these are the disadvantages. Okay, advantages, disadvantages. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for this question in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to pass a test execution for 5 seconds at a specific point in our automation script. For example, in our Selenium automation code, at a particular line or script, when you mention a particular line, it should pass the test execution for 5 seconds. What is that particular line you have to mention? That is thread.sleep. Okay. When you mention thread.sleep in your automation code, anywhere or any line or any point, at that line, when the execution comes to that particular line where this thread.sleep is mentioned, okay, it will pass the execution for given number of seconds. Here, for 5 seconds, I have to mention 5000 milliseconds. Okay, thread.sleep of 5000 milliseconds. That is nothing but 5 seconds. Thread.sleep of 5 seconds. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse ID where we have some sample Selenium automation code written for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser. Here, I need to open the application URL. Let me open the application URL. Copy this URL. Paste it here. Some sample code I'm writing. After that, I'll be using thread.sleep to pass the execution for 5 seconds or whatever the time. So here I would like to enter my name. Inspect. It has an ID. Copy this ID of this text area field and write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID dot send keys. I'll enter my name like this. Okay. Put a semicolon. After entering my name, let's say what I want to do here. I want to select this radio button otherwise. Okay. Inspect this radio button. ID is called radio 1 is there. Copy this. Here driver dot find element by dot ID. Give the ID of that radio button and say dot click. Then after that, I would like to click on this button. When I click on the button, alert will come. Okay, inspect this button. It also has an ID. Copy this ID and write down the step. Like that, some sample Selenium automation code I have written by dot ID dot click. Now, if I run this code, it will be a bit fast. Okay, the script will run fast without any delay or without any pass. The script will run from starting to ending. The script will run without any pass. You can see that. You see, it has entered my name, selected the radio button and clicked on the button so that the alert came, but it was very fast. So between every action, I would like to pass the execution for 5 seconds. So wherever I want to pass, after opening the application, I would like to pass this for 5 seconds. Thread dot sleep. That is before typing my name into the text area field, I would like to make it sleep for 5 seconds. So I have to give it in milliseconds, 5000 milliseconds. Over the mouse and ignore the exception. It will be added here. Fine. And after that, here, after entering the name, I would like to for 5 seconds. Okay, wherever I want to halt it, it's not only 5 seconds, you can also give 3 seconds if you want. Okay, so the question was asking for 5 seconds, but you can give 3 seconds, 2 seconds, whatever the time you want to give, you can give. Thread dot sleep. I'm just giving like 2 seconds here. That's it. Let's run the script and see what's happening. The execution should pass. After opening the application URL, the execution should pass for 5 seconds. After that only, it has to type my name into the text area. The execution will pass, and after you see it has not typed my name. After 5 seconds, it has typed my name. After some 3 seconds, you will select the radio button. After 2 seconds, it will click on the button, and you got the alert. Okay. So this is how we can pass the execution during the runtime. Okay, with the help of thread.sleep with milliseconds of time. Okay. So that's all for this session. Hope you got the answer for this question. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to get the HTML source code of a particular web element in Selenium WebDriver. Here, we need to retrieve the HTML source code of a particular web element, not the entire web page. For example, if I open this application URL in the browser, so we don't have to get the HTML source code of this entire page. Rather, we have to choose a particular element. Let's say this text area field. So whatever the HTML code which is there for this text area field, only that HTML code we have to retrieve. How that is possible in Selenium WebDriver is the question. The simple straightforward answer is element dot get attribute. Okay, get attribute. In that you have to write outer HTML. This will get you the HTML source code of a particular given element here. Whatever the element you are giving here, for that element's HTML code will be retrieved. Okay, by doing this, by writing this code. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open Eclipse ID where we have some sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser, and for opening the application URL. I'll just copy this URL and paste it. And after that, I would like to create a web element, okay, element for this text area field, for which I would like to retrieve the HTML code first. Right click inspect and you'll get this ID. ID is a locator. I'll simply write down driver dot find element by dot ID, provide the ID of the text area field and say, put a semicolon, create a web element. Okay. So this is nothing but text area field. Okay, is equal to the field is equal to, this is a web element I created, and I'll say web element dot get attribute command. Okay, give the get attribute command. Inside this pass. Okay, inside this provide outer HTML like this. Okay, outer in lowercase, HTML in uppercase like this. Okay, then quit the browser. This will get you this statement will get you the HTML code of the only that particular text area field, not the entire web page. Okay, that will answer our question. Okay, let's see. In the output, we should get the HTML code of only this text area field, not the entire web page. Okay. Let's see. Let me run it again. There was some problem. Are we getting anything? No. I think you see, I have retrieved it, but I never used it, right? I have to store into the string element HTML. Okay, element source code or element HTML, whatever that you can say. System.out.println. Okay, and here paste it. Okay, I was not printing it. I forgot to write those two lines. Okay, so whatever the get attribute is retrieving that particular HTML code of that field, right? That we have to store into the string and store as string and print it out. Okay, that I have not done. So that's why we are not getting any output. Now it will come. When you are printing, it will get. Let's run and see. This time you should get, you see the HTML code of only that particular text area field got retrieved and printed. Okay, not the entire web page. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is how to get the HTML source code of a particular web element in Selenium WebDriver. This is how using get attribute of outer HTML by providing that you can retrieve. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the different driver classes that are available in Selenium WebDriver's API? Let me answer. There are different driver classes in Selenium WebDriver API. These are the ones: Chrome driver, Firefox driver, Edge driver, Internet Explorer driver, Safari driver. Then we have remote web driver, event firing web driver, and Chromium driver. These are the different drivers that are available when I'm recording this session. Okay, these drivers may keep changing. Okay, some drivers may expire and all. Okay, earlier we used to have Opera driver. It is not there now. Okay, in the list like that. Okay, so things will keep changing. So what is the best place to find what are the latest driver classes available for Selenium WebDrivers API at that particular point of time? For that, you simply have to open this browser and go to the official website of Selenium. Okay, selenium.dev, and go to the downloads page. In the downloads page, if you scroll down, you will see the Selenium clients and WebDriver language bindings. Here, come to Java and click on API docs. Now click on all classes. Now Control F and type or search for WebDriver. When you search for WebDriver, you see you got the WebDriver. Click on this WebDriver, and here this is a WebDriver interface. It has some implementing classes, which are all nothing but the driver classes. You see, all the implementing classes of this WebDriver interface are nothing but the driver classes. Chrome driver, whatever the list I had mentioned, that will be there. Or at your time, okay, whenever you are checking this, things may change in the official website, right? So Chrome driver, Edge driver, Firefox driver, Internet Explorer driver, Safari driver, remote web driver, event firing web driver, and Chromium driver for now. Tomorrow, this list may change in this website. Okay, we don't know. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what automation tools could be used for post-release validation, that is post-release testing with continuous integration, okay, or in continuous integration. Let me answer this. After the software gets released into the market, post-release means after the software gets released into the market, we have to perform some testing or validation in a continuous integration manner, okay, with the help of some automation tools. What are such automation tools we generally use, okay? So these are the tools: Jenkins, Selenium, JUnit, Cucumber, Postman, Docker. Okay, these are the general tools. Okay, people, different projects, different companies may use different tools. We have alternatives for Jenkins, we have alternatives for Selenium, like that. Different tools are there. Okay, but to give an example, okay, if this question comes and you have to refer to one example, right, then you can refer Jenkins. It is a CI/CD tool. Okay, okay, continuous integration tool. This is a Jenkins is a continuous integration tool, can be used for continuous integration and delivery purpose. Okay, to continuously integrate and delivery, we use Jenkins, and using Jenkins we can automate. Okay, using Jenkins we can automate the process of testing. Okay, uh, the test will run, automated test will run automatically. Okay, here what Jenkins is automating, Jenkins is automating the starting of the test. Okay, how to execute the test is getting automated, not tests are getting automated. Selenium will automate the test, whereas these automated tests are run automatically by Jenkins, like that. Okay, Jenkins will automatically initiate the execution of the automation scripts which are created in Selenium or any other tools. Okay, like that. It will automate the execution of the scripts, not the tests. Okay. So perform code analysis, deploying the application to different environments and all will be done by Jenkins. It's a CI/CD tool. Okay, continuous integration and delivery tool. So which plays a major role in continuous integration and delivery after the software gets released into the market. To perform testing, Jenkins is compulsory. Okay, all these tools will work along with Jenkins. Okay, Selenium to be integrated with Jenkins, JUnit to be integrated with Jenkins, Cucumber to be integrated, Postman to be integrated, Docker to be integrated with Jenkins. Jenkins is the major one. Well, coming to Selenium, you already know Selenium is a test automation tool. Okay, which automates the web application, right? So these Selenium automation scripts will be integrated with this Jenkins, and Jenkins will run all these automation scripts created with the help of Selenium UI automation scripts. JUnit is all about unit testing purpose. Okay, for unit testing, for unit testing purpose, there are different unit testing frameworks like TestNG and many are there. But I'll take one example like JUnit. Okay, so run unit test to verify the correctness of individual units of code. Unit for unit testing purpose, this unit test will be run again by this JUnit will be integrated with Jenkins, so that Jenkins will run the Jenkins will automate the execution of the unit tests which are created in JUnit. Okay, Jenkins will automate the execution of the UI tests, UI automated tests created with help of Selenium. Okay, coming to Cucumber, Cucumber will help you to write the automation scripts in a human readable format. Okay, these scripts also can be integrated with the CI/CD tools like Jenkins, so that Jenkins can initiate the or automatically execute the automation scripts created with the help of this Cucumber tool. Okay, Postman is for API testing. Okay, so Jenkins will integrate this. Postman can be integrated with Jenkins, so that Jenkins will automatically execute the API tests which are created in Postman tool. Okay, and coming to the Docker, it is a containerization platform. Okay, so lightweight platforms which doesn't take much space, where the scripts need to run and all those stuff. Okay, where the execution should happen and all. Okay, so this is the platform or environments where the all these tests need to run. Okay, Jenkins can be integrated with Docker, so that Dockers are containerization platform where platforms are going to be very lightweight. Okay, and customizable, and all the scripts are going to run on this Docker. Okay, so hope guys you got the idea like what automation tools could be used for post-release validation with continuous integration. They are Jenkins, Selenium, JUnit, Cucumber, Postman, Docker, for example. Okay, these are not the only tools. There are many other alternative tools there in the market which also can be used for this purpose. Okay, so just to give an example, in case of you get a question in this kind of question in the interviews, you can give this answer. Okay, you can give this example if you want. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, does the latest version of Selenium WebDriver support or automate mobile testing or mobile applications? The answer is no. Selenium can only automate web applications. Selenium cannot automate or support desktop or mobile applications. Then how to automate the mobile applications and how to automate the mobile testing? With the help of another tool known as APM. Okay, there's one more tool in the market known as APM, which supports mobile testing or mobile automation testing. Okay, but Selenium can only automate the web applications. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So even the latest version of Selenium WebDriver doesn't support mobile testing. For mobile testing, we have to go for another tool known as APM tool. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the major difference between XPath expressions and CSS selectors? Let me answer. Since only one major difference they are asking, so the answer is XPath expressions are powerful when compared to CSS selectors. Okay, this is the major difference. When compared to CSS selectors, XPath expressions are powerful. Why? Why XPath expressions are powerful than CSS selectors? Why? Because in XPath expressions, we have a concept known as XPath axis, using which we can traverse forward and backward. I'm going to practically demonstrate this, how to use XPath axis in XPath expressions to traverse forward and backward. Whereas in CSS selectors, we can only traverse forward. Okay? We can only traverse forward, but we cannot traverse backward. Hence, XPath expressions can locate most of the elements. Okay? That CSS selectors, whatever the elements that CSS selectors cannot locate, that can be located with the help of XPath expressions, because XPath expressions are powerful when compared to CS selectors because of this XPath axis, using which we can traverse backward and forward. Okay, both. Whereas CS selectors only forward. Okay, so there are a few more things. Earlier, we used to say CS selectors are in high priority when compared to XPath expressions. Okay, whenever you get a chance to locate a particular element, you prefer to choose CS selectors over the XPath expressions earlier. Why? Because earlier we have a browser known as IE browser, which is now deprecated by Microsoft, and Microsoft is company is encouraging everyone to move to Edge browser now instead of IE browser. So in IE browser, the Selenium scripts used to fail because some XPath expressions were not considered properly by the browser engine of IE. Okay, that was the problem. But CS selectors who used to work very well in IE browser. But nowadays, this IE browser is now deprecated and discontinued by Microsoft. Hence, there is no need to worry. Okay, right? So you can either pick XPath expression or CS selectors, both at the same priority level. No need to worry much. But I prefer XPath expression because they are more powerful when compared to CS selectors. Okay, the speed wise, very slight speed is there. It's not a main thing. Okay, speed is not a main thing. Even XPath expressions are faster. CSS selectors are a bit faster. Okay, so let me explain whatever I covered here. So first thing is XPath expressions are coming to the XPath expressions, they are powerful because we have a concept known as axis, XPath axis concept, using which we can traverse forward and backward. Whereas CSS selectors, when compared to XPath expressions, they are less powerful. Why? Because here we don't have XPath axis concept. You can only traverse forward. Okay, we can only traverse forward. Okay, fine. Now, next thing is here. Earlier, XPath expressions were not. Now also, whatever it is, IE browser engine doesn't support XPath expressions well. Okay, IE browser engine doesn't support XPath expressions well. That means the scripts used to fail. Not all XPath expressions, some XPath expressions they used to fail the scripts. Okay, because IE browser remaining all browser engines good, but IE browser engine was not supporting the XPath expressions well. But here CSS selectors supported well. Okay, supported well. But now the things got changed. That is, IE browser itself got deprecated. IE got deprecated, right? IE browser got deprecated, discontinued by Microsoft. So no need to worry about this step, right? Whether it supports or doesn't support, doesn't matter. Okay, this difference was the older one, but now Microsoft company is asking everyone to use Edge browser, so there is no need to compare this difference or something. Okay, but you should have the idea why earlier CS selectors were used over XPath, were given the priority over the XPath, but now why the XPath and CS selectors are having the same priority. Okay, that you have to understand. Coming to the speed, their CSS selectors are a bit faster, small amount. Okay, these are also faster, but they are a bit faster. So just because of this line, you cannot take CS selectors as a priority and all. So consider the powerfulness and all. I generally prefer going with XPath expression. Okay, in my application when I automate. Okay, I straightforwardly go for XPath. Okay, in terms of priority when compared to CS selectors, because they are powerful and they can traverse forward and backward. Okay, whereas CS selectors only forward. Let me practically show you how to traverse backward and forward, and how CS selectors can traverse forward, only forward. I'm going to show you. For that, I'll open one application URL. umai.blogspot.com. And in this application URL, or I'll go to another web page here, compendium dev page, which is very simple. Just 2 paragraphs are there. Right click inspect. So now this is HTML code, and here I'll say Control F and create some XPath expressions or whatever it is. Now with the help of HTML, I would like to locate head. I would like to traverse down. So how to do that? /HTML /HTML slash okay slash child : head. You see, with the help of this XPath access, I can locate the head. Now with the help of head, I'm locating head. With the help of head, I would like to locate HTML slash what is that? Parent : HTML. You see, I can traverse backward also. From head, I went back. Okay, this is what is called as traversing backward and forward. And I have used XPath access, simple XPath access to demonstrate that. What about in CSS selectors? In CSS selectors, HTML. Okay, greater than head plus body. You see, we can traverse backward. There is no minus symbol to traverse from body to head. Okay, that is not there. From head to body you came. From head, plus means in CS selectors, plus means you are traversing forward with body. Okay, HTML greater than head plus body, like this. You can traverse forward, but you cannot traverse backward. Okay, so that is what is CS selectors. So the main difference or major difference between XPath expressions and CS selectors are XPath expressions are powerful when compared to CSS selectors. That's the major difference. Apart from nothing is there. Okay, so remaining all are minor. Okay, minor differences. I have practically demonstrated also this for you. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to select a checkbox in Selenium. Let me answer. In order to select a checkbox in Selenium, we have to use a command known as click command in Selenium WebDriver. Let me practically demonstrate that for you. Let's switch to Eclipse IDE, where we have the sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window, for opening the application URL in the browser. After opening the application URL in the browser, like this, for example, after opening the application URL in the browser, I would like to select a checkbox field. Let's say I would like to select this blue checkbox field, okay? This blue one. Inspect this. And it has an ID. Checkbox 2 is the ID. Copy this ID and come back here and say driver dot find element by dot ID of the checkbox field that I want to select, and simply say dot click. That's it. Now run the script and you will see that the checkbox will get selected. Is it running? Right click, run as Java application. So open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, and then open the application URL. After opening the application URL, it will select the checkbox field, that is blue checkbox field on the application page. Let's observe the blue checkbox field on the right side. You see the blue checkbox field got selected with the help of Selenium, the help of Selenium WebDriver command known as click command. So hope guys you got the answer for this question, that is how to select the checkbox field in Selenium with the help of this click command in Selenium WebDriver. We can do that. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to verify whether the checkbox option or radio button is in selected state or not. Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have a command known as isSelected command, using which we can verify whether a particular checkbox field or radio button are in selected state or not. If they are in selected state, isSelected command will return true. If they are not in selected state, then isSelected command will return false. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to the Eclipse IDE, where we have some sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window, and for opening this application URL in the browser. Okay, once application URL is opened in the browser like this, then I'm going to check whether this checkbox field is in selected state or not. Okay, this checkbox field is in selected state, this checkbox field is in not selected state, deselected state, or whatever it is. Okay, so How to verify whether this is in selected state? Inspect this. So inspect this. It has an ID. Copy this ID and write down here driver dot find element by dot ID of the checkbox field, which is in selected state. Okay. Here I'll say field is equal to over the mouse create local variable return type will come. Web element got created. Now I'll write the logic like this. If field dot is displayed, if this checkbox field is displayed, then print it out. Then print out saying checkbox field field is in selected field is selected field is in selected state, otherwise selected state. Else write down system.out.println, write down field is not in selected state, field is not in selected state, and then quit the browser, private.quit or whatever it is. Okay, now run the script, right click run as Java application. You will see that field is in selected state will be printed for the checkbox field one, that is field is in selected state should be printed in the output. So let's see, you see field is in selected state got printed in the output. So one more thing, here we have the blue checkbox field. Now I'll give you the ID of this blue checkbox field, which is not in selected state. For that, what should be printed? Else block should be executed and field is not in selected state. It should be printed. Here I'll update the ID. So I updated the ID from checkbox 1 to checkbox 2, and this is displayed will return false. Since it is false, it will go to the else block and field is not in selected state should be printed for the checkbox field. Right click run as Java application. Field is not in selected state should be printed. Field, okay, still field is in selected state is getting printed. Why? Sorry, I just gave a wrong command here. I forgot. Is selected, right? Is selected. I just typed is displayed. So I have to check with checkbox 1 again. The first checkbox field again. Checkbox 1, copy this. Now you will get the proper result. So I mistakenly typed that command is displayed instead of is selected. Field is in selected state. Now I'll give the another checkbox field for this non-selected checkbox field. Checkbox 2, save it, run it. Field is not in selected state should be printed. Field is not in selected state got printed. Okay, field is not in selected state got printed. Okay, it is working fine. Is selected is working fine. So you can also do this with the radio buttons also. Just now we checked with the checkbox fields. Here we have the radio buttons. For example, this bike radio button is not in selected state. So value bike in, I'll give an XPath expression here, /input at the rate value is equal to, I'll say bike. Is it locating? Yes, it's locating only one element, that is bike radio button. Copy this XPath expression and give it here. By dot XPath, give the XPath expression of that bike radio button, which is not in selected state. Now run the script. Field is not in selected state should be printed for that. Field is not in selected state got printed. Now go back here and here we have the radio button which is in selected state. Inspect this radio button which is in selected state. Control F /input value is equal to bicycle. This one is in selected state. Copy this and here change it to bicycle. See, this is located. Okay, so fine. Copy this XPath expression of this bike radio button which is in selected state. Paste it here and run the code. Field is in selected state should be printed. Field is in selected state should be printed now. So you can use this is_selected command either with the checkbox fields or radio buttons, up to you. Okay, and it will return true when they are in selected state. It will return false when they are not in selected state. Okay, field is in selected state got printed. So hope guys you got the answer for this question, that is how to verify whether the checkbox option or radio button is in selected state or not by using the is_selected command is the answer. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is an alternative way to click on a button in Selenium? Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, there is a direct command known as click command, using which we can click on a button. But sometimes this click command of Selenium WebDriver may not work. Okay, in very rare real-time cases, you may come across this kind of situation where click command of Selenium WebDriver may not be able to click on a button or any element. Okay, in such cases, you can go for an alternative way. Okay, where you can click on a button with the help of JavaScript executor. Okay, instead of the direct command of Selenium WebDriver, you can use a JavaScript executor to perform that click. Okay, if the normal click command is not working, go for the JavaScript executor and then click it. Okay, with the help of JavaScript, by running some JavaScript code, you can click it. So let me practically demonstrate how to click on a button with the help of this JavaScript executor. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have this sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window. Here we need to open the application URL. So I'll open this sample application URL. Or else I'll take you to this tutorialsninja.com, another sample application. I'll take you to the login page. So copy this URL of the login page and paste it here. Okay. So once we go to this login page, I would like to click on the login button. So inspect this login button and create a web element out of it. Okay. So copy this value, create an XPath expression, /input, @value is equal to give the value. Okay, it got located. Copy this XPath expression and here write down driver dot find element by dot XPath, give the XPath expression and say create a web element. Okay, so this is login button, right? Login button is equal to like this. Okay, over the mouse and say create local variable. Okay, now there is a direct command in Selenium WebDriver, that is a login button dot click command. Okay, not clear, click command dot click. Okay, this is a direct command. So in some cases, this click command may not work. Okay, so in such rare cases where click command is not working, you can click on this login button with the help of JavaScript executor. By running some JavaScript code, you can do that. How to do that? For that, I'll just type the driver, this WebDriver's driver, and provide circular brackets here before the driver and write JavaScript executor. Okay, like this I'll give. Dot. Okay, JavaScript executor. Put a semicolon here, and here write down JSC is equal to over the mouse and say create local variable. The same JavaScript executor will come here. Now hover the mouse on JavaScript executor and import it from Selenium library. Okay. After that, take this object reference, that is JSC object reference, copy this and write down here JSC dot execute script. JSC dot execute script. And here, in place of the argument, you give the web element, that is login button. And here, write down arguments of 0. This is at the index 0. Okay, this particular argument is at the index 0. So arguments of 0 dot click, like this you write down. This is a JavaScript code, you have to write in double quotes. Okay, you have to write this JavaScript code in double quotes. Okay, you can put a semicolon if you want, if you here. Okay, so now okay, so let's see whether this login button is being clicked. If it is clicked, what will happen? If the login button is clicked without its credentials, you'll get this warning. This warning message is coming means the login button got clicked with the help of JavaScript executor. Right click, run as Java application. Let's see whether the login button is getting clicked. You see, the login button got clicked, then only you got the warning message. With the help of JavaScript executor, by writing this code, we were able to click on the login button. Okay. So hope guys you got the alternative way. Okay, you got the alternative way to click on a button. That is with the help of JavaScript executer. Okay, if normal click is not working, then people generally go for the JavaScript executor's way of clicking. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how can you find the value of different attributes like name, class, value of an element in Selenium? Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have a command known as getAttribute command. To this command, we have to pass the attribute names like name, class, value, etc. to retrieve the value of that particular attributes of the element. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample Selenium automation code already written for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser window, and here we have to open the application URL. So let's take this application, that is omaya.blogspot.com. I'll copy this URL and paste it here. Once the application URL is open, what I would like to do here is I would like to take this drop-down field. I'll inspect this. So I'll create a web element for this drop-down field with the help of this ID. Copy this and write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Give the ID locator of the drop-down field. Put a semicolon here and write down here drop-down field is equal to drop-down field. Over the mouse, say create local variable. Now write down drop-down field. Okay, write down drop-down field dot get attribute. Okay, this is a command I have to use. Get attribute is a command. To get the which attributes value, I have to pass one attribute name to this get attribute command. For example, if you look into this HTML code of this drop-down field, there is a name attribute. What is the value? Sitemap. I would like to retrieve the sitemap. I'll copy this name of this name attribute, and here in get attribute command in double quotes I'll paste. So get attribute of name of this drop-down field means it will retrieve this sitemap value. Okay. So here as a string, okay, string value or something I'll just say, or v I'll say, otherwise system.out.println. I'll just print v. Okay. And after that I'll quit the browser. Driver.quit. Now run the code. Right click, run as Java application. The value of that name attribute will be retrieved and printed. Just see. The value of the name attribute, that is sitemap, got retrieved and printed in the output console. Okay, done. So fine. There is one more attribute known as class whose value is combo box. If you want to retrieve this combo box, then copy this and give that attribute name here, that is class. So combo box need to be retrieved and printed in the output console. You see, combo box got retrieved. The value of any attribute can be retrieved with the help of the get attribute command. So for example, I would like to get the value of this value attribute. Okay, this is another element. It has an ID. Copy this ID and just put it here. I'll say ELE. Okay, it's not a drop-down field, right? EL element dot get attribute of here value. Value is a name. So whose value is what? ABC should be retrieved. Okay, here I'll give value. So ABC value will be retrieved. Just print it out and run this. ABC should be printed in the output console. ABC should be retrieved and printed in the output console. You see, ABC got retrieved and printed in the output console. So hope guys you understood how to retrieve the value of different attributes like name, class, value of an element in Selenium using this command known as get attribute, to which we need to pass the attribute name. So that it will get the value of that particular provided attribute name. Okay. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to verify whether a button is enabled on the page using Selenium. Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have a command known as isEnabled command, using which we can verify whether a button is in enabled state or disabled state. If the button is in enabled state, isEnabled command will return true. But if the button is in disabled state, isEnabled command will return false. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have the sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window. And here we need to open the application URL. Let's say I'll open this sample application, omaya.blogspot.com, and paste it here. Now, I would like to find a button. Let's say there are two buttons here. I'll take the first button, button 2. This is the button 2. This is an enabled state. You see this particular button, you can click it. Okay. It looks like it's an enabled state, right? This button is in enabled state. So I would like to find whether this particular button is in enabled state or not. Okay. For that, I'll inspect this button. You'll get the HTML code of the button. It has an ID. Copy the ID of this ID locator of this button and simply create a web element. Driver dot find element by dot ID. double quotes, give the ID locator of the button and create the web element. So here, write down button is equal to over the mouse and say create. Return type of this find element will come here, that is web element. Once you have located the button here, okay, then I would like to know whether this particular button is in enabled state or not. Okay, I'll write down if button dot, this is a web element, right? Button is a web element dot is enabled. Okay, you see it's returning you the boolean value. Is enabled will return either true or false. If this button is in enabled state, is enabled will return true. Will go inside the if block. Okay, block will be executed if it is true. System.out.println, I'll write down button is in enabled state. Else, I'll write down else. System.out.println, button is in disabled state. Okay. So finally, I'll quit the browser. Driver.quit. That's it. Run the code, right click, run as Java application. Let's see what will be printed. Button is in enabled state should be printed because that particular button to whatever I provided here is in enabled state. So button is in enabled state should be printed. It got printed. Okay. Now I'll do one more thing. There's one more button here known as button 1, which is in disabled state. Okay. You cannot perform any operation. Inspect this disabled button. So it has an ID. Copy the ID of the disabled button and just change the ID value here. Now this button is in disabled state. So is enabled command will return false. We'll go to the else block and button is in disabled state will be printed. Run the code. This time button is in disabled state should be printed. Let's wait. We open the browser, maximize, open the application URL and verify whether the button is in enabled or disabled state. Since it is disabled state, button is in disabled state got printed. So hope guys you got the answer for this question, that is how to verify whether a button is in enabled state or disabled state on the page in Selenium. In Selenium WebDriver, using this command known as is enabled, we can do that. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what kind of mouse actions can be performed using Selenium automation tool? Let me answer. There are several mouse actions that can be performed with the help of Selenium automation tool. They are mouse left click. Okay. So you can perform mouse left click using the command known as click command. Okay. So there is one class known as actions class. By creating an object for the actions class and using that object reference, you can call this command, click command. Okay. For mouse left click. We can also do double click. Okay. With the help of this command known as double click, which also belongs to the same actions class. Then right click, context click. Okay. Is a command for right clicking. Okay. Mouse right clicking. This is mouse double click. This is mouse right click. Then click and hold. Mouse click, that is left click and hold. This is drag and drop. Okay, if you want to drag an element using the mouse and drop it somewhere else, this is the command. Drag and drop by. Okay, another variation of drag and drop where drop by which will drag and drop to certain extent. Okay, you have to specify how horizontally or vertically how much you want to drag and drop. Okay, so move to element for mouse hovering. Okay, this is another command known as move to element command. There's another command known as move to element command, using which we can move the mouse onto a particular element and hover. Okay. So these are the several mouse actions that can be performed in Selenium automation tool. Mouse left click, double click, right click, click and hold, drag and drop by, and mouse hovering. Okay. So for sample, I'll demonstrate one of the few of these commands. Okay. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, then maximizing the browser. And here I need to open the URL. Let me open this URL, omai.blogspot.com. Copy this URL and paste it here. After opening this, what I want to do here is I want to move my mouse. Okay. Currently, you can see my mouse pointer. I would like to move my mouse onto this blocks menu and select Selenium by Arun. This option I would like to select and click. Mouse left click I have to do. Okay. First, I need to move my mouse onto blocks. From there, I have to move to the Selenium by Arun. And after that, I have to perform left click, mouse left click. How to do that? For that, first I need to create an object for actions class. Actions is equal to new actions. Okay, actions is a predefined class in Selenium over the mouse, which contains all the methods or commands for simulating the mouse actions. Okay, After importing this here, we have to pass this driver. You have to pass the driver. Then now write down actions dot. Okay. I would like to move the element, move to element. Okay. Move to element. Web element I have to give. Which element I have to move to the blocks menu. Okay. Blocks element. Okay. Inspect this blocks. It has an ID. Copy this ID and create a web element here. Before you move here, you just create a web element here. Driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID of that blocks. Like semicolon. Here say blocks. For the mouse. Page. These blocks you copy and these are web element you are copying. After moving the mouse onto these blocks, after that I need to move to Selenium buyer. Inspect this, which is like some XPath expression or something you can create for this Selenium buyer text. Copy this. Control F /A. Okay. /span text is equal to. Okay. Now it got. Cannot see here, but it got located anyhow. Copy this XPath expression. And here say dot, again move to element. From there you have to move to the element. Which element? This element, driver dot, find element, by dot, XPath. Provide the XPath expression, put a semicolon. Here write down Selenium by Arun option, right? Over the mouse and say create local variable. This web element got created. Here also you provide the Selenium by Arun web element, okay? Then I have to perform left click, okay? For that, there is a mouse click command. For this commands, move to element, click command to work. At the end, we have to end with dot build. Multiple commands are there, so we'll use build dot perform. If you don't provide this dot perform, these commands will not be executed, okay? So we have to build these commands. Multiple commands are there, we have to build and then perform, okay? Fine. This will do the required thing. Right click, run as Java application. Should open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, then open the application URL. Then I'm not going to fiddle my mouse here and there. I'm just going to leave it. Just see what's happening on the screen. My mouse need to hover onto the music. It has to perform left click. Done. Okay. With the help of mouse, we have done this. So just for sample, I have demonstrated this move to element and left click. Similarly, you can try this double click, right click and hold, drag and drop by all these other mouse actions that can be performed in Selenium automation tool. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what kind of keyboard operations can be performed in Selenium automation tool? Let me answer. There are several keyboard operations that can be performed in Selenium operation tool. They are, first we can enter the text, okay? So whatever the keyboard keys we use for typing, right? Okay, with the help of this send keys command, okay, whatever the text you provide inside this send keys command, like this, for example, send keys of, in double quotes, I have provided this text, okay? With the help of keyboard keys, all this text will be typed into the specified web element, okay? Let me practically demonstrate this entering of the text. So I'll switch to this Eclipse ID where we have the sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window. Here I need to open the application URL. Let's say I'll open this URL, omai.blogspot.com. In this application, in this text area field, I would like to type my name, okay? So for that, I'll use send keys command. So how to use that? Driver dot find element by dot. Here inspect this text area field into which I want to type the text using the keyboard keys. Copy this and by dot ID, give the ID of the text area field, and you have to use a command known as send keys. Okay, it will send the keys, characters. Okay, keys, whatever the keys need to be typed, that will be typed. Okay, so a series of keys. Okay, here A key, R key, U key, N key, like that. Okay, so keyboard typing, keyboard keys typing will be done with the help of send keys command. Now run this code and see whether that is happening or not. Very simple command, send keys, which will type the text into the required text area field with the help of keyboard keys. Let's see here what's happening. The text area field, my name got typed, okay, with the help of the keyboard keys. Okay, this is the first thing. Then pressing keyboard key. Okay, if you want to press a particular key like enter key, okay, then we have to use the same send keys command. So how to do that? For example, I'll do one thing. I'll just go to another application, tutorialsninja.com/demo application. I'll directly go to the login page. I'll copy this URL and of the login page and directly provide it here. So I would like to do one thing, that is here. I would like to click on the login button without entering credentials. If you click on the login button, what's happening? This warning will come. Okay. Now, how to click on the login button? Inspect this login button. So I'll create an XPath expression to locate this login button. So with the value login, /input @value is equal to login. The login button got located. Copy this XPath expression for login button. Driver dot find element by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression of the login button and say dot send keys. Here I'll say keys dot enter. Okay, keys dot enter, like this you have to type. So send keys will press this key, press and release the key. Okay, it will immediately press and release the key. It will immediately press and release the key. So enter key will be pressed and released. Okay, with the help of send keys. Let's see whether the login button is getting clicked and released or not. With the help of these send keys, apart from typing the keys, okay, we can also press the. Can also do this. You see, warning. No match for email address and password. If you want to get it done slow, we can do this. So thread.sleep I'll add. Thread.sleep, let's say some 3 seconds, 3000 milliseconds. That is 3 seconds. Now run this code. You can see it properly now this time. After 3 seconds, you'll get the warning because it is pressing the enter key on the login button and login button is getting clicked. After 3 seconds, login button will be clicked and this warning message came. So this is how we can press and release the key with the help of send keys. Okay, this is another kind of keyboard operation you can perform in Selenium automation tool. Pressing key combination of keys. Okay, like Control A, Control C, Control V, like that. Okay, so you can also do that. So I'll go to this application. Anything I can do, let's say this one, I would like to Control A here in this field. I would like to Control A, Control C, and in this field, Control V. Okay, this text in the text area field, I would like to copy into this text area field. So how to do that and all, we'll try it out. Okay, so here I'll come and paste it here. Done. Then after going to this application, what I have to do? Inspect this. It doesn't have any ID or something. It has a title though. How to locate this then? How to locate this text area field? With the help of this heading, we have to locate text area field to Control F /H2 text is equal to. Okay, this label got located. Under the label, we have this text area. So /following text area. Let's see what will happen. It's locating only one element, that is this text area field. Okay, this is getting located. Copy this. And now I'll write down the code here. Driver dot find element by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression of that text area field to the semicolon here. Because it's kind of lengthy, I'll create a web element out of it. So text area field 2, okay, is equal to for the most 3h. Done. Then what I will do? Text area field 2 dot send keys. In the send keys, I will say keys dot. Okay. So I have to say control A. Keys dot control plus A. Like this we can give. Okay. Like this. Control A. Okay. Control A dot yeah. After that, text area field by ELD field by ELD to dot send keys dot control plus control A, control X. I'll say X otherwise. Let's see what will happen. It should cut. For example, in this, if I say control A, control X, you see it will cut, and control B have to do here. Okay. Let's do this. Do this. Okay, then let's try this. Then into the text area field 1. So let me locate the text area field 1, inspect this text area field 1 as a TA1 as ID, copy this ID, and write down driver dot find element I dot ID of the text area field 1. Here I'll say dot send keys dot control plus V, control V. Okay, like this we'll do. Control A, control X, control V. So from this text area field, you are copying and cutting the text. Control A, control X means copy and cut will happen automatically, and control V will paste. Let's see that is happening or not. We'll have a delay time here. Okay, so just for demonstration purpose, let's have this thread dot sleep of. I'll just give 2 seconds everywhere. See what's happening step by step. Okay, let's run this code. Rightly run as Java application. Just for demo purpose, I added the wait timings in the code. Control A, control X, text area field, control V happened. You see it worked properly, right? Control A, control X, and control V happened. So this is how we can, okay? We can press key combinations, okay? So this is how using send keys command itself, we can perform the keyboard operation like key combination. And apart from this, in actions class, we have key up and key down classes, okay? Along with send keys also is there in this key up and key down in actions class, okay? So coming to send keys command, for example, send keys of keys dot enter, it will immediately press and release a key. This send keys will immediately press and release a key, whereas key down and key up, if you say key down, it will press the key and doesn't release. Okay, until we say key up, it will not be released. This key will not be released until you say key up. Key down means press and hold. There itself, it will be down. Okay, it will not be released. Key will not be whatever the keyboard key that is pressed on the keyboard will not be released. When you say key up, it will be released. Okay, so that flexibility. But send keys is like immediately pressing and releasing the enter key here. Here, control key is pressed down, but it's not released. Okay, when you say key up, it will be released. It will be released. Okay, so that's the only thing. So if you have to use key up and key down, you have to use actions. Okay, so I'll do one thing here. I would like to go to this application and I would like to move my mouse onto this compendium dev and say control key, click left click using mouse, and it will open in the new tab. Okay, just observe what's happening. Otherwise, this link is also this link, not this link. This link's only. Okay, so what I will do here is, okay, just observe what's happening. Once my mouse is here, I'm pressing and holding the control key. I'm not releasing the control key and I'm doing left click. If I don't press and hold the control key and directly click on this link, it will open in the same tab. You see, this compendium dev link will open in the same tab if I directly press left click of the mouse. But if I press control key and when I click, you see, this will open in the new page, new tab. Okay, like this. You see, all these website pages will be opened in the new tabs like this. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like this. Okay, all these pages will be opened in the new tabs. Let's do that. Okay, let's open all these links in new tabs. Okay, how to do that? Let me show you. So I'll just clear all this stuff and same application, so no need to worry. First I'll create an object for actions class. Actions is equal to new actions, and I'll just pass a driver here. Over the mouse on these actions, import. Now say actions dot move to element. Which element? This element, let's say compendium dev element. Inspect this. It is a link text. Copy this. Okay, copy this and write down driver dot find element by dot link text. Provide the link text of the element. This is let's say link 1. Okay, link 1 is equal to. I'm just making it simple. I can write it better way, but just for demonstration, I am writing this level of code. Don't worry about that. I'll just create copy this. Private dot find element by dot link text. Use the link text of this link with a semicolon and say link to here, link to all the web elements, whatever that is required here. I'm just creating it ago. I'll not go for all the links. Otherwise, just 3 links is fine, right? 1 to 3 links will be fine. Let's not waste time. So driver dot find element by dot link text. Use the link text of the third link and simply say simply say link 3 is equal to over the mouse and say create a local variable. Now link 1, move to element link 1. Okay. After that, I'll simply say dot key down. Key down. Okay. Key down. Then say keys dot control key. Okay. Control dot. I'll say click. Click. I am saying click. Mouse left click. This will open the link in this particular link in new tab. Okay. Dot. Then I have to release it. I have to release the key now. After clicking, after mouse left click, then I have to release. Okay. Key up. Then key, which key I need to be released? Control key need to be released. Okay. Done. So this is one thing. So similarly, but this actions commands to work. For all these action commands to work, at the end you have to add dot build dot perform. Otherwise, they are not going to work. Okay. Remember that. Now the other one is copy this line. Mostly same for almost every line. Here link to link after link 1 link 2 then link 3. Now run this code and see whether all these links are opening in new tab or not. If they are opening means key down key up are properly working. Okay. You see all the 3 links, this compendium only, testing block, test wisely got opened in the new tabs. Okay. It is working fine. Whatever I demonstrated is working fine. Okay. So here in the actions also we have the same keys. I'm not going to demonstrate that, but in actions also we have the same keys. If you want me to demonstrate, I can do one thing. So for example, here if you come to the tutorialsninja.com/demo, I'll show you one way how to use send keys here. Login. I'll directly go to the login page, copy this. One example I'll give otherwise. Okay. Then after going to this page, I have to enter the text, right? I enter the text into this. So let's say I would like to use only the keyboard keys to do all this stuff. Okay. So first I will just type the email address. Then from there onwards, I will use the keyboard keys. Okay. First I will type the email address. Driver dot find element by dot ID. Mostly ID will be there for this email address field. Inspect this. An ID of this email address. Copy this and here give that and say dot send keys. Okay. And here I would like to give one email address. Let's say this one. Don't know whether font is there or not. We don't know, but let's use some random. Okay, no problem. After typing this, I would like to press the tab. When I press the tab key, you see it's coming here, right? It's coming here. So I'll do one thing. I'll just actions is equal to new actions driver pass the driver actions dot send keys. Here also you can use send keys. Not only driver dot send keys, but also actions dot send keys you can use. Keys dot which key? Tab key. Tab key. Keys dot tab. So it will be immediately released. After pressing the tab key, it will be immediately released. Unlike key down and key up. Okay. Here the send keys will be immediately released. Okay. I don't have to key up again. Once done, here I can do dot send keys. I can type the text also. Okay. This password, let's say 12345 is the password I would like to enter. Not only for pressing the keys, we can also use for typing the keys. Okay. After 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then I would like to press tab. 2 times I have to press to get to the login button. I have to press 2 times tab. Okay. So send again dot send keys dot twice I have to press the tab key. Tab. Then send keys dot send keys dot app. Then finally dot, here I would like to press the enter key. Okay. After going here, I would like to press the enter key like this. Okay. You will get the warning message. That's okay. Keys dot enter. Enter. Okay. And at the end, you have to add dot build dot perform. Don't forget to do that. Okay, semicolon. So like this, we can use send keys command also with actions class to perform the keyboard key operations. Okay. There are variety of things that are possible in Selenium automation tool. Let's say we'll go to the login page, enter the email address, password, and click on the login button. You see everything happened. With the help of keyboard keys, we have done this. So hope guys you got the idea of the different, what are the different kind of keyboard operations that you can perform in Selenium automation tool. Okay. So all these are the different operations with the practical demonstration I covered in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can barcode be automated using Selenium? The answer is no. We cannot automate barcode using Selenium. But what exactly is a barcode? Let me show you. So just Google search the barcode, you'll get this some images. Okay, barcode looks like an image. Okay, so you see this is what is a, these are the examples of some barcode or whatever it is. This kind of barcodes cannot be automated. Okay, this kind of barcodes cannot be automated. Selenium doesn't have any inbuilt library to automate such kind of barcodes. Okay, so the answer is simply no. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to locate a link using its text in Selenium. Let me answer. In order to locate a link using its text in Selenium, we have to use a locator known as link text locator. There are different locators in Selenium like ID, name, class name, XPath, CSS, link text. Okay. But link text is the locator which will locate the link with the help of its text. Okay. So let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open this browser and show you an application where there is a hyperlink. Okay. So let's take this particular compendium div link. Okay. If I want to click on this link, I need to locate this hyperlink. I would like to locate this hyperlink with the help of link text. Okay. Right click on this hyperlink, inspect. You'll get the HTML code of this hyperlink. As you can see, there's a hyperlink with anchor tags. There's some text between the anchor tags. Starting of the anchor tag, ending of the anchor tag. In between that, some text is there. This particular text can be used as a link text locator. Okay, link text locator, which will help us in locating this particular link on the page. Okay, copy this text between the tags, which is nothing but link text locator. Come back here, and here first write on otherwise. Okay, driver dot find element by dot right. Use the locator link text locator and the text between the anchor tags. You just paste it here. Okay, and say dot click. That's it. Very simple. Dot click. The semicolon here. Provide the application URL. Done. Now run the script. The script will click on the link. Okay, with the help of the link text, we have located the link, hyperlink, and we are performing click operation on that link. Okay, so let's see whether we'll be navigating to that page or not after clicking the link. Okay, from the Omaya page, we have to go to another page after clicking the link. You see, the link got clicked. We get navigated here. We got navigated here. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, write the program to locate and fetch all the links, that is hyperlinks, on a specific web page in Selenium. Let me answer. In order to locate and fetch all the links on a specific web page using Selenium, we have to use this command, driver dot find elements. Instead of element, we have to use elements. In that, we can either provide by.xpath and /a, or we can provide by.tag name, and in that mention the tag name as a. Anchor tag is a tag for all the hyperlinks. In order to locate all the hyperlinks on the web page, we have to locate with the help of tag name a, and this should be find elements. It should not be find element. If you say find element, it will locate only one hyperlink. If you say find elements, all the elements on the page which are having the anchor tag A will be located. That is, all the hyperlinks on the page or links on the page will be located with the help of this. So let me practically demonstrate this for you so that you will see the complete location and fetching of the links. Okay. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window, and for opening the application URL. Here I need to provide the URL. So which URL? I'll show you one application URL. I'll go to this website, tutorialsninja.com/demo. I'll go to the login page. Directly, I'll give the URL of the login page. On this login page, whatever the hyperlinks are there, I would like to retrieve everything. Okay, like this. On the login page, whatever the number of hyperlinks are there. Okay, all the hyperlinks I want to locate and fetch. So how to do that? For that, we have to simply say driver.find elements. Instead of element, we have to use elements and say by dot. Either you can say XPath and then in double quotes you give /A. This is one way, or you can also simplify this by writing by dot tag name and give the anchor tag. Okay, this is also fine. Any method is fine. The semicolon. This find elements will return you a list of web elements. Okay, I'll say links is equal to over the mouse. The return type will be list of web element. Okay, in Java we have the list collection list. So now we got the links. Okay, so if you want to count number of links, so there's another thing like we can simply say system.out.println links.size. This will get you how many links are there. Okay, but if you want to retrieve or fetch all these links, okay, whatever the links that got located here with the help of this method and all, right? If you want to retrieve and print their names and with the hyperlinks and all in the output console, then you can write a logic here. That is, for each loop you can write for each and every link is a web element. Copy this web element. For each and every link is a web element. Link colon links. This links list links. Okay. For every link in links, this for loop will iterate. And here I'll write down link dot get text. Okay, link dot get text. It will retrieve the text between the tags of the hyperlink string link text. Link text I will say. And one more thing I'll retrieve string link URL. URL of the link. Link how to get the URL? Link dot get attribute. Get attribute you have to say. And in that you have to specify the attribute name, that is href attribute. Every hyperlink will have this href attribute having the URL of that particular link, right? Here string we have to write. And you can print it out now. System.out.println link text plus give some space hyphen and say plus link URL. Okay, link URL. Like that you iterate. And finally you say driver.quit. That's it. Save this, run the code. When run the code, all the links will be retrieved for each and every link. This loop will be iterated and it will be printed. Right click run as Java application. For every hyperlink on the page, the text will be retrieved and the links will be printed. Okay, you see? Here you see? I think it's better. I should not be okay. Print ln only, right? That's okay. No problem. Link text is not coming. So for some links, text between the tags is not there. They came blank. You see this for my account, the text came and the URL came. Okay. So not all the links will have the link text. Some links will not have the link text. Only URL came for some links. And how many links are there? Total 81 links. In that 81 links, few doesn't have URL. Few doesn't have the name and only URL they have. Okay. Such kind of things got printed blank name. Okay. Blank name got printed. Remaining all, for example, wish list is the name and this is the link of the wish list. Okay. You see, like this, everything got printed. Open cart and this is the website name. So hope guys, you understood how to write a program to locate, not only locate, but also fetch all the links on a specific web page using Selenium. Okay, with the help of this command, we can do that. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how can we run test cases in parallel using TestNG in Selenium automation? Let me answer. In TestNG, we have an attribute known as parallel attribute. Okay. This attribute we have to specify in testng.xml file. Okay. And this attribute can be specified with the values like tests inside the double quotes, classes inside the double quotes, methods inside the double quotes, or instances inside the double quotes. Any of these 4 values you can specify to this parallel based on your requirement. And this attribute need to be used along with another attribute known as thread-count. Okay, and you have to start giving it from 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. Whatever you want. How many tests you want to run in parallel, that number you have to give here. If you give one, it doesn't matter, right? It's not parallel execution at all. Okay, so thread count should be more than one for parallel execution. Whereas parallel is equal to, it can be either tests, or it can be classes, it can be methods, it can be instances. Okay, so let me practically show you this. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. So here we have a project, okay, framework or project, whatever you call. And here we have this testing.xml file. And here, beside the suit tag, inside the suit tag, you can write parallel is equal to, in double quotes, give. Okay, you can give anything, you see. You can give tests, or you can give methods, you can give instances, you can give classes. Okay, any of these four values you can give. Tests, you can give tests. Okay, this should be accompanied with one more thing, that is thread hyphen count is equal to. You can give anything. For example, if you want to run 3 test cases in parallel, okay, at a time. So give the thread count as 3. Okay, this will enable the parallel execution, whereas this will give how many test cases need to run in parallel. Okay, so in place of the test, you can also give methods, or in place of the test, you can give methods or tests, you can give classes. In place of these methods, tests and classes, you can give instances. Okay, like this. Any of this you can give based on your requirement, and your tests are going to run in parallel. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you get the height and width of a text box field using Selenium? Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have a command known as getSize command, using which we can get the height and width of any element, not only text box field, any type of web element. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have this sample Selenium automation code already written for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser window, and here we need to open the application URL. Here in this example, I'll take this demo application, that is tutorialsninja.com/demo application. Okay. So when I go to this application on the home page, you see there is a search box field. I would like to get the height of this search text box field, and width of this. This is the height, and this area is the width. Okay. I would like to get the height and width of this search box field. Inspect this, right click, inspect the search box field. This is HTML code of the search box field. It has a name locator. Copy this name, and here write down fiber dot find element by dot name, give the name locator, and create a web element. This is nothing but search box field, okay, or search box text field, whatever it is. Over the mouse, say create. Return type of this find element, web element will come here automatically. Now take this web element and say dot get size. Okay, get size. This get size when used will return you the dimension. Okay, will return you the dimension. Okay, object reference of the dimension. Simply say search text box field dot get size command. It will return you the dimension. As I already mentioned, it will return you the dimension. Here simply say d is equal to. Now the return type of the get size will come here when I say hover and say create local web. You see dimension came here. Now simply to get the height and width of this search box text field, simply write down system.out.println d dot height. This will get you the height. System.out.println d dot width. This will get you the width. Now finally, I'll quit the browser. Okay, after getting the height and width of that particular text box field. Okay, I'll just run this. In the output, you will get the height and width of the search box field. Any text box field, any element, you can get the height and width. Okay, you see, we got the height as 40 and width as 374. So hope guys you understood how to get the height and width of a text box field or any element on the web page using Selenium automation, using this command known as getSize command. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, which package can be imported while working with WebDriver? Let me answer. When you are working with WebDriver, we have to import a package known as r.openqa.selenium. This is a package. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have a project which is already configured with Selenium. Now, let me write this line here. WebDriver, driver, the semicolon here. Now, you see, when you are using WebDriver, the compiler is giving an error because in order to use this WebDriver, we have to import a package that is org.openqa.selenium. Hover the mouse on this WebDriver and you see import this WebDriver interface from which package? org.openqa.selenium package. Okay. This is a package from which WebDriver interface need to be imported. Import org.openqa.selenium. Okay. From this WebDriver package, WebDriver interface got imported from this package. So hope guys you understood which package to be imported while working with WebDriver interface, that is org.openqa.selenium. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the purpose of deselect all method in Selenium WebDriver? Let me answer. Using this deselect all method or command, we can deselect multiple options in a multi-selection box field at a go. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where some sample Selenium automation code is already written for opening the Chrome browser for maximizing the browser window. Here we need to open the application URL in the browser. Okay. So which application? Let me take you to one sample application, this application, omega.blogspot.com. Copy this URL and paste it here. Once you go to this sample application, here we have a multi-selection box field. I would like to select multiple options here. So what I will do here is I'll just first create a web element for locating this, for finding this multi-selection box field. Right click inspect. So this is the HTML code of this multi-selection box field. It has an ID. Copy this ID of this multi-selection box field. Copy this ID and create a web element. Driver dot find element by dot ID. Give the ID locator of that multi-selection box field. Put a semicolon. And here say multi field, I'll say just short form I'm giving multi-field over the mouse, create local variable. Okay. Now create an object for the select class. Select is equal to new select. Like this, create an object for the select class. Over the mouse on the select class and import it from Selenium. And here we need to pass this multi-selection box fields related web element. Okay. Once you pass this multi-selection box field web element, now using this object reference, let's select some options. Select dot. Okay. Select all. Select dot. Select by. You see, there are some options like select by index, select by value, visible text, and all. I'll go with index for now. Select by index 0. Select dot. Select by index. I'll say 2. 0, 1, 2. Select dot. Select by index 3. Okay. Intentionally, I kept. I didn't select index 1. Okay. 0, 2, 3 means this is 0. This is 2, this is 3. That means Volvo, Hyundai, and Audi will be selected. If I run this code, you will see that the 3 options will be selected in the multi-selection box field with these commands. First one and last options in the multi-selection box field will be selected. Just observe the multi-selection box field. You see Volvo, Hyundai, and Audi got selected. So I would like to deselect all these options. All the 3 options I would like to deselect here. At a go. In a single attempt, I want to deselect all the 3 options. I'll just give thread.sleep here. Just for, let's say 3 seconds otherwise. That will be more than enough. For the mouse, ignore the exception. And here write down select dot deselect all command. Okay, this is a command which will deselect all the selected options at a go. Run this code and observe that all the options, all the 3 options that are getting selected here after 3 seconds will be deselected with the help of this deselect all command. At a go, all the options in the multi-selection box field will be deselected. After 3 seconds, observe that Volvo, Hyundai, and Audi got deselected at a go. Okay. So hope guys you understood how to use this deselect all method or what is the purpose of this deselect all command in Selenium WebDriver. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the purpose of get options method or command in Selenium WebDriver? Let me answer. Using this get options command in Selenium WebDriver, we can retrieve all the options in the drop-down field or multi-selection box field. Let me show you. I'll open this browser and take you to the sample application that is omai.blogspot.com. On this application page, there is a drop-down field here. Okay. If I select this drop-down field, how many options are there total? Older newsletter, doc1, doc2, doc3, doc4. Total 5 options are there. If you want to retrieve all these 5 options from this drop-down field, then the command we have to use in Selenium WebDriver is get options command. Similarly, there's a multi-selection box field containing 4 options. If you want to retrieve all these 4 options from this multi-selection box field, again, we have to use the same command known as get options command. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample automation code already written for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser window, and here we need to open the application URL. I'll give this application URL where we have this drop-down or multi-selection box field. Copy this URL and paste it here. Once we are on the application page like this, okay, then let's talk about this drop-down field. Let's retrieve all these options from the drop-down field. For that, right-click on the drop-down field and inspect this drop-down field. So this is HTML code of the drop-down field. It has an ID. Copy this ID, and we can use that ID to locate the drop-down field. Driver dot find element by dot ID. Give that ID locator of the drop-down field. Put a semicolon. Let's create the web element out of it. Drop-down field is equal to, okay, for the mouse, create local variable. That's it. Web element got created for the drop-down field. Now create an object for the select class in Selenium. Select is equal new select. Now import this select class from Selenium library and pass this web element drop-down field web element in the select constructor here. Okay, done. Now use object reference select. This object reference, use it here and say dot get options. This is a command, right? Get options is a command. So select dot get options. Whatever the options that are there in the drop-down field, okay, there are total 5 options in the drop-down field will be retrieved and will be returned in the form of list of web element. So I'll say options is equal to over the mouse and say create local variable list of web element. Okay, all the set of options, all the all the options that are there in the drop-down field will be retrieved in the form of web elements here, list of web elements here. Now write for each loop where each and every option is a web element. Option colon options. These options, option colon options will iterate for each and every option in the drop-down field which got retrieved with the help of get options command. Now here I'll write down system.out.println option dot get text. Okay. So every option is having some text between the tags. You see this option, in this drop-down field, this is the first option which is there between the tags of tags. Okay. The second option is the text between the tags. Third option, I'm retrieving all the text between the tags of these individual options of this drop-down field with the help of this option dot get text. Now after that, I'll simply say driver dot quit. Okay. In the output console, all the options should be retrieved and printed. Okay. All the options in the drop-down field should be retrieved. Total 5 options should be retrieved and printed in the output console after running this code. Just observe here all the options in the drop-down field like older newsletter, doc1, doc2, doc3, doc4 got retrieved and printed in the output console. Similarly, we can also retrieve all the options from this multi-selection box field. Select this multi-selection box field and inspect. There's an ID. Copy this ID locator of the multi-selection box field and here change it from the drop-down field to multi-selection box field. Here, instead of drop-down, it is multi-selection box field. Okay. Copy this multi-selection box field and paste in place of this select constructor thing. Okay. And now, if you say select or get options, all the options in this multi-selection box field will be retrieved and will be printed. What are the options we have? Volvo, Swift, Hyundai, and Audi should be retrieved and printed. The same logic will apply. Option.get text. So right click run as Java application. All the 4 options in the multi-selection box field will be retrieved and printed in the output console now. Let's wait. See all the 4 options for Volvo, Swift, Hyundai, and Audi got retrieved and printed in the output console. So hope guys you understood what is the purpose or how to use the get get options command in Selenium WebDriver. Okay, this is the purpose to retrieve all the options from the drop down or multi selection box. We have to use get options. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to handle different alerts in Selenium WebDriver. Let me answer. First of all, there are different type of JavaScript alerts. There are information alerts, confirmation alerts, and prompt alerts. Let me show you them first. For that, I'll open this browser and take you to one application URL. Okay, that is Internet Heroku. Let's go there. On this application page, if you scroll down somewhere, you will see this JavaScript alerts. Click on this link, you'll be taken to this page where you see these three buttons. If you click on the first button, you'll get information alert. Okay. How does this information alert look like? You just see one button known as OK button, and on the alert, you will see some message. That is information alert. And if you click on this second button, you are getting another type of JavaScript alert known as confirmation alert. What's extra from the first type of alert is there's an extra cancel button. Okay. In the information alert, only OK button was there. The purpose of that information alert was to inform you with some message and all. But coming to the second type of alert, that is confirmation alert, you will have both OK and cancel. Yes or no kind of things. Okay. Are you accepting this or are you not accepting kind of thing? Okay. So that is confirmation alert. They are confirming with you. The third one is prompt alert. When you compare with the confirmation alert, you will have one more thing extra. That is this text box field. Okay. So into this confirmation, into this prompt alert, you can enter some text. For example, I will enter my text. You click on OK. You see, you enter text is coming here. Okay. So prompt alert will also take your input in the form of text or whatever. Okay. So these are the three different type of JavaScript alerts. Okay, we have. And how to automate this, how to automate or handle this different type of JavaScript alerts in Selenium WebDriver. The concept is same, guys. Okay, even though they are of different types, we have to use the same commands to handle or automate them. Okay, so first we have to switch to the alert like this, driver.switch to alert. Then we have to either, if you want to select OK button on the alert, then accept. If you want to select cancel button, dismiss. If you want to get the text that is there on the alert, get text. If you want to type something into the prompt alert, send it is like that. Okay, these are the commands you have to use to handle or automate the, okay, this different JavaScript alerts in Selenium WebDriver. Let me practically demonstrate them for you one by one. Okay, so what I will do here is I'll copy this URL where we have these three buttons which will display different type of alerts. And here in the Eclipse IDE, already some Selenium automation code is already there for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser. And here I gave this URL of this page where we have these buttons to display the alerts to open this application URL page. Once the application page URL is open, first let's handle the first type of alert, that is information alert. I'll right click inspect this alert button, this button. So here some text is there. With the help of text, we can locate this button. That is, I'll create an XPath expression, /button, /button, text is equal to that particular text. Okay. Now the button is getting located. Copy this and here write down driver dot find element by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression of that particular button and simply say dot click. Simply say dot click. So this will click on the first button and you'll get this information alert. Now how to automate this alert? First, when the alert comes, you have to switch to the alert. We have to first switch to the alert. How to switch to the alert? Simple. How to switch to the alert? It's very simple. Here I have to write driver dot switch to dot alert. Since there is only one alert, I don't have to name this alert. Okay. Since there will be only one alert at a time, whatever the alert that is there, I'll be able to switch to the alert by writing this line, driver.switch to dot alert. Once Selenium switches to this particular alert, I can perform operations. For example, I would like to get this particular text on the alert. Okay. How to get this text? So for that, this alert command will return you an object reference of this alert interface. Okay. I'll simply say alert is equal to, the return type is alert interface. So I'll use this object reference and say dot get text. That's it. It will retrieve the text that is or message that is there on this alert. I am a JavaScript alert message will be retrieved. Okay. I can store into I'll say message, okay, message, alert message or message, whatever it is. And here I'll print it out. Some.out.println, I'll just print it out, okay. So after retrieving this particular text and printing, okay, here, I would like to accept this alert. I would like to select OK button on this alert. How to do that? For that, we have to say alert dot save object reference alert dot accept. Alert dot accept. I would say that's it. Okay, alert will be accepted. And once alert is accepted, I'll just add some, red dot sleep so that you can see in action before closing the alert or accepting the alert. Okay, just wait for 3 seconds. Run this code and observe that the alert will be automated or handled. First, the alert will be displayed. Once the button will be clicked and alert will be displayed on the page. And after that, it will be accepted. You see, done. It got accepted. If you go and see in the output console, I am a JavaScript alert got printed. Okay. So the message on the alert also got retrieved. So either you can accept the alert. If you select OK, accepting the alert. If I press escape key on my keyboard, alert got dismissed. Okay, even though there is no cancel button, you can still press escape key to dismiss the alert, to escape the alert. So instead of accept, you can also use dot dismiss. Okay. So it will not press OK button, rather it will escape the alert. Visually, we cannot confirm this, but internally it will happen that the alert will be dismissed. Instead of selecting the OK button, the alert will be escaped. Escape key will be clicked on the keyboard. After 3 seconds, you see alert will be dismissed. Done. So the first type of alert is done. Now I'll show you the second type of alert, that is confirmation alert, which contains both OK and cancel buttons. I need to click on this button this time. So I'll just copy this text and modify this XPath expression so that it will locate the second button. You see, this time this button is getting located. Okay, second button is getting located. Copy this XPath, come back here and give the XPath, modify the XPath expression here in the code. Done. Now confirmation alert will come. Confirmation alert will come. We'll switch to the same. The process is same. We have to switch to the confirmation alert with the same step. Driver.switch to alert. And using this alert object reference, we can get the text on the confirmation. Whatever the text that is there, JS confirm will be retrieved and printed in the output console. And after that, I would like to accept the alert. Driver.accept. Will accept the alert. Okay, it will press select the OK button on the confirmation alert. This accept will select the OK button on the confirmation alert. And alert will be closed. This time confirmation alert came. You see, OK and cancel buttons are there. OK button got clicked. Okay. You see, you click OK is coming here. That proves. Now, we can also dismiss. This time, cancel button will be clicked. Okay. When you say dismiss means cancel button on the confirmation alert will be clicked. Let's see what's happening. You see, cancel button got clicked. You clicked cancel. This proves. Now, the third variety of or third type of JavaScript alert we have is the prompt alert, where you can enter the text also. Okay, we have some extra command known as send keys command, using which we can do that. So fine. So let me inspect this third button and copy this text and modify this XPath expression so that we can locate the third button. The third button is getting located. Copy this XPath expression, come back here and modify the XPath expression here. Done. Driver.switch to alert. I will be switching to the prompt alert. After that, you can accept the alert, or you can, if you say okay, you entered, nothing will come. Okay, without entering anything, if you say okay means you entered, nothing will come. Okay, if I say cancel, you entered, null will come. Okay, so that proves that we have clicked on cancel button. So let's do accept first. Dot accept. One by one, we'll see. At the end, I'll show you how to enter the text also into the alert. Into the prompt alert this time. We are going to select the OK button without entering anything. Without entering any text, we are selecting the OK button. You see, you entered, nothing came. Now, I'll simply say dismiss. This time, without entering anything, so null will come. Null text should come there. Since we have dismissed it, we should get null. Click on cancel and null will come. Now this time, I'll enter some text and say OK. Okay, I'll enter some text. How to enter the text? A minute. So here I want to enter the text. For that, I'll say accept here first of all, and then here I'll enter the text. Alert dot send keys. I'll give my name. You'll not be able to see this text being entered into the field visually. Okay, visually you will not see in the alert that this text is being entered into the text box field. That's not possible. Okay, but in the result you will see that Arun Motori text has been entered on the page. Okay, but visually you cannot see that Arun Motori is being typed into the text box field of the alert. Okay, that's not there. Okay, don't think that there's a problem in this. Okay, that's how it behaves. Now run this code. So in the result, we can find out whether my name has been entered into the prompt text field. Okay, visually you cannot see that my name is being entered into that field, but here in the result you can see my name got entered. Okay, so that's okay. That's how the prompt alerts will behave. That's expected behavior. So hope guys you understood how to handle different type of JavaScript alerts in Selenium WebDriver. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is hybrid framework? Let me answer. Hybrid framework is a combination of two or more frameworks. If you club two or more frameworks into a single framework, okay, to get the benefits of all the frameworks into a single framework, we have to club multiple frameworks into a single framework. That framework which got created by clubbing multiple frameworks is called as a hybrid framework. Okay, let me explain in detail. For example, we have some different type of frameworks in automation. That is, one is data-driven framework. Okay, data-driven framework, and we also have some other type of frameworks like keyword-driven framework. Keyword-driven framework. Then we have other framework types. There are many framework types. Okay, I'm just listing only few for this example. Let's say modular framework. Modular framework. Every framework has its own, advantages, disadvantages. Now, let's say there is a situation where I want to create a framework which is a combination of all these three frameworks. Okay, I want to have this data-driven framework as part of the same framework, keyword-driven framework as part of the same framework, this modular framework as part of the same framework. Okay, in the single framework, we have data-driven, keyword-driven, and modular. Such kind of frameworks, okay, are hybrid frameworks. When you club multiple frameworks, two or more frameworks into a single framework, that becomes hybrid framework. Okay, there may be some frameworks where data-driven plus keyword-driven will form one framework. Data-driven plus modular will be one framework. Keyword-driven and modular will be one framework. Like that, any combination. Okay, and there are other type of frameworks also, but here I just want to give an example. So I covered this example. Okay, so just to conclude again, hybrid framework is a combination of two or more framework. Okay, multiple frameworks you are going to club together to form a hybrid framework to get the benefits of all the different frameworks that you are clubbing in a single framework. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can you explain the line of code that is WebDriver driver is equal to new Firefox driver? Let me answer. First of all, this WebDriver is an interface. It's a predefined interface in Selenium. Okay. Then why we have to create something like this? WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver or new Firefox driver. What's happening with this line? If I have to explain this particular line, okay, first of all, this WebDriver is a predefined interface, whereas Firefox driver is a predefined class. You already know in Java that to a particular interface, we cannot create an object. We cannot create something like this. Driver is equal to new WebDriver is not possible. Okay, this is not possible. Okay, even though you import this over the mouse and import this WebDriver interface from Selenium, you'll get an error. Why? Because interface, you cannot create an object. Okay, in Java, you already know that to a particular interface, we cannot create an object. So creation of the object is not possible, cannot instantiate, cannot create object for the type WebDriver. Okay, so to whom we have to create the object? To the classes. Okay, to the classes, like to the Chrome driver class, we can create an object. Over the mouse, you see, I can import it. You see, no problem with this statement. I can create an object for the Chrome driver class and assign it to the variable of the WebDriver interface. Or I can create the object for the Firefox driver class. Okay, I can also create an object for the Firefox driver class and assign it to the variable of the same WebDriver interface. I can create an object for the Edge driver class and assign it to the variable of the WebDriver interface. I can also create an object for the Safari driver class and assign it to the variable of the WebDriver interface. But I cannot directly create an object for the WebDriver interface. Because in Java, we already know that to a particular interface, we cannot create an object. To the classes only, we have to create the object. But there is a possibility that you can create the objects for the child classes and assign to the variable of the parent interface. You see, this Edge driver, Chrome driver, Firefox driver are the child classes of the WebDriver interface. Let me prove that. For that, I'll open this browser and take you to one website, that is selenium.dev, and I'll take you to the downloads page. Scroll down until you see this Selenium clients and WebDriver language bindings, where you see Java here, and here API docs is there. Click on that API docs. You'll be taken to the API library of the Selenium and click on all classes and search for something known as WebDriver, which is an interface. Okay, search for WebDriver. Just press enter, keep pressing enter until you find this WebDriver, which is an interface. You see, WebDriver is a predefined interface in Selenium, and its child classes are Chrome driver is a child class of the WebDriver interface, Chromium driver, Edge driver, event firing WebDriver, Firefox driver, Internet Explorer driver, remote WebDriver, separate all these driver classes. These are the predefined classes in Selenium, which are the child classes of the WebDriver interface. Since we cannot directly create an object for the WebDriver interface, like WebDriver driver is called new WebDriver, that's not possible. We can define the variable with WebDriver, that is WebDriver driver we can define, and to that variable we can assign the object of this, any of these classes. That's possible. Okay, like this. We can create object for any of these classes and assign to the variable of the WebDriver interface. So hope you got some idea about what is this WebDriver driver is called new Firefox driver. Okay, so we'll create the object for the child classes of this WebDriver interface, that is Firefox driver, Chrome driver, Edge driver, and assign to the variable of the WebDriver interface. So it's all done. But why we have to write like this? I can write something like this, right? You see, I can write like this. Edge driver is equal to Edge driver. This is also fine. Then why we have to specify WebDriver here? That's also very important point to know. Okay. I can write Chrome driver is equal to new Chrome driver. This is also fine. Why I have to say WebDriver is equal to new Chrome driver? I can directly write like this, right? Chrome driver is equal to, or I can write like Firefox driver is equal to new Firefox driver. This is also fine. Then what is the use of writing WebDriver is equal to new Firefox driver? Why I have to specify WebDriver here instead of Firefox driver? That you have to understand. Okay. To understand that, I'll explain you one program. Okay. Why we have to write like this instead of Firefox driver is equal to new Firefox driver? Why we are writing WebDriver is equal to new Firefox driver? Let me explain that concept to you now. So let's say I'll write some code like this: string browser is equal to, let's say, Chrome. Okay, string browser is equal to Chrome. Now I'll write the logic: if browser dot equals Chrome, then I'll write the logic like this. That is, Chrome driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Chrome driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Over the mouse, import this. Okay, I'm not writing WebDriver driver. Instead, I'm writing Chrome driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Else if browser dot equals, if it is equal to Firefox, in that case, I'll write the statement like this: Firefox driver is equal to new Firefox driver. Over the mouse on this Firefox driver and import it from Selenium library. Else if browser dot equals If it is Edge driver, Edge browser, then I'll write down. For sample, I'll take only these three drivers. Edge driver is equal to new Edge driver. Okay. Like this, I have written the code. That's fine. That's fine. Over the mouse, import it. Now the browser is there and driver is decided here. Now, if I want to maximize the browser, I have to write like this. Okay. For all this, any of this browser, I have to maximize here, right? Driver dot. I'm not getting. I'm not able to access the driver. Why? Because this driver is local to this block. This driver is local to this block. This driver is local to this block. Then how can I access it here? I have to make it global. So if I make it global like this, Chrome driver like this, a semicolon, and remove the Chrome driver here. So here the errors are coming. Okay, right? This is not possible. You see, if I have to make it global, either it should be Chrome driver. This particular global driver should be either Chrome driver or Firefox driver or Edge driver. But here, can I create an object for the, I can create an object for the Chrome driver and assign it to the variable of the Chrome driver. That's fine. But can I create an object for the Firefox driver and assign it to the variable of the Chrome driver? This is not possible. They are like siblings. Okay, they are at the same level. The child classes variables objects can be assigned to the variable of the parent interfaces or classes. But in this case, Chrome driver and Firefox driver are the same level. So you cannot create an object for the Firefox driver class and assign it to the variable of the Chrome driver, which is not correct also. If you create an object for the Edge driver, can you assign to the variable of the Chrome driver to make it global? That's a problem. So what I will do here is, instead of writing, I'll just go back. Instead of doing like this, what I will do is, instead of Chrome driver, I'll mention web driver here. To the WebDriver interface, I can assign the object of any child class. Okay. To the Chrome driver class, I have to assign the object of only Chrome driver class. I cannot assign the object of the Firefox driver class. But to the WebDriver interface, I can assign the object of the Chrome driver. I can assign the object of the Firefox driver. Okay. I can assign the object of the Edge driver also. That's the advantage. Now I can make it global. Now I'll make it global. Hope you are able to understand why we have to write WebDriver driver is equal new. Okay. Chrome driver or Firefox driver or Edge driver. You see? To make this driver global, okay, WebDriver interface can accept the objects of Chrome driver class, Firefox driver class, and Edge driver class. Any driver class it can accept. Driver dot manage dot window dot maximize. Now I can write. Still error is coming. Why? Because here I have to write null. Okay, then error will be gone. Then driver dot get. I can give any application URL. Let's say I'll give this same application URL here. That's it. Run the code. The script will run in the Chrome browser. Okay. The script will run in the Chrome browser. Okay. Hope you got the idea like why we have to write WebDriver driver is called new Chrome driver or Firefox driver or Edge driver. This is the reason behind that. Okay. So the complete statement I explained, guys. Complete statement WebDriver driver is called new Firefox driver I covered in this session in a detailed manner with all these explanations. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what could be the cause for the Selenium WebDriver test to fail? Let me answer. There are several causes for this automation scripts to fail. That is Selenium WebDriver or Selenium automation scripts to fail. Few are here and many are here. Okay. Most common ones are here. Okay. There are three most common reasons why your Selenium automation scripts generally fail. Okay, these are three reasons. And many other reasons why your automation scripts actually fail are here also. Okay, let me explain them one by one for you, starting with the important ones. First one is incorrect element locators. Okay, let me demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where I'll write some code. Okay, firstly, I'll write some code. Driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Now hover the mouse on this WebDriver, import it, and here also hover and import it. Then write down driver dot manage dot window dot maximize, then driver dot get. Give any application URL here. For example, I'll take one application, sample application, homemade.blogspot.com. Copy this URL, paste it here. Once the application is opened, I would like to type my name into this text area field. Inspect this, right click and inspect this text area field. This HTML code, it has an ID. Copy this ID and write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Give the ID locator of the text area field and say dot send keys. And I'll give my name here. Okay. So I told you one of the reasons for the scripts to fail is what? The first reason is incorrect element locators. For example, here the correct locator is there. If I run the script is not going to fail. Okay. So after that, otherwise I'll run the script. The script is not going to fail. The script is going to pass. We're not going to get any exception here. Rather, the script is going to pass. It's going to type my name into the text area field without any problem. You see, my name got typed into the text area field. The script is running properly and there's no problem. What if I do something like this, ABC? This is an invalid or incorrect element locator. If the element locator is incorrect due to some XYZ reasons while you are creating the automation script, if you have provided some incorrect locator, what will happen? This will give you an error. Okay, the test will fail. This particular test is going to fail. You're going to get an exception and the test is going to fail. This is one of the reasons why the scripts fail. You see, my name has not been typed into the text area field. Instead, we got no such element exception here. The script got failed. Okay. Now, other reasons why our script fails are timing issues. Even though you provide a proper locator, but if that element is not getting available on time, WebDriver is not going to wait. Selenium WebDriver is not going to wait. Default timeout of the WebDriver is 0 seconds. Okay. So it's not going to wait for any element. They should be readily available for the Selenium to perform the operation. If in case a particular element is coming with a delay, then the scripts are going to fail. Okay. So for example, in this case, I'll take the same web page. And here what I'll do is I'll click on this drop down button. After clicking on the drop down button, you see this flip card option is not coming immediately. You can observe flip card option after clicking is coming with a delay like this. I want to click on this flip card option. That's what is the requirement. So what I'll do here is after opening the application URL, I'll first click on this button. I'll right click. This button will be available, no problem. The script will not fail with this button. So there is a class here. I'll write down driver.findElement by dot class name, give the class locator of that button and say dot click. Once you click on this button, immediately that Flipkart option is not going to come. You see, Flipkart option is taking some while. I'll take this link text and without waiting for the Flipkart option, if I try to select the Flipkart option, Selenium will not wait for the Flipkart option to be available. So after clicking on drop down button, Flipkart option is not coming. Selenium is not waiting and the script will fail. Okay, right click run as Java application. You see, the script is going to fail. So synchronization problems are timing issues. Okay. These are synchronization. We have to rectify the synchronization. Because of the synchronization problems also, the script are going to fail. Drop-down button got clicked. Flipkart option came, but Selenium is not clicking on the Flipkart option. Instead, we got an exception, no such element exception, because Selenium has not waited for the Flipkart option. So how to make the Selenium wait? Here we can write like this: WebDriver wait is equal to new WebDriver wait driver comma duration dot of seconds. And give some seconds, let's say maximum 5 seconds, we can give. There's a maximum time anyhow. The option comes before 5 seconds, it will not wait for a maximum 5 seconds also, it will not wait, okay? Whatever the time the element comes, it will only wait until the element comes. Wait not until expected conditions dot visibility of element located. Here I have to say by dot link test, copy and paste it here, that's it. Okay, you are waiting for the Flipkart option to be available on the page for maximum time of 5 seconds. You are waiting. Okay, if the Flipkart option comes by 5 seconds or within 5 seconds, the script will pass. Otherwise, script is going to fail. Okay, in this case, the script will pass because we are waiting for the Flipkart option. We are making the WebDriver wait. If you don't wait, your test is going to fail. Okay, that's another reason. If you are not rectifying your synchronization problems, you are using Flipkart option got clicked. Okay, it's working fine. This time there is no problem. Okay, everything worked well. And other reason why your scripts will fail is element not interactable. Okay, I'll give you one example for this. So for example, I'll take this makemytrip.com. So what I want to do is after going to this makemytrip.com, I just want to click on this Delhi option. Okay, I just want to click on this, but this is coming in between. Okay, this alert is coming in between. So by the time when I try to click on this Delhi option, if this is coming, I may not be able to interact. Okay, I may not be able to click on the daily option. That's a problem. Okay, so in that case, what will happen? In such kind of cases, the script will fail. So here I'll just give makemytrip.com. Makemytrip.com. I'll copy this URL and give it here. Okay, this is another case where your scripts are going to fail, where some other element is coming in between and you are not able to interact with the element. Okay, so after going to the make my trip, What I want to do here is I want to click on this daily option, right click here somewhere, inspect. Let's close this for a while. Okay, just select this and select inspect this. Okay, here an ID is there. Using this ID, I'll click on this daily option. So I'll directly write down like this: driver dot find element by dot ID. Okay, dot click. So to make you guys see that particular problem and all, I'll just give some wait time. Okay, so that pop-up kind of thing, that whatever the advertisement is coming, right, that should come. I'll give some 5 seconds. Let's see what will happen. So by this time that pop-up will come, and if I try to click on daily option, it will not be able to interact. Okay, so run this code and the script should fail now because of that pop-up alert kind of thing coming, the light box kind of thing coming. It will not be able to interact with the daily options. Okay, after 5 seconds, it has to click on the daily. Meanwhile, it came and it is not able to click on the daily. You see, nowhere daily has been clicked. Nowhere daily has been clicked. Instead, we got an exception saying element click intercepted exception. Okay, like this kind of exceptions you will get. The reason behind that is first I have to take care of this one. I have to close this one. Okay, I have to close this one. How to close this one? This looks like a light box for me. Inspect this. Let's see what will happen. Let me inspect this. Class close is there. ID is also there, but ID is good. Yeah, ID is good. Copy this ID of this. Okay, and simply say uh, driver dot find element by dot ID. Okay, very big ID. Dot click. Click will close that. And after that, I'll just give, red dot sleep for 2 seconds, just so that we can see. For demo purpose, I'm giving this time waiting mechanism, waiting time. Now right click run as. Let's see what will happen this time, whether it will click on the daily option or not. This is a way to rectify that. Okay. So whatever is coming in between, I'm removing that in, and after that only, I'm performing the operation. Yes, after 2 seconds, something, it has to close. Let's see. No, it's not working yet. It's not working. Still problem is coming. No such element exception. Where exactly this is coming? Let's see, a different exception came. Okay, this ID is not working, it seems. Okay. By.id is not working. So let's try to locate it in a different way. Inspect this close button is not working. Proper locator, let's give. It has a class close, but I don't know whether this is going to work or not. By.close. Here I gave by.class name. Here I'll give that class name as close. Let's see what will happen. Right click run as the application. Different locator I give to close that light box. Okay, advertisement came. Is it closing or not? Still not closing. Still not working, guys. Okay. Again, it got failed. No such element exception. This is also not working. Okay. That is also not working. So what's the way to, locate this one? Inspect. Right click inspect. Image. It is an iframe. You see, there is an iframe. Okay. Because of this iframe, this image is inside an iframe. That is a problem. First, we have to switch to this frame, then only it is going to work. So it's not so easy, but only one frame may be there in this. So there is a way we can do. That is, before clicking here, I'll simply say driver dot switch to dot frame of 0. Okay. And after that, to click here, I'll write down driver dot switch to dot frame default, switch to default content. Okay. Now run this. Since that particular thing is inside a frame, it was not working. Let's see now what will happen now. I have to write some extra lines. Yeah, another reason may be frame also. You see, when I'm explaining this example, you also got a frame thing. Will it work? No, still not working. So what's the matter? Not so easy, guys. Okay, no such element exception again. This close is not there, it's saying no. Okay, inspect this. Inspect this. I don't have to spend so much of time, but let me try this out. This one is anywhere inside a frame. This is inside. I don't see any frame in this way. Is there any frame? Yeah, here it is. Okay. In this frame, only this element is there. Class container is there, but it's not able to class close is there. Okay. This is a frame. Any other things are there? Let's see. Oh, a lot of frames are there actually. It's not as simple as it looks like. Okay. There is a frame. Okay. It's not zero actually. Then if there are multiple frames, I cannot give zero as a number. Okay. I have to give one something to the frame. Okay. So that I can switch to the frame. And this looks like, you know, the top level frame or what frame? Same level. Okay. Let's see somewhere here we have that close. And there is a title for this frame. Let's create an XPath expression out of this frame. Control F / iframe at the rate title is equal to give the title. Is it locating? Yeah, copy this. Now let's switch to the frame properly. Driver dot switch to dot frame of web element. Okay. Here write down driver dot find element by dot XPath. Give that XPath expression of the frame. That will be fine. With the help of this web element, we are switching to the frame. Let's see the other time. This time, does it work or not? Since there are multiple frames, we can index 0 will not work for the frame. Okay, advertisement came. Does it close this time? Yeah, it got closed. Now it has to click inside. You see, it's working fine. The script is working fine. So the other reason may be element may be inside a frame. Okay, one more option we got. Okay, the element is inside the frame also. The script is going to fail. These are several things that you came across in real time. Okay, either element is not interactable, element may be inside a frame, incorrect element locator, timing issues like synchronization issues, all the stuff, and many other reasons like network issues. Sometimes your network will be slow or network is offline, network went offline, okay, then your scripts will fail definitely. Slow server, network is good, but your server application, whatever the application, wherever the application is hosted, that particular server is kind of slow, or your server is facing some problems, okay, due to some XYZ reason, your server is facing the problem. Because of that, even though your scripts are written in a proper way, because of the server issues or server slowness, your scripts are failing. Then coding errors. While writing the code, if you do any programmatical mistakes, okay, in this, if you write any programmatical mistake, then also your scripts will fail. Then changes in application UI. Your script was right, but when you are running the same script tomorrow the UI got changed. Okay, today the scripts went work very well, but tomorrow some changes happened, and developers have changed something, removed the button or something that you have to click on in the script. And tomorrow, if you run the same script using the same old script on the new changes, then your scripts may fail. Okay, so this is an external factor anyhow. Browser compatible. You see, you have automated your script by keeping Chrome browser in mind, and let's say the same scripts you are running in Safari browser, few things may not be accepted by Safari browser. It may not be browser compatible, and the scripts will fail. Okay, so like that, many reasons are there or causes are there for the Selenium WebDriver tests to fail. Okay, these are few things. If you can explain this, at least these four things, and if you can just at a high level cite this any of these things in the interviews for this question, it will be done. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between @factory and @data provider annotation? Let me answer. Both these annotations, that is @factory and @data provider, belong to TestNG. Okay, that's the first thing. And both these TestNG annotations can be used for implementing data-driven testing in your projects. Okay, either you can use @factory for implementing data-driven testing mechanism in your project, or you can use @data provider also for implementing data-driven testing. Okay, these are the similarities. Okay, but there is a difference. What is the difference between these two annotations? You will not be able to understand this difference in the beginning. Okay, after the practical demonstration, you will be able to understand it clearly. But let me give a heads up. Okay, even though you don't understand, just listen to me what I am saying. Okay, so @factory will implement data-driven testing, okay, by creating multiple instances of a class, okay, of a same class. Multiple instances will be created to implement the data driven testing. To make the data driven testing possible, okay, multiple instances of the class will be created, okay, of the same class will be created, okay, to perform the data driven testing or to implement the data driven testing. Whereas @data provider is not like that. Only one instance of the class, okay. Still data driven testing is possible, okay, with the help of data driven data provider. Only one instance of the class for getting this data driven testing implementation possible. Whereas @factory, okay, have to create multiple instances of the same class for making this data driven testing possible. Okay, so maybe you may understood something or you may have not understood whatever the things that I have stated here, but after the practical demonstration you will get a clear cut idea. Okay, so let's start with the practical demonstration. First, I will start with the @data provider, which only requires one instance of the class. Okay, only one instance of the class need to be created for this. Okay, so for that, I will switch to this Eclipse ID where we have this project TestNG demo project, which is already configured with TestNG library. Here we have a class. I'll expand this project once of all so that we can see what is there. Here demo class is there. Okay, that's fine. In the demo class, what I'm trying to do here is I'm going to create a method. Okay, public void sample test. One test method I'm creating. I'm just providing this test method with @test annotation. Okay, hover the mouse on this. Over the mouse on this @test and import this from TestNG library. And okay, fine. So here I would like to pass some data. Okay, like say string username, comma string password. Okay, these are the two parameters we have. Here I'll simply print it out. To prove that this particular test method got run and all, I have to just print it out this username plus hyphen plus password. Okay, like this I'll write. So if this test method is executed only once this will be printed. If the same test method is executed multiple times with multiple sets of data, this print statement will be printed for that many number of times. So how to implement the data driven? This test method will run only one time. Okay, but how to implement data driven in data driven testing here? Okay, so with the help of data provider, I can do. So what I will do is I'll create one more method which will supply the data. Multiple sets of data this particular method is going to supply. Data supplier I'll call. Okay, data supplier or whatever it is. Okay, provide data or whatever the name you want to give. Okay, you can give to this method. That's okay. And I will create a two-dimensional object array. Object two-dimensional object array is equal to, here I would like to pass that data. Okay, two-dimensional object array type of data. Three sets of data I am passing. First one you see user one, comma password one. This is the first set of data. User one, password one is the first set of data. And this is the second set of data, user two, password two. Second set of data I am passing. This one is the third set of the data. Like this, any number of sets of data you can pass. User three, password three. Okay, like that, three sets of data are there now. Okay, now we have the three sets of data. And this data, okay, let me give some variable name here, data, I'll say. Here I'll say data. And I'll return this data, return the data. When I return the data, the return type should be same two-dimensional object array. Okay. I'm returning this data, which is of which type? Two-dimensional object array type. So the return type of this method is, and for making this particular method supply the data to this test method, I have to provide an annotation here that is none other than data provider annotation. Okay. So here you see, I have to give the difference between the @data provider annotation and @factory. Now I'm explaining about the @data provider. Okay. So the method which is going to supply this multiple sets of data to this test method need to be provided with @data provider annotation over the mouse and import it from TestNG library. And this is not at all not yet done. Okay, just by naming this method with @data provider method and making this a data supplier doesn't matter. Okay, and you can name this data supplier method with something like, for example, name is equal to data generator. Okay, data generate, some different name I am giving. Okay, intentionally, either method name it can take, or if on the top of that, if you can name this data provider with some name, that is also fine. You can also say data provider one also, data provider one, like this. You can give any name here. With this name, we can access this supplier. Okay, I want this test method to access the data from this data provider. Okay, which is going to supply the data. Okay, so to make that happen, beside the @test, you have to write data provider attribute. Okay, data provider is equal to, and here you have to give the name of this data provider like this. Okay, now these two are connected. How many instances of the class are created in this example? Only one instance. Okay, I don't have to create multiple and never created multiple objects of this class. I have not created any object of this class. Only one object is internally created. Okay, internally one object is created for this demo class, which we cannot see. Okay, only one instance is there. I don't have to create multiple objects of this demo class to make this data-driven testing possible. I just have to create a test method and create a data provider method, which is going to supply the data and connect this with the test method. Okay, with the help of this attribute and all. That's it. Data-driven testing is possible with the help of data provider like this, without the need for creating multiple instances or objects of the class. Now, if you run this, okay, if you run this test method, this test method is going to run how many times? 3 times. Every time this for every set of data, this test method is going to run one time. Okay, that means 3 times that same test method will run. For every set of data, this test method is going to run. So test method is going to ultimately run 3 times. Okay, and this print statement will prove that. So let's run this and see what's happening in the output. User 1, password 1, user 2, password 2, user 3, password 3 should be printed in the output console. Just go and see what's happened. User 1, password 1 got printed. User 2, password 2. User 3, password 3. How many times the same test method got printed? Got executed 3 times. Every time this test method got executed, you can also see here, somewhere here. Where is that? Okay, that's okay. So every time, you see what's happening? Every time the same test method got executed with the different sets of data. Okay. Fine. Here we have the TestNG results tab also. You can see the same test method got executed 3 times with 3 different sets of data. Okay. This is the implementation of data-driven testing with the help of this data provider annotation. Now, one more thing is there in this, that is @factory. Can we achieve the same thing? Can I achieve the same result with the help of @factory annotation? Yes, that is also possible. But the only difference is that we have to create multiple objects of this class. Okay, for @factory, to make the same thing possible, we have to create multiple objects of this class. Okay, so how? I'll let you know. Okay, we'll remove this data provider because we are going to @factory implementation. So this is also not required. We'll keep this like this @test and all those stuff. Okay, these things will be there. Done. Now, what I'm going to do here is, I'm going to create, okay, to make this @factory implementation for data-driven testing to be possible, few rules are there. That is, along with this test method, okay, which need to be run multiple times with multiple sets of data. Before that, I'll be creating a constructor in this class. Okay, in this class, I'll create a constructor. How to create a constructor? Public. Name of the constructor will match with the name of the class. So like this. And here, I'll parameterize this constructor with this username and password. Okay. This username and password. Okay. So I have to remove it from here. username and password no need to be parameterized in the test method. Rather, the username and password should be parameterized here. What about this username, this password? They are at the class level now. String, username, string, password. Okay. Like this, you can do it. Okay. They are at the global level now, class level. And these are the parameters. Now I have to assign this parameter in this constructor to this class variable. That is how to segregate this class level variable with this parameter level variable. So with this keyword, this dot username is a class. Okay. This is nothing but this one. Okay. Is equal to parameter. That is username. When you call this constructor and pass some data, that data will be assigned to the class level variables. Simple terms. Okay. This dot password is equal to password. Okay, done. That's it. The constructor creation is done. Now, how to make the data-driven testing possible by passing multiple sets of data, okay, and running the same test method multiple times for the multiple sets of data. With this structure created already, now you create one more thing. That is, you just name it anything, class, name it anything, factory runner, anything you can name. There's no particular rule like it should be the name. I'm just giving factory runner. Looks fancy for me. Inside this, I'll create a method. There is one rule here. When you're creating this method in this factory runner or whatever the class you are saying, okay, there is a rule that this one should return a single dimensional object array. Okay. And you just name this method factory generator, okay, data generator or whatever it is. Okay. So just imagine whatever you want. Okay. Like this, you create a method. It's giving error because we have to return something. Now let's create return. Okay. We have to return an object array. Okay. We have to return an object array. How to return an object array, or you can do something like this. Object array is equal to. Okay. So here guys, in this object array, we have to create multiple objects of this class. Okay. We have to create multiple objects of this class. How to create multiple objects? We have to call this constructor, simple words. Okay. So this object array, like this you put and write out new, you just give some like obj or something. Okay. New what? New demo. Okay. New demo. Sorry. Just did something. Okay. New demo. And here you need to pass that. Okay. The constructor cannot be empty here, right? If you see the demo class, it's not a empty constructor. It has some two parameters. You have to pass those things here. Okay. For example, here I'll pass user1, comma, password1. First object I created. You see, in this factory, at the rate factory related stuff, I have to create multiple objects. Already one object I created. Similarly, I created multiple objects. That is new. This is second object I'm creating, new demo. User2, comma, password2. Second object I created. Now third object, any number of data you can create. So I'm trying to implement data-driven testing, but in this data-driven testing, to make this possible with the help of @factory annotation, okay, I have to create multiple objects of this class. You see, for this demo class, how many objects I'm creating? Almost 3 objects. Okay, user3, comma, password3. That's it. And here, I have to provide @factory annotation. I have to provide @factory annotation over the mouse. Okay. Import this factory annotation from test.ng. That's another thing. And here, a return statement should be there. Whatever that you created, right? That object you have to return. It's a single dimensional object array. That's done. So if I run this, you see, when this object is created, what will happen? You see, this object will be created. When I run this object will be created and this constructor will be called. User1 will be passed to this parameter, password1 will be passed to this parameter, and they will be assigned to this class level variables. And the test method will run with the same user1 and password1. And this print statement, user1, password1 will be printed. And when the second object is created for the class, same class, user2 will be passed to this username, and password2 will be passed to this password, and they will be assigned to the class level variable. This test method will run with the user2 and password2. And when the third object is created, you see multiple objects I am creating to make this data-driven testing possible. Okay. But with the data provider, I don't have to create this many number of objects. Only one object that also internally will be created. You don't have to virtually visually create it. Okay. In case of data provider, but in case of @factory thing, you have to create multiple objects of the same class so that the test methods in the same class will run multiple times with multiple sets of data. Okay. That's the intention. Right click on this, run as test-ng test. Let's see what will happen. You see, we got the same output. User2 password2, user1 password1, user3 password3. Okay, we got. You see, the test got executed 3 times. Okay, you see the same test got executed 3 times with my different sets of data. So this is what is @factory. Hope you got the difference between @factory and @data provider. So both are from test-ng, both are test-ng annotations. That's the one thing, and both can be used for implementing data-driven testing in our projects. Okay, and what the exact difference between @factory and @data provider test-ng annotations are. @factory, we have to create multiple instances of the same class to make the data-driven testing possible. Okay, the same test method need to run multiple times with the multiple sets of data. For that to possible, you have to create multiple objects of the same class. Whereas data provider, you don't actually literally have to create anything, but internally one object will be created. Okay, within the same class, everything will be done. Okay, that's what is the difference. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can we test APIs or web services using Selenium automation tool? Let me answer. To some extent, we can use a Selenium automation tool for automating the testing of APIs and web services. But Selenium is not the right or perfect tool for this purpose. Okay, Selenium has some limitations because of which Selenium is not recommended for automating the testing of APIs and web services. Instead, we have to go for other tools that are there in the market, like Rest Assured, which are dedicatedly for automating the testing of APIs and web services. Okay, so the answer is simple. It's not recommended. Okay, though we can do it to some extent, it has some limitations, so it's not recommended. Instead, we have to go for tools like Rest Assured in the market. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how can we locate an element by partially matching its attribute value in XPath? Let me answer. In XPath, there is a function known as contains function, using which we can locate an element by partially matching its attribute value. Let me practically demonstrate this for you so that it will be clear for you. So for that, I'll open a browser. I'll go here, and then in this browser, I'll open an application that is facebook.com. Okay. And here there is a button like login button. Let me inspect this login button. To inspect the login button, I'm getting some HTML code. You see there is an ID, but there is a problem with this ID. Every time I refresh the page, this ID attribute value will change. Some portion of this ID attribute value changes. Okay, refresh again. Refresh here. And you see MO came. Okay, U_0_5_MO. Again, refresh. U_0_5_ till here same, but last two letters are changing. RO. Earlier MO was there, now RO came. Now refresh again. This time, let's see. Till here same, but TY came this time. So the ID attribute values partially changing. Only this area. From here to here, it is constant, but remaining two letters are changing. So by using the ID attributes value, okay, with a partial matching. Partial means only up to here. Instead of complete attribute value, I'm going to take the partial value, attribute value up to here only partial value. Can I locate this login button with the help of this partial attribute value? Yes, that is possible with the help of XPath expression. So I'll show you here practically. Select this line, HTML line for this button, and say Control F. You'll get this kind of field, text field inside this Google Chrome DevTools. And here, first copy this partial area which is not changing, okay, which is constant and not changing. Copy this. It's an ID. You remember it's a button tag and ID. Here, this is a partial value. So I'll create the XPath expression like this. Double slash button. Okay. Double slash button contains. I have to write contains. Okay. So contains. Here, write down. Okay. There's a problem. Double slash button. Square bracket you have to write. In that contains. In the contains, you provide the attribute value at the rate ID, comma, okay, at the rate ID, comma, and then you give the partial value, partial constant value. That is up to here you can give, okay. Copy this and paste it here. Single quote, close the circular brackets, close the square bracket. Now you see, this XPath expression is able to locate this login button without any problem. No matter how many times you refresh the page, still it will be able to locate, even though this you say GD is different. So, but this constant is same, right? U underscore 0 underscore 5 underscore is same. So this how, with the help of contains function, we can do that. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is how to locate an element by partially matching its attribute value with the help of contains function in XPath. We can do that. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how can we locate elements using their text in XPath? Let me answer. In XPath, there is a function known as text function using which we can locate elements using their text. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open this browser and take you to one sample application, that is omaya.blogspot.com. Okay, I would like to locate some elements on this page with the help of text. Okay, so for example, there is some text here. Let's try to locate this text element. So I'll inspect this text element. So this is HTML code of this text element, and you see there is some text between the tags, starting tag, ending tag. Okay, there's some text. Okay, we have to take the text which is there between the starting and ending HTML tags of the element. Okay, such kind of text you copy and now say Control F, and here write down the tag name is P, double slash P, square bracket, write the text function is equal to, give the text between the tags. Okay, text function is equal to, give the text between the tags. That's it. You are able to locate the element with the help of text. With the help of this particular text, by passing that to the text function in the XPath expression, we are able to locate this element. Okay. Not only this, any element you can locate. For example, here we have this login or register. Otherwise, register button is there. Inspect this. You see, for this register button, the text register text is there between the tags. So starting button tag, ending button tag, some text is there. Such kind of text you have to copy, and here write down the tag name is button and text between the tags is register. I'll write down double slash button, button, and in the square bracket write down text function is equal to, give the text between the tags, that is register. Whatever the text that is there between the tags, that is a register, I'm giving here. Okay, and close the square bracket. You see the text between the tags register I gave here, text is equal to button tag, and it is locating this button. Not everything, anything you can locate here. Okay, anything you can locate here, but the text should be there between the tags. Okay, the text should be there between the tags. What if this login button? You see this login button you cannot locate with the text function here. Okay, because this login text or login label of this button is not there between the starting and ending tags. Okay, it's a value of a value attribute of this. So for this we cannot use text function. Okay, for this we cannot use text function. So for this we have to use @ value is equal to login, something like that, but we cannot use text is equal to register. Okay, we'll try some other things. For example, click to get alert. Click to get alert also we cannot locate with the help of text. Okay, so only few things we can locate with the help of text. Okay, so we'll try few other things like any other button or something is there, like my button here. You see, for my button there is some text between the tags. This text we can use, and button tag my button. Okay, double slash button tag text is equal to my button, like this. Okay, hope you got the idea. Okay, which type of things can be located, which kind of elements can be located. The text of that particular element should be there between the tags. Such text we can pass to the text function, and thereafter we can locate the elements. So hope guys you understood how to locate the elements using the text in XPath. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how can we move to parent of an element using XPath? Let me answer. In XPath, we have a concept known as XPath axis. Okay, in that there are different type of XPath axis like parent, ancestor, descendant, following sibling, preceding, okay, and so on. Okay. So if you want to move to the parent of an element with the help of XPath, we have to use an XPath axis known as parent XPath axis. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open this browser and take you to some sample application URL. Not this URL. From this URL, I'll take you to another URL. I'll just go to a simple page so that you can understand the example well. So this application, okay. Once you go there, you see only 2 paragraphs are there. Very simple application. Right click inspect. You'll get this Google Chrome DevTools. You see here, this HTML code, right? HTML head. So here, let's say this paragraph tag. Let me locate this paragraph tag first, okay? First, let me locate. For me to explain how to move from this paragraph to tag to this to its parent element, first let me locate this paragraph tag. Control F, /P. This paragraph tag has an ID. Say @ID is equal to para2. I located this paragraph now, you see. With the help of this XPath expression, I have located this. Now from this XPath expression or from this element, I would like to move to the parent tag. What is a parent? Body is a parent tag. How to go there? Slash. I have to use an XPath axis known as parent XPath axis, colon. Parent : is the XPath axis. And what is the parent name? Body. Now you see, I have located the body. Now to the body, HTML is the parent. Okay, so to go to the parent of the body, I have to say again parent : HTML, like this. Okay, with the help of this parent XPath axis, we can move to the parent of an element. Okay, we can locate the parent of the element. Okay, with the help of this parent XPath axis. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how can we move to nth child element using XPath? Let me answer. In XPath expressions, we have a concept known as index. Using index, we can move to the or locate the nth child of an element. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open the browser and take you to some sample application. Okay. So once I go to this sample application URL, so let me locate this something like this, inspect this, and let me locate this entire section where this different hyperlinks are available. So this is an element and this is a div tag which has an ID. I'll copy this ID and create an XPath expression /div @ ID is equal to give that ID. Now it's locating this entire section having this hyperlinks, right? So this div section, okay? Now I locate in order to locate this elements separately and all, okay? First element, second element, third element, fourth element, fifth element, okay? Nth element I want to locate. For that, what I will do here is, under this div, one more div is there, so I'll say /div. I went here. Under that UL is there, /UL I'll say. I went here. Under that /li. Total 5 elements got located. You see, 1 of 5 is coming here. Okay, with this XPath expression, total 5 elements are getting located. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are getting located. Total 5 elements with this XPath expression. I want to locate only the nth, for example, third element. So here, beside this li, I have to provide a square bracket and give the index. Okay, which element? Nth element. N means here 3, let's say third element. Okay, li of 3. It will locate the third link. You see, this is getting located. You see, test wisely is getting located on the UI. If I want to locate the fourth element, 4, I'll give li index 4. This is index value. Okay, next path I'm giving index 4. Press enter, you see, jQuery UI is getting located. Fourth element is getting located. If I give 1, first one is getting located. If I give 2 here, second one is getting located. If I give 5 here, fifth one is getting located. You see, the automated tester is getting located. So hope guys you understood how can we locate the nth child element using XPath. with the help of index that have shown or practically demonstrated in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the syntax of finding element by class using CSS selectors? Let me answer. In order to locate an element with help of class in CSS selectors, there is a shortcut symbol known as dot symbol, which should be followed by the class name. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open this browser. In this browser, I'll take you to one sample application URL, that is umaya.blogspot.com. Okay. In this application URL, there is a button. When I inspect this button in the HTML code, it will contain a class attribute. Okay. This particular button has a class attribute with some class attribute value. If I have to locate this button with only just class attribute value, okay, then what I have to do in CSS selectors? Select this HTML code of this button and say Control F. You'll get this kind of text field where you can write the CSS selectors. Now, as I already told you, copy this class attribute value, copy this drop button, drop btn class attribute value of this button, and simply say dot, just type dot, and followed by give this copied value, paste it, drop button. That's it. Okay. So it should locate. So here the Google Chrome DevTools is not perfectly working. So we can take the help of this selector sub. It's very easy to install this selector sub. Okay. Sometimes Google Chrome DevTools, the CSS selector is correct, but the Google Chrome DevTools works in a different manner sometimes. So this is not working properly. Here, 3 elements are getting located. This is not correct. So let's use a better tool for using the CSS selector. For that, we can use the CSS, this XPath tool, that is selector sub tool. So how to install this selector sub? Just search for selector sub, and you'll go to this home page of selector sub. On the home page, you'll find this selector sub. Just click on this. Okay, just click on this, and it will ask you to choose a browser. Since it is Chrome browser, I'll say Chrome install. It will take you to the Google Chrome store. In my machine, it is already there, so it's asking me to remove, okay, or uninstall. But in your case, you'll get install. Once you install it and the plugins, you'll get this, and you can pin it and you'll get it here. Okay, this is icon. Okay, this is the process to install the selector sub. Since selector sub is already there in my machine, I'll just do one thing. I'll right click inspect this drop button. Okay, it's this Google Chrome DevTools is not working properly, so I right click inspect this. We got the HTML code, but here in the subtags of these elements like styles, computed layout, in the last one, there will be selector sub. Just select that, expand this. Now here you can type the same thing, okay? I want to locate this drop-down button, inspect this drop-down button. It has a class attribute value as drop button. Copy this, and you just have to type dot, followed by drop button. Press enter. How many elements are getting located? Only one element, that is this drop button is getting located, okay? So you see this CSS selector with the dot is working fine, okay? So hope guys you understood the syntax for finding the element by using the class attribute value using CSS in CSS selectors, okay? With the help of simple dot followed by the class name, we can locate, okay? So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the syntax of finding element by ID using CSS selectors? Let me answer. In CSS selectors, if you want to locate an element with the help of ID, there is a shortcut symbol known as hash symbol. Okay, hash symbol should be followed by the ID attribute value name. Okay, then we can locate the element in CSS selectors. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open this browser and take you to this application URL, umaya.blogspot.com. So make sure that you have this selectors hub add-on or extension installed in your machine. Okay, so just click on place, and then if you have not installed selectors hub, just browse selectors hub. Okay, then here we have the selectors hub. Click on the selectors hub on the home page, and then after that we have this. We have to choose a browser. Mine is Chrome browser, so I'll click on install on the Chrome browser. I'll be taken to the Chrome store where I'll be able to find an option like add to Chrome, something like this. Okay, since I already have this here, remove is there, but in your case, add will be there. Click on add and confirm. You'll get this extension installed. Just pin it, you'll be able to see it here. So that's a simple process to install that selector sub plugin. Once that is there, just restart your browser. Okay, once that is there, just restart your browser. You'll have the selector sub extension working, fully working. So we can use the selector sub. Okay, so to write the locators and all to see whether our written locators are working or not. For example, in this case, we have to locate an element with the help of ID in CSS selectors. For that, we have to use a hash shortcut followed by the ID attribute value name. So I'll take one element. Let's say there is a button here. Click to get alert button. I would like to locate this button. I'll right click inspect this button. Now I'll get the HTML code. Okay, for this button, this is the HTML code and it has an ID. Copy this ID attributes value. Now simply select this HTML code and say Control F. Here, first type hash followed by this ID attribute value alert1. That's it. You see, you are able to locate. Okay, hash alert1. So this CSS selector is able to locate this button. Okay. So if you have to locate a particular element in CSS selectors with the help of ID attribute value of that element, then simply directly write down hash the ID attribute value. That's it. Okay. You can also do this in selector sub. Here we have the text field in selector sub. Once you have installed selector sub, you'll get this field where you can again say the same thing, hash, and give the ID attribute value alert1 and press enter. You see it's locating the same element. Click to get alert, right? Done. So hope guys you understood how to write the syntax in CSS selectors for finding the element using the ID attribute value with the help of this hash symbol followed by the ID attribute value name. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how can we submit a form in Selenium? Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have a command known as submit command, using which we can submit a form. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open this browser and take you to one sample application page where there is a form. So this is the application, tutorialsninja.com/demo. And in this, I'll take you to this login page, or you can even go to the register page also. There is a form. You see, this login thing is a form. How can I find out that this particular thing is a form, this area is a form? Right click on one of the element on the form, like this email address or this password field or this login button, any element, you just right click and select inspect. You'll get the HTML code. Okay, this is the HTML code of this email address field. This is a child element under the form. You see, there is a form. When I hover the mouse, you see the entire form on the page is getting highlighted. You see, whatever the selected area that is coming on the screen is nothing but a form. Okay, you see, when I hover the mouse on this form, on the UI, you can see that area is nothing but a form. So if you detect such kind of forms on your application, generally the login thing will be a form, register thing will be a form, like that. Okay. So there is a command in Selenium WebDriver to submit this form. Okay. I'll simply enter the email address, password, and will submit the form. Okay. How to do that? I'll just show you practically. For that, here I'll write some Selenium automation code. WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Now hover the mouse on this WebDriver and import it from Selenium library. Similarly, import this Chrome driver class also from Selenium library. Then driver dot manage dot window dot maximize. Then driver dot get, and here copy this URL, paste it here. Once you go to this page, enter the email address, inspect this email address field. There's an ID. Copy this ID and write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Give the ID locator of this email address field and say dot send keys. And now enter the valid email address. I'll enter this valid email address here. After that, I would like to enter the password. Right click, inspect. It also has an ID. Copy this ID driver dot find element by dot id dot send keys. Now give the password. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the password. Now I need to, after entering the password, I don't want to click on the login button. Rather, I would like to submit the form. Okay, using the submit command, I would like to submit the form. In order to submit this form, you need to take any element on this form. Either email address you can take, password you can take, even you can take the login button also. Any element on this form you can take. And for example, I'll take the password field only, this one only, and simply say dot submit. Okay, any element on the form dot submit if you say means it will submit the form. With these credentials, it's going to submit the form, and because of which login should happen. Right click, run as Java application. The script will run and you will see that we'll get logged in because the form will get submitted with the valid credentials. We have used submit command for this purpose to submit the form. Any element on the form we have to take and submit. You see, we went to the login page. We already got logged in. Okay, we can log out if you want. Fine. So hope guys you understood how to submit a form in Selenium WebDriver using the submit command with practical demonstration in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how can we fetch a text written over an element in Selenium? Let me answer. In some cases, to retrieve or fetch the text which is there on the element, we can use get text command of Selenium WebDriver, or in some cases, we have to use get attribute command. By using either of these commands, okay, either this one will work. If this one doesn't work, this one is going to work, okay, in Selenium WebDriver to fetch a text written over an element. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open a browser and take you to one sample application URL, that is omea.blogspot.com. Once you go there, here on this page, let's say there is a button, and on this button there is some text. This particular text on this element, that is button, I would like to fetch or retrieve. Okay, let me right click on this button, inspect, and we get the HTML code. This particular button has an ID locator. I'll copy this ID locator and write down here driver dot find element by dot ID and provide the ID. Okay, ID locator of that particular element. And whatever the text that is there on this button, that is button to text, is between the tags here. You see, starting tag of the button and ending tag of the button. In between that, we have the button to text. Copy this. Okay, this particular text I would like to retrieve. I don't need to copy this. Okay, so this particular text need to be retrieved. Okay, this text between the tags is nothing but text on the button or element. In order to retrieve such kind of text between the tags, I have to use a command known as get text command. Okay, here I have to simply say dot get text. This will retrieve the text between the HTML tags of that particular element. Okay, string, and simply say string text on button is equal to, now here write down system.out.println text on button. Now I'll quit the browser also, driver.quit. And also here I need to provide the application URL to open. Copy this URL of the application and paste it here. Okay. So here, since this particular element text, okay, text on the element is between the HTML tags of the element, we can use get text command, okay, to retrieve the text on the element. Okay. So run the code. In the output, we'll get the text on the button retrieved and printed in the output console of Eclipse IDE. You see, button to text got retrieved and printed, fetched and printed in the output console. Okay, we were able to fetch the text on the button. But there are some buttons here. For example, here, if you take the search button, this will not work in the same fashion. Okay, let me right click on the search button. Okay, so I'll create some XPath expression. You copy this class attribute value and create an XPath expression to locate this button. /input @class is equal to the class attribute value. You see, this particular XPath expression is able to locate this search button, but this text on this button is not there between the starting and ending tags of this particular button. You see, when I inspected this button, this is the HTML code we got, and there is no starting and ending tag. Only one tag is there. Okay, in between the tags, there is no text. This text on this button is not there between the tags. Can I use get text command? No. In this case, it's not possible to use get text command. Get text command to get the text on the element can be used when that particular text is there between the starting and ending tags of the element. But in this case, for this particular button, this label text of this button is not there between the starting and ending tags in this case. But where exactly this text on this button is available? In one of the attribute. For example, here value is there. In the value attributes value is what? You see, it's matching. The text on this button is nothing but the value of this value attribute of this button or element. So how to retrieve in this case? Already create an XPath expression to locate this button. So I'll just do something like a driver.find element by.xpath, I will say. By.xpath. Here, after giving the XPath expression, here I cannot use .get text because the text is not there between the tags. Instead, I have to use get attribute. I have to use get attribute command in double quotes. I have to give the name of the attribute where this text on the button is a value for it. Okay, you see this is matching with the text on the button, right? What is the attribute name? Value is the attribute name. So I'll give value here. Okay, I'm getting the attribute value to get the text on the button or text on the element. Okay, in this case, sometimes get text can be used. If get text is not possible, then we'll go for the get attributes. Okay, and somehow we can get the text on the elements, no problem. Run this, right click, run as Java application. This time we'll get the text on that particular button, which is not there between the HTML tags. Rather, it's a value of a value attribute of the element. So we have to use get attribute of value attribute name, okay, to get that particular text on that element. You see, we already got the text on the button. Okay, there is nothing but the text, search text on the button. Okay, so either we can use get text command if the text is there between the HTML tags of the element, or we have to use get attribute if that particular text on the element is value of a particular attribute of the element. Okay, so hope guys you understood how to fetch a text written over an element in Selenium or Selenium WebDriver with practical demonstration I covered in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are some expected conditions that can be used in explicit waits? Let me answer. There are several expected conditions that we can use in explicit waits in Selenium WebDriver, but the most commonly used ones or most frequently or most used ones have listed down here. Okay, these are few mostly used expected conditions in explicit waits in Selenium WebDriver. They are visibility of element located by locator, element to be clickable by locator, presence of element located by locator, element to be selected, alert is present, and there are many more, but these are the most commonly used ones in a day-to-day projects, okay, as part of automation with Selenium WebDriver for explicit waits. So let me practically demonstrate at least one of them. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, then maximizing the browser window. Here I need to open the application URL. Let me open this application URL. I'll take you to this application URL. I'll copy this application URL and paste it here. Now what I will do is I'll just click on this drop-down button. I'll simply click on this drop-down button. So it has a class locator. Copy this class locator and simply write down driver.find element by dot class name, give the class locator and say dot click. Okay, and say dot click. When you click on this drop-down button, you see the Flipkart option. Let's say this Facebook, Flipkart, Gmail options are not coming immediately. Let's say I'm clicking now. Once I click, you see the options are not immediately coming. They are coming with a delay. This Facebook, Flipkart, and Gmail are coming with a delay. For example, we'll take Flipkart. I'll inspect this Flipkart. And this is a link text. Copy this. Driver dot, find element, by dot, link text. Provide the link text of that Flipkart option. And simply say dot click. Dot click. But the problem here is WebDriver will not wait for this. Selenium WebDriver will not wait for this Flipkart option and the script is going to fail. So what we have to do is we have to implement this explicit wait mechanism here. Okay, we have to wait for the Flipkart option to be available before clicking it. For that, I will implement explicit wait mechanism. How to implement? WebDriver wait is equal to, we have to create an object for this WebDriver wait. And in this constructor of WebDriver wait, first over the mouse on this WebDriver wait and import it from Selenium library. And this constructor cannot be empty. So here we have to first pass the driver, comma, and we have to provide number of seconds or maximum seconds to which we have to wait. Duration dot of seconds, I will say. I'll just give maximum of 10 seconds. Okay, maximum of 10 seconds we can wait for this flipkart option to be available on the page before clicking. Wait dot until, okay, we have to apply this WebDriver wait or explicit wait to this flipkart option. Further, we have to write using the object reference, we have to call this until method. Here, expected conditions. Okay, here you see the question is all about what are some expected conditions, this expected conditions. So in this expected conditions, if you say dot, you will get lot of expected conditions. There are many, you see there are a good number of expected conditions in explicit wait, but we don't have to remember everything. Okay, though there are good number of expected conditions here, we don't have to remember anything. Only few things that we commonly use, if you remember, that's enough. That's all enough. Okay, these are the ones. Visibility of element located. Okay, so when you provide this expected condition dot conditions dot visibility of element located, if you use this particular type of expected condition, here you need to give the locator. This part you copy paste here. Okay, that's it. Okay, what will happen? Here explicit wait will wait for this flipkart option to be visible, visibility of element. Until this flipkart option is visible on the page, the WebDriver will wait. Okay, because of this explicit waiting mechanism, and because of we specifying the expected condition as visibility of element located in this explicit wait mechanism, WebDriver will wait for this flipkart option to be visible on the page. For how much time? For a maximum of 10 seconds. Within 10 seconds, if the flipkart option comes, WebDriver will not wait for the entire 10 seconds. It's smart wait. Okay. If it comes in 3 seconds, remaining seconds, 7 seconds will not be wasted. Within 3 seconds, the click will happen. Okay. So like that, here visibility of element, waiting until this particular condition is all about, expected condition is all about waiting until the particular element is visible. Okay. On the page, it should be visible. Element should be visible. Okay. That's the thing. Now, similarly, we have other kind of expected conditions that we can use in explicit wait apart from visibility of element located, that is element to be clickable. Here, we are not waiting for an element to be visible on the page, rather we are waiting for the element to become enabled. Something like it should be visible at same time enabled. Okay, if it is visible and it's not enabled, then it will not perform, it will still wait. For example, take this particular button 2. If you say element to be clickable, this button is clickable. It's visible and clickable. So waiting will be done. Okay. And the operation will be done. Okay. So, but in this case, button 1, okay, if you apply this element to be clickable and if you provide the locator of this button 1, the button 1 here, Selenium WebDriver will wait for this button 1 to get enabled. Okay. Element to be clickable means this button need to get enabled, then only we can click it, right? Disabled button we cannot click. So WebDriver will wait until this particular element is visible. It's visible, but it's not enabled at this moment. So it will wait until this becomes enabled. Okay. For example, this checkbox field, we cannot click it because it is in disabled state. Now click on this button. Okay. After clicking this button, after 10 seconds, now WebDriver is waiting for this checkbox option to get enabled. After 10 seconds, it get enabled, then it will click. Okay. So such kind of situations will be there where we can use element to be clickable. Okay. We'll wait until the element is visible and enabled. Okay. That is clickable. Presence of element located means it's not compulsory that the element to be visible on the page. There may be some hidden elements. On this page, you see there is a hidden element somewhere here. You see hidden button. There is a hidden button here which is not visible at this moment, but it's part of the DOM. Okay. In the HTML DOM, it is there. As part of this page, it is there. But visually, you cannot see that button. But if that particular button exists on the DOM, then waiting will be done. Okay. It will only wait until the element is present in the DOM. Okay. It don't have to be visible. What is the difference between visibility of element located and presence of element located? Here, Element is in DOM is fine, but it should be visible. But here presence of element is in DOM, but it may not be visible. It may or may not be visible, but anything matter. Anything is fine, but element should be there. It is visible on the page, doesn't matter. If it is not visible on the page, not doesn't matter, but element should be there on the page somehow in the DOM or visibility. Okay, that is generally we use visibility of element located most of the times. Then element to be selected. Okay, element to be selected or something. Okay, so let's try this out. Here we can try all these commands here just to see how many conditions are there. Element to be element sorry dot element to be, you see, element to be clickable. Okay, this one is also done, right? Just now I said you. And element to be selected. Element to be selected. Okay, until the element is selected, it will wait. Until the element is selected, it will wait. Then lot of things are there here. Alert is present. Another one is alert is present. Okay, until the alert is displayed on the page, the Selenium WebDriver will wait. Okay, such kind of situations. Alert is present. Element to be selected. Okay, element to be dot element to be selected. Okay, all these commands, there are several commands, but these are the generally used commands or expected conditions in explicit wait mechanism in Selenium WebDriver. Okay, so each and every condition has a different meaning. Okay, that you have to understand. So that's all for this session. If you list down this, if you get this question in the entry, and if you list down this 4 to 5 expected conditions in explicit waiting mechanism, then that will be more than enough. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how can we fetch the title of the page in Selenium WebDriver? Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have a command known as getTitle command, using which we can fetch the or retrieve the title of any web page. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have some sample Selenium automation code already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window, and here we have to open the application URL. So let me take you to some sample application for which I am going to retrieve the title. Okay, this is the application. So what is the title of this page? Your store is the title. Okay, I would like to retrieve this particular your store title. Okay, so first I will copy this URL and paste it here. Now I want to get the title of this page, which is nothing but your store. How to retrieve? With the help of the command known as driver.getTitle. Okay, this will retrieve the title of this page. String page titles is equal to. Okay, now system.out.println page title, you just print it out and simply say driver.pitch. Okay, done. Now save this and run the code, right click, run as Java application. It will retrieve the title of the page and print in the output console of Eclipse IDE that you will see now. As you can see, the title of the page got retrieved, okay, and printed here. So hope guys, you understood how to answer this question. That is how to fetch the title of the page in Selenium WebDriver by using the command known as getTitle command. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how can we fetch the page source in Selenium WebDriver? Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have a command known as getPageSource command, using which we can fetch or retrieve the page source of any web page of the application. Okay, so what do I mean by this page source? Page source means the HTML code for that entire page can be retrieved, okay, with the help of this command. So let me practically demonstrate this command for you. For that, I'll take you to one sample application, that is omaya.blogspot.com. And I don't want to take this page as an example because a lot of HTML code will be there for this page. So let me make it simple by going to another page. Okay. So this particular page has only 2 paragraphs, so very less amount of HTML code. If you want to manually see the page source of this or HTML code of this page, right click here and select view page source. So this is the entire HTML page source of this page. I would like to retrieve this HTML page source of this particular page with the help of Selenium WebDriver command. For that, we have to use a command known as get page source command. So let me practically demonstrate it now. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have some sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window. And here we have to open the application URL. Okay, copy this URL and paste it here. Once you open the application URL in the browser, now simple, say driver dot get page source. That's it. Okay, this is a command. Okay, for retrieving the HTML source code of any page. Okay, at this moment, this page is loaded in the browser. So HTML code of this particular page will be retrieved and we can store that into a string variable. String, okay, source code or something I'll say is equal to, and here I'll print it out. Whatever the source code that got retrieved and stored into the string variable, I'll print it out here and after that I'll put the browser. So the HTML source code of that page, this particular page will be retrieved and printed in the output console once I run this, okay? So I have started running it and you will see the HTML code of that particular page will be retrieved and printed in the output console. You see the HTML code of that, entire HTML code of that particular page. This particular page got retrieved and printed in the output console here. So hope guys you understood how to fetch or retrieve the page source in Selenium WebDriver using this command known as get page source command. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to check which option in the drop-down field is selected. Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have a command known as get first selected option command. This command is from select predefined class of Selenium. Using this command, we can retrieve which option in the drop-down field is currently selected. Whatever the option that is currently selected in the drop-down field, we can retrieve. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where I'm going to write some code. WebDriver is equal to new Chrome driver. Okay. Import this WebDriver library from Selenium and also import this Chrome driver class from Selenium. Simply maximize the browser window. And after that, open the application URL. So let me take you to this sample application, omaya.blogspot.com, where we have a drop-down field. You see currently which option is selected, older newsletter is selected. Okay. So I would like to retrieve this current selected value in the drop-down field. Copy this URL and paste it here. And here, create a locator for this drop-down field. Inspect this drop-down field. And it has an ID. Copy this ID. And here write down driver.find element by.id. Provide the ID locator of the drop-down field. And create a web element for the drop-down field. Drop down field is equal to web element. Return type will come. Now create an object for the select class. Select is equal to new select like this. And import this select predefined class from Selenium. And pass this drop-down field web element into the select constructor. Okay. Now using this object reference of select, we can call the command that is get first selected option. Okay. This is the command I'm talking about. So in this particular drop-down field, whatever the option that is currently selected will be retrieved and returned in the form of a web element. Okay. You see what option is currently selected, older newsletter. So that option will be returned here in the form of a web element. So I'll simply say current option is equal to over the mouse, create, return type will be web element. Now how to retrieve the text of this particular option, current selected option? This particular older newsletter is there between the HTML tags, you see, starting and ending tags. I can use get text command. So system.out.println, this current option is a web element dot get text. Okay. And simply say driver.which with the browser. That's it. Now run the code, right click run as Java application. And the current selected option in the drop-down field will be retrieved and printed in the output console of Eclipse IDE in a while. You see, the current selected option, that is older newsletters, is retrieved from this drop-down field and printed in the output console here with the help of this command known as get first selected option command. So hope guys you understood how to check which option in the drop-down field is in selected state or currently selected in the drop-down field with the help of this command known as get first selected option of select predefined class in Selenium. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the use of configurations file in Selenium? Let me answer. For configuration file, we generally use properties file, etc. in our automation testing projects. And the purpose of using that file, that is configuration file or properties file in Selenium, is to store browser configurations like on which browser we want to run the scripts. We can store that into the configuration file, that is properties file, etc. Or we can store URL configurations. So the application URL on which you want to run the scripts, that URL of the application can be stored into the configurations file or properties file. Timeout configurations like waiting mechanism, whatever the different waiting mechanisms that you are implementing in your automation scripts, the values of that waiting mechanism, okay, timeout values can be stored into this configuration file. Credentials configuration, okay, like usernames and passwords, okay, some valid usernames and passwords that may be used in application for authentication purpose can be stored into the configuration file or properties file. Test data configuration, whatever the data that is required by your automation scripts can be stored into the configuration files. File paths and directories, okay, so some path of the files or directory paths you can store into the configuration file. Environment specific settings like database connection details, API endpoints, etc. Okay, can be stored into the configuration files. But why we have to store all these different variety of configuration things into the properties file or configurations file? For less maintenance purpose. Okay, so what will happen if you don't store them into the configuration file? Let me explain that first. For example, these are your automation scripts. Okay, you have automated one test case, another 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 test case. Now, if you are providing the browser here, particular browser here in this script, here also same browser, same browser, same browser, same browser, same browser, like this you are providing. Tomorrow, if you have to run your scripts on a different browser, okay, instead of this browser, a different browser if you want to run. So what to do? You have to come to this automation script and update it here. Update this here, update this here. How many times I have to update? How many scripts you have? That many times you have to update. This is a problem. Okay. And let's say not only this browser, but also the application URL. Okay. If you are providing one application URL and you are running your scripts, all your scripts on this application URL, same application URL is provided in all the scripts. Tomorrow, if your client wants to run on a different environment or application URL, you have to come to this script and update the URL here, update the URL here, update the URL, update the URL, update the URL, update the URL. This applies for all the different type of configurations. Okay. Sometimes username passwords will change. Okay. So you have to go to the individual scripts and update them. This is of high maintenance. Okay. This process is involving high maintenance. So what to do? Instead of doing this, what we can do here is we'll create a kind of configuration file like properties file or whatever, the centralized file. Okay. And here will be your automation scripts. Let's say these are, for example, these are some automation scripts. And you will be storing or centralizing your browser name, application URL, and remaining other things, configuration things in the centralized configuration file. For example, it's a properties file. Okay, and now this scripts need to get the details from here. Okay, if the script needs a URL or browser, that can be retrieved from the centralized file. Okay, even this script also will get all the centralized details into this whenever needed. Okay, so tomorrow, if the browser changes, I don't have to touch any of this automation script code. I don't have to update any of this automation script code written here in for each and every test case. I don't have to touch it. Rather, I simply go to the centralized place and update this at one place. Update the browser name. Tomorrow, if you want to run the scripts on instead of Chrome browser, you want to run the scripts on Firefox browser, come to this configuration centralized file, that is a properties file, etc., and update it here. That's it. All the scripts are accessing the updated browser. That's it. You don't have to touch any code here. You don't have to change any code here. So with this process, even the URL changes, you just go to the configuration file, centralized file, and update the URL here. All the scripts are retrieving the URL from this single file. So the updated URL will come here. You see, single place you update. So what the advantage? Less maintenance. Okay, less maintenance. Not only the browser URL test data can be there in the centralized file. Okay, credentials can be there, directory paths can be there, file paths will be there, environment related settings will be there, configurations will be there, different type of things that can be centralized can be put into this configuration file. For any change in these configurations, we don't have to go to these individual scripts and modify them. Rather, simply we have to come to this configuration file. In fact, this configuration file is nothing but a properties file. We generally use properties file for configurations, for storing configurations, dot properties file. Okay, and update it here, update the configurations here, and all the scripts will be okay. We'll be accessing the things without the need for changing any code in this individual automation scripts. That's a user advantage of creating the configurations file in Selenium automation. Okay, no need to change the code, less maintenance, because we just need to go to the configuration files and update the configuration. All the individual automation scripts can get the updated details from the centralized configuration file. So what type of details what type of configurations we can store into the configuration files? For example, properties file, browser configurations like browser name we can store, your configurations like application URL that you are currently using for running the script, you can store timeout configurations like whatever the waiting mechanism. Okay. So waiting mechanism, timeout, maximum time, and all those things will be there, right? That can be stored, that values can be stored. Timeout values can be stored. Credentials like username, password can be stored. Test data configurations like whatever the data that is required for your automation scripts can be stored. Tomorrow the data can get updated. So simply come to the configuration file and update it. No need to touch any test scripts. Okay. File paths and directories. Tomorrow the file path or directory path changes. Okay. Simply update the configuration. Remaining all automation scripts will access the updated paths from there itself. Okay. Environment specific settings like database connections, API endpoints, etc. Whatever things that you can centralize and your automation scripts can access. Okay. And which will involve by moving them into the configuration file. If they are, making our maintenance less, then we can definitely move these things into the configuration file. So hope guys you understood what is the use of configuration file in Selenium. Let me show you one example here. So here we have a project. Here we have a project, and so let's write some script here. Web driver. Driver is equal to new Firefox. Sorry, Chrome browser. Otherwise, Chrome driver. A semicolon. Over the mouse. Import it. Import it. Driver dot manage dot window dot maximize driver dot get. Simple sample sample thing I'll use. I'll not cover all these different type of configurations, but at least one I'll cover. Let's say URL I'll cover for now. Okay. Why we need to centralize the URL? For example, today your application URL is like this, omai.blogspot.com. You gave it here. Okay. Now you run the script. This Chrome browser will open omai.blogspot.com application. Let's wait. You see it has opened the omai.blogspot.com. But what happened tomorrow, your client has changed the application URL to some other URL like this one, tutorialsninja.com/demo application. So you have to again go to this individual automation script and modify the URL here and run the script. This is a half high maintenance. Okay, here only one script is there. You will not be able to see the difference. But in your real project, you will have a lot of automation tests. Okay, in all the automation scripts, the same URL will be used. So to update the URL in each and every automation script is very tedious process. From that application to this application URL, it's very tedious process. So what we do here is, instead of hard coding this particular URL, we do one thing. Like in this project, I'll create a configuration file. So to create a configuration file, there is a way like you can select this project new file and name this file as config. You can give any name, but extension should be properties file. In this properties file, I'll say URL is equal to, I'll give this URL, for example. Okay. Now, I would like to send, this is centralized now. This particular URL is centralized by storing it in the config.properties file. Now, how to get this URL into this demo.java file? Instead of hard coding it, how to get that? Here, I'll simply say properties prop is equal to new property. This is from Java. This class is from Java. Properties class is from Java. Over the mouse, import, then prop dot load. It requires input stream. I'll simply say file input stream. FIS is equal to new file input stream. This load method requires object reference of the file input stream. That's why I'm creating it. Import it, and this constructor cannot be empty. We have to create the file. File is equal to new file of. I have to give the path of this properties file. This properties file is directly created under the project, so I can directly say config.properties for now. Put a semicolon here. Now import this file from java.io and copy this file in this file input stream constructor and copy this file input stream object reference into this load. Now over the mouse and ignore the exception. The properties file is now loaded. Now how to retrieve this URL from this properties file? Simple. Here in place of this, remove this URL. Instead of hard coding it, simply say here there is an object reference prop. Prop is the object reference which we have already loaded the properties file. Prop dot get property, and here in double quotes give this key of this. Okay, property name you give, the value will be automatically coming. Okay, now run this. Here instead of giving the hard coding the URL, I am retrieving the URL from the centralized properties file. It will open the application, the tutorials ninja application, whatever I specified in the properties file now. You see, tutorialsninja.com/demo is coming from the properties file. Tomorrow, this URL changes. I don't have to touch this automation script. Simply, I have to go to the properties file. Here, update the URL here. Okay, if the client has given you a different URL, you can update the URL. For example, assume that this is the URL the client changed. Simply update the URL in the centralized properties file. All the automation scripts which are retrieving this URL from this properties file will be automatically updated. We don't have to touch this automation script. Simply update the things here at the centralized location. And when I run the script, you see this time the script will run in the omega.blogspot.com application will be open. This is how simple it is. Okay, that's the main purpose or use of the properties file or configurations file in Selenium. Okay, you see this application got opened in the browser. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for this question. Like what are the different things that you store into the configuration file and why we have to create the configuration file. Generally, configuration file is nothing but a properties file. So it's generally created for centralizing the different things for less maintenance purpose. Okay, without updating the code of different automation scripts, we have to centralize something into the configuration file so that the maintenance will become less. So with practical demonstration, I covered in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to handle insecure certificate errors in Selenium automation. Let me answer. First of all, we need to understand when do we get this kind of insecure certificate errors. When you are browsing an application which has HTTPS protocol, but whose certificate got expired, okay? But its security certificate got expired. In such cases, this HTTPS protocol kind of web application page will give you insecure certificate error because it got expired, okay? Let me copy this URL and show you how it looks like, okay? I have copied this URL and in one browser, I'll just put this URL with HTTPS and press enter. When I do that, you see it's saying not secured, your connection is not private, it got expired and all those stuff. Okay, the certificate is invalid now. Okay, there's no proper valid security certificate because of which we are not able to reach the application. Okay, so such kind of applications, if you want to automate irrespective of the certificate errors, okay, ignoring this information and all, if you want to move on to that, okay, you want to move on to that website, okay, even though there is a certificate error on this website, still you want to move to that website in Selenium automation, what we have to do, how to handle this kind of certificate errors. Very simple, guys. We have to use browser options. Okay, in browser options, there is a command known as set accept insecure sets. Okay, this is a command we have to use. It may be Chrome browser, Firefox browser, or Edge browser. Every browser has its own browser options. In that browser options, you can access this command. If you set that command to true, it will ignore that certificate error and will take you directly to the application. Okay, let me show you practically. First, I will show you in automation how the certificate error is coming. Then after that, I'll apply this browser options and then I'll show you how to overcome the certificate errors. Okay. First, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser. Here, I need to open the application URL, which is prone to the certificate error. Okay. When I open this application URL via manually or using the automation script, it will display the certificate error. When I'm running this script, you will see on the screen, the certificate error will be displayed again. It will not take us to the application page. Rather, you see, your connection is not, this kind of certificate errors are coming. Okay, not secured and all those stuff. Now close this. So I'll try to overcome this certificate error now. So since it is a Chrome driver, I'll just create Chrome options. If it is Firefox driver, I'll say Firefox options. If it is Edge driver, I'll say Edge options like that. Okay. For now, Chrome options is equal to new Chrome options. Chrome options is equal to new Chrome options. Hover the mouse on this Chrome options and import it. And similarly say options dot add what is that certificate, right? Set accept insecure cert. Okay. Set accept insecure cert. And here we have to set it to true. Okay. Ignore the certificate errors we are saying. These options for which this certificate errors are ignored need to be copied and pasted into this Chrome driver constructor. Now it will be applied. Now run the script. This time you will not get the certificate error. Rather, you will be taken to the application page directly by ignoring the certificate error. Okay. This is how we have to handle. Let's see the output. You will not get the certificate error. You see, you went to this expire.badssl.com website. Okay. You got the page here. Okay. No certificate errors are coming. So hope guys you understood how to handle insecure certificate errors in Selenium automation. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to accept the SSL untrusted connection in Selenium. Let me answer. If a particular SSL certificate of an application is expired, then you will get this SSL untrusted connection kind of details on the web page. Okay, let me show you practically. So for example, there is one example website whose SSL certificate is now untrusted or expired. So I'll open the browser and open this application URL for which the SSL certificate is expired, and still I am trying to access this website with HTTPS. Here S stands for SSL, okay, which is expired. Press enter. You see, you got your connection is not private and it got expired and all those things. Okay, here not trusted, not secured and all. Okay, so how to accept this and go forward to the website? Even after this SSL untrusted connection is there, still, if you want to access this website using automation, what we have to do is we have to call this command. Okay, we have to set this Chrome options or Firefox options or Edge options, any browser options to this set accept insecure sets to true. Okay, if you do this, you will be accepting the SSL untrusted connection and you will be able to access the website. Let me practically demonstrate this by automating this application. For that, I will switch to the Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser for maximizing the browser window. And here we have to open the application URL. I'll open the application URL for which the SSL untrusted connection is available. So simply paste this URL here. And if I run this code, you will see that you will get that untrusted SSL certificate errors on the web page. Okay, you'll not get the application page. Rather, you will be stopped. Okay, from viewing the application page saying that the SSL certificate got expired or okay, whatever that is. So some security protection will stop us from checking the website or viewing the website. Your connection is not private. It's kind of error is coming, okay, because of that SSL untrusted certificate kind of stuff. So how to accept this SSL untrusted certificate here and proceed to the website despite of having this certificate expired or okay, untrusted certificate. For that, very simple. We have to use here I am using Chrome driver. Since I am using Chrome driver, I'll simply use Chrome options. Okay, if you are using Firefox driver, I have to say Firefox options. If I'm using Edge driver, I have to say Edge options like that, whatever it is. Okay. For now, I'm using Chrome options. Options is equal to new Chrome options. Now hover the mouse and import this Chrome options from Selenium library. Now using these options, okay, you have to access that method, add, what is that? Set accept insecure sets, okay? Set accept insecure sets method. And here we have to set it to true. Once you set this untrusted certificate to accept and true, then copy these options and paste into this Chrome driver constructor here, then it will be applied. Now run the code. This untrusted SSL certificate connection will be accepted and you will be taken to the website now in a while. You see here, your automation script will accept the untrusted SSL certificate, and irrespective of that, it has taken to the website page. You see, this is a sample website page where you just name of the website is printed over here. Okay, so hope guys you understood how to accept the SSL untrusted connection in Selenium using this command set accept insecure sets true. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is HTML unit driver? Let me answer. HTML unit driver is the fastest and lightweight headless browser implementation for Selenium WebDriver. Okay, what do I mean by headless browser? If you run your Selenium automation scripts on any normal browser like Chrome, Firefox, Edge, Safari, etc., you can see the browser opening visually on the screen. When you run the scripts, you can see the normal Chrome browser opening up, maximizing, opening the application. Visually, you can see everything on the screen, right? So we can see the application loaded in that particular browser and testing happening and browser getting closed. Everything you can see visually with the normal browsers. But with headless browsers, when you run the same Selenium automation scripts in headless browser, no graphical user interface can be seen on the screen. You will not visually see any browser UI opening up or maximizing, no graphical user interface. Everything will run in the background, okay? On the computer screen, you cannot see anything, but the script will be running in the background. Okay, that's what is headless browser. Since it is headless browser and there is no need for this headless browser to load the graphical user interface of either the browser or the application under test, this is lightweight and fastest. Okay, when compared to running the scripts on normal browsers, if you run the scripts on headless browser, these are lightweight and faster. The scripts will run way faster. Okay, so coming to the HTML unit driver, it is the fastest and most lightweight headless browser implementation we have for Selenium WebDriver. So we need a separate library for using this HTML unit driver. It doesn't come with Selenium WebDriver by default. I'll explain everything for you. Okay, let me practically demonstrate that for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE and what I have to write in order to use this HTML unit driver, what I have to write. To get that clear, there is one way, that is open the browser, any browser, and Google search for, type GitHub space HTML unit driver, like this Google search. You'll get this GitHub link for HTML unit driver. Click on that link. On this page, everything will be there. Okay, scroll down, keep on scrolling down until you see this line. You see, there is a line. How to use this HTML unit driver. There are different ways of using. I prefer using the first way. WebDriver driver is equal to new HTML unit driver. You can copy this line if you want and paste it here. Okay. WebDriver driver is instead of new Chrome driver or Firefox driver or Edge driver, you have to write HTML unit driver. Okay. It's a third-party library now. Okay. It's not part of the Selenium WebDriver. This HTML unit driver class doesn't belong to Selenium WebDriver library. It belongs to a separate library now. Okay. Hover the mouse on this WebDriver and import this WebDriver from Selenium interface. And similarly, hover the mouse, you cannot import it from Selenium library because it's a third-party library. So how to add this third-party library to this project? It is a Maven project, so we need to look for some Maven dependency tags for this HTML unit driver library. For that, you can go to the same web page, that is a GitHub page, where you scroll up above this line, when you scroll up, you will see a dependency tag. Either you can directly copy paste this one, or you see, or you can search for this particular name, HTML unit 3 hyphen driver in the MVN repository website. Copy this and search this in the MVN repository. Go to MVN repository and search for HTML unit 3 hyphen driver there. And in the search results, you will get HTML3 hyphen driver, unit driver. Click on that, and the latest one, June 8, 2023, we've got. Click on this latest one, 4.10.0 for now when I'm recording this session. When you are watching this video, there may be a latest version. Take whatever the latest version. I'm just copying the Maven dependency tags for HTML unit driver. I'll go to this Eclipse IDE, and in this Maven project, I'll go to the pom.xml file. In the pom.xml file, I'll go to the dependency stacks. And in the dependency stacks, there are a lot of other dependencies already added here. And apart from that, I'll add the extra dependency, that is HTML unit 3 driver dependency, having the latest version and all. Save this project and close this pom.xml file. Once everything is loaded completely here, hover the mouse on this HTML unit driver. Now you can import it from the HTML unit library. So I'll just change this name to driver because I'm used to use driver instead of anything. So I'll simply say driver.manage.window.maximize, then driver.get. I'll give the application URL here. Any application URL you can give. So I'll give one application URL like omega.blogspot.com application URL. Copy this URL. Okay, I'd like to open this URL. This script is going to run in headless browser mode where you will not see any graphical user interface on the screen. Everything will run in the background. So let's say I would like to get the title of this page, driver.get title, and I'll store this into string page title equal to, and print this title into the output console, page title. And similarly, I would like to get the driver.get current URL, current URL of the page. I'll simply say string page URL. Some basic operations I am doing, and I'll print this page URL in the output console to see whether the script has really run or not. I have to print this title and URL of the page. Finally, I'll quit the browser. So when I run this script, you will not see anything on the screen, but the script will be running, and this output like page title and page URL of the page will be printed in the output console to prove that the script has run in the background without any graphical user interface loaded on the screen. I've run the script. You see that in a while. In the Eclipse output console, you will see the output. It will be kind of a bit fast also. Okay, because there is no GUI, right? You see how fast it is. How fast the script has run, and you got the results already. Okay. So this is what is HTML unit driver, where you can run the scripts in headless browser mode. Okay, for Selenium WebDriver. So hope guys you understood how to use this HTML unit driver in this session, and what exactly it is and all with practical demonstration. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the use of @factory annotation in TestNG? Let me answer. If you want to run the same class multiple times, then we can use this @factory annotation to create multiple instances for that class. That is, multiple objects for the class can be created with the help of @factory annotation, so that the same class is going to run multiple times. Whatever the test methods that are there inside the class are going to run multiple times. Okay. Let me practically demonstrate this for you so that it will be more clear. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. Okay. Let's say there is a class, demo class. I want to run this demo class multiple times. Okay. I want to run the same demo class multiple times. Assume that. Okay. So in this demo class, I'll create some test method. Let's say one test method or one or more test methods you can create. For now, for sample, I'll create only one test method. Public void sample test. Okay. Only one test method I'm creating. I am annotating this test method with @test annotation so that this normal method will become a TestNG test method. Hover the mouse and import this @test annotation from TestNG. Now this method has become a test method. So whenever this test method is executed, I'll just print out, okay, inside sample test of demo class. Like this, I'll write, okay. Now, so if I run this class multiple times, the test method is going to run multiple times, and this statement is going to print multiple times. That proves that, right? But how to run this same class multiple times? With the help of @factory annotation. Okay, with the help of @factory annotation. By using that @factory annotation, I'm going to create multiple instances for this class, and because of which this class is going to run multiple times. So for that to happen, I'll create one more class. I'll right click here in the same package and create a new class. I'll just name this as factory1, or you can give any name for this. I'm just giving factory1, say finish. And in this, I'll create a method public. And here there is a rule. Okay, for this particular method, there is a rule like we have to give the return type as object array. Okay, object array, and give some name, factory generator, or whatever the name you want to give. Just give that. Okay, and here on the top of this, provide that annotation, that is SNG annotation known as @factory annotation. Over the mouse on this and import this @factory annotation from testng. Okay, so just for this @factory and import this from testng library. Now here we have to write some code. Okay, in this method, which is annotated with @factory annotation, I'm going to create multiple instances for this demo class. I want to run this demo class multiple times. Hence, what I'm going to do is in this method, which is annotated with @factory annotation, I'm going to write the code which will create multiple instances or multiple objects for the same demo class. Okay, so how to make that happen? I'll simply say object array obj is equal to, okay, here I'll write the single quotes and single curly braces, and here I'll create objects. Okay, new demo. For demo class, I have to create the object. That's it. Okay, comma. How many objects you want to create? You can create new demo. Say 2 objects I created. Now 3 objects, third object, fourth object. How many objects you are creating? That many times the demo class is going to run. The test methods inside the demo class are going to run that many times. Here in this particular method, which is annotated with @factory, I created multiple instances for this demo class. That is around 5 instances I created. Finally, I have to simply say return obj. Okay, the errors will be gone. Now, simply run this particular class. Okay, simply run this class, and this class will invoke, since there are 5 instances, for every instance, this demo class will run, and the test methods inside the demo class are going to run. So to prove that this particular class got run 5 times, because I created 5 instances here, okay, this statement is going to print 5 times in the output console. Okay, that proves that. Let me run here, right click, run as testng test. The same class is going to run multiple times. It got run, you see, 5 times it got run. Inside sample test of demo class, inside sample test of demo class, demo class, demo class, demo class. You see, 5 times it got run. Test method inside the demo class got run 5 times. Okay, so this is the purpose, or this is the use of @factory annotation in testng, where if you got a requirement where due to some XYZ reasons in your real-time project, if you want to run the same class multiple times by creating multiple instances or multiple objects for that class, we can use @factory annotation in testng. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the return type of find element? Let me answer. The return type of this find element command in Selenium WebDriver is nothing but web element interface. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where I am going to write this code. WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. This will launch the Chrome browser when run. Put the mouse on this WebDriver and import it from Selenium. This is an interface, predefined interface, and this is a predefined class in Selenium. I'm going to import it from Selenium library. After that, I'm going to maximize the browser window, driver.manage.window.maximize. This will maximize the browser window. After that, I would like to open any application URL, any sample application URL I would like to open. For example, I'll open this sample application, omaya.blogspot.com. Let me give it here. After opening this application URL, after going to this application URL page, that is omaya.blogspot.com, this page, I would like to create a web element out of this. Okay, I'm going to show you the return type of the find element command, that is nothing but web element interface. So I'll create a web element for this. So right click, inspect. It has an ID, copy this ID and write down here driver dot find element by dot ID. Okay, I'm using the find element command and here I'll provide the ID of the text area field. Now, if you hover the mouse on your mouse on this find element command, it will give you the return type of this find element command. That is nothing but the answer for this question. So here it should be in lowercase f find element. What is the return type of find element command? Okay, over the mouse, the return type is nothing but the web element. Okay, you can see here clearly this is the return type. So here I'll say field is equal to, and when I hover the mouse on this and say create local variable, the return type of this find element method or command will be declared for this variable. Okay, you see web element. Web element is a predefined interface in Selenium, which is the return type of the find element command. So let's go to the library of Selenium. For that, I'll go to this selenium.dev and click on the downloads, scroll down, and here API docs is there, all classes, Control F, search for web element, which is the return type of the find element command. You see, it is an interface. It's a predefined interface in Selenium. Okay, web element is a predefined interface in Selenium, and it is a return type of the find element command. So hope guys you understood or got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, name an API or library that can be used for implementing the logging mechanism in Selenium Java automation projects. Let me answer. It's nothing but log4j API library. Okay, this log4j API library can be used for implementing the logging mechanism in Selenium Java automation projects. What do I mean by logging? Okay, so it's like a running commentary. You see, when you see a cricket match going on, all the 11 players will be playing. Okay, all the players, okay, of opposite teams will be playing. One person will be bowling, another person will batting, fielding, and all the stuff will happen. Those people are really playing. Okay, like that Selenium automation script is a real player. Okay, so when you run the script is running. The script is running, right? Like the players playing, the script is running. So while these players in the match are playing, there are some two people sitting somewhere, okay, far away, and they are explaining about the match. Okay, this person has bowled it very well. Okay, this person has took 4 wickets. Like that, some while the match is going on, some live updates are being given by some commentators. Okay, those people we call them as commentators. Okay, in the cricket match. The same thing here also. We can implement logging mechanism in the Selenium automation script using this log4j library, which will comment out. Okay, whatever that is happening in the script. Okay, for example, a button has been clicked. That commenting will happen. Okay, the output console or into a separate file we can log these details. Okay, live updates of what the execution is going on will be logged into either a file or into your Eclipse ID output console, whatever you want to configure with. Okay, how you want to configure. So what is the use of this commenting? Okay, what is the use of this logging then with the help of log4j? You see, you cannot sit before a computer machine all the day, right? There will be thousands of automation scripts in your project and they will be running day and night. You cannot just sit before the computer machine and see each and every action, what's happening in each and every script, right? So when you run and go home and come back next day morning, let's say all the scripts got executed completely, all the thousands of scripts got executed completely, and you got a report. And along with the report, you also got this a file, a kind of log file, which contains all the logs, okay, of what happened, how the scripts got executed for each and every step, what action was taken, this button has been clicked, the user got logged out, logged in, everything is getting logged in that. You are not there before the machine, but just by looking into the logs in that particular file, you can understand how the scripts got executed. This is what is the advantage of logging. Okay, implementing logging in Selenium Java automation projects. And for that implementation to happen, logging mechanism to be implemented in Selenium Java automation projects, we have to use a third-party library with Selenium library known as log4j. Log4j is a third-party library. By default, Selenium doesn't have any logging mechanism. We have to add one more library to this Selenium Java automation project, that is log4j, by using which we can implement the logging mechanism, which will log out, okay, which will log all the live updates, how the scripts are getting executed. Everything will be logged with along with the timestamps, description, and everything in the separate log file or into your Eclipse IDE output console. Okay, in which we generally log these things into the log live updates into a separate file. Okay, that we can look into that later after the scripts got executed. And by looking at these logs and all, we can use it for a lot of troubleshooting purposes and all those stuff. Okay, if some scripts are failing, why the scripts are failing, you can investigate that. Okay, with the help of logs, you can do that. Okay, any errors came in till which line the script got executed, everything will be logged in. So for troubleshooting purpose also, we can use log4j. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is a name an API that can be used for implementing the logging mechanism in Selenium Java automation projects. That is nothing but log4j API library. Okay. So I'll show you the official website of this log4j. Log4j. There is a website. Okay, from Apache log4j. Okay. This is the official website. You can go to the library of the log4j Java API library is there and all. Okay, you can go in. You don't have to deep dive into this, but I'm just giving you a reference. What exactly is log4j? It is a separate API library. Okay, whatever I showed you, that library is an API library that you can use with Selenium for implementing logging mechanism. Okay, in Selenium Java automation projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the use of logging in test automation? Let me answer. First of all, what exactly is this logging? Let me take a real world example to explain what is logging. Okay. So let's take an example of a cricket match where the players from opposite teams are playing the cricket match. Few are bowling side, few are batting side. Okay. Other people are fielding. Okay. And few are, waiting for the opportunity, for their opportunity to get into the field and bat, whatever it is. Okay. So there are some players who are really playing, and at same time while the match is going on, there are some two people, okay, there are one or two people sitting at a faraway place in a room, and they start talking or explaining about the match, how the match is going on. Those people, we call them as commentators. Okay, they are going to give you some live updates about the match, what's happening in the match. Okay, so what's going in the match while the match is going on, while the real players in the match are playing the match from two teams. These commentators sitting far away and watching the match are giving some commentary, running commentary, or giving some live updates about the match. They are not really playing, but they are giving the running commentary. Similarly, like these commentators, this logging in test automation is also same. It's also like commenting, giving some live updates about how the scripts are getting executed, what's happening, while you are executing thousands of scripts in your automation project, while the scripts are running. So what's happening? That live updates are being captured and stored into either your Eclipse IDE output console or into a file, preferably a separate file, a log file, along with timestamps, at what timestamp for what script, what's happening. Everything will be logged into a separate log file, like a running commentary in the cricket match. Okay, this is what actually is logging is. Okay, so why logging is required then? What's the use? Thing is, you don't need to sit before your computer machine all the time. Okay, so without logging, the problem here is you don't need to sit before your computer machine all the time. Thousands of scripts are there, they are going to run day and night. You cannot sit before the computer machine and see what's going on the screen, which script is running, whether it is passing, failing. You don't have to be there before the machine. Rather, you just start the execution of the scripts, and later point of time when the scripts are done with execution, whatever the thousands of scripts, okay, next day morning you come to the office and see the results. Okay, and you don't have to be there before the machine till the scripts run. Okay, simply after the execution is done, you can go and open that log file where your all these logs or live updates about the executed scripts got logged in already along with the timestamp. By looking at the log file, we can know at what time what happened. You don't have to spend the entire day sitting before the machine. Rather, simply open the log file and you will be able to see. Okay. So progress monitoring. Okay. What's happening during the execution of the script? You don't have to be there before the machine. Okay. All the logs, just open the log file and see what's the progress. Even between also, while the scripts are still running also, you can open the log file to see how many scripts got executed, how many are pending and all those stuff you can understand. And after they got executed completely, you can know which script got failed and all those stuff in the log details, in the log file. So not only that, but also we can perform debugging and troubleshooting of our scripts. Okay, if a particular script is failing, if you want to find out, you want to debug like what went wrong in the script, okay, because of what reasons, what is the root cause of the failure of the script or the errors coming in the script, okay, you can use logging. Okay, by looking at the logs of a particular automation script, the steps will be written over there, which steps got executed and how they are getting executed. By looking at this, we can debug and troubleshoot our scripts. Okay, troubleshoot our scripts and find out the root cause of the problem and fix the problems in our automation scripts. So progress monitoring is already there. I told you the main reason for logging is the progress monitoring, and you don't have to be there before the machine. And what happened during the execution of the scripts, you can find it from the logs. Okay, and debugging and troubleshooting is an extra thing that you are getting in addition, where if some particular script fails, and you want to see if it is really failing because of the application problem or the defect in the application, or is there any problem in the script, okay, that you can do with the help of debugging and troubleshooting with the help of logs. By looking at the logs, you can find out the root cause of the problem. Okay, performance analysis is it's not really that much, but it's an additional. Okay, these two are important. Okay, so these two things are important, but this one is, you can ignore it, but it's an additional advantage kind of stuff where performance analysis also, if you want to do, you can do for certain actions, right? Because of the timestamps, like at what time, where which steps got executed, how much time it is taking for the steps to get executed and all. Based on that, we can measure the execution time of certain operations. That is, we can measure the performance of this, but we generally don't do in real time that much. Okay, very rare. But the main reasons for logging or main uses of logging in test automation is this one. Okay, you don't have to be there before the machine all the time. Okay, later at point of time when the scripts got executed, you can go and see what happened during the execution of the scripts from the logs that got generated in the log file along with the timestamp. Okay, and apart from that, the next advantage we get is if any errors or failures of the scripts happen, we can find out the root cause. Okay, debugging and troubleshooting can be done to identify the root cause and we can fix the problems. Okay, if there is any problem in the script, we can fix it. Otherwise, we will report a defect in the application. Okay, so that's all for this session. Hope you got the answer for this question. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can Selenium test an application on Android browser? Let me answer. The answer is yes. Selenium can test an application on Android browser, but not directly. Okay, Selenium cannot directly communicate with the Android browser. Instead, Selenium will use something known as APM, which acts as a bridge between the Selenium and Android browser. Okay, there is no direct communication between Selenium API library and the Android browser. Rather, Selenium API library will communicate to Android browser via Appium. Okay, via Appium library. Okay, which acts as a bridge between Selenium and Android browser. But the answer is yes, because of Appium as a bridge between the or connection between the Selenium and Android browser, testing an application on Android browser by Selenium is possible. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to select a radio button in Selenium WebDriver. Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have a command known as click command, using which we can select a radio button. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have the sample Selenium automation code already written for opening the Chrome browser and for maximizing the browser window, and here we need to open any application URL. For example, or for sample, I'll take this application URL page where we have a radio button available. Copy this URL and paste it here. Once we go to that application page URL, here we have some radio buttons. Okay, let's say I would like to select mail option. Okay, this is a radio button. This is how the radio button looks like. So in order to select this radio button, first I have to locate this radio button. For that, I'll right click on this radio button and select inspect option. And the HTML code of this particular radio button got displayed here. Luckily, we have an ID locator. So copy this ID attribute value and here come and write down driver dot find element by dot ID, provide the ID locator of that radio button. And to locate this radio button, this much is enough. Okay. This line or statement which I have selected here is locating the radio button with the help of the ID locator. Now, to select that radio button in Selenium WebDriver, we have a command known as click command. So I'll say dot click. Using this command, using this dot click command, we can select a radio button. Now, right click, run as Java application. By default, this radio button is not selected. Now, after you run the script, that mail radio button will get selected. We can see that. So let's wait for the Chrome browser to launch, maximize and open the application URL. And you will see this mail radio button got selected here with the help of that click command. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, explain how will you get the size and options from a drop-down field in Selenium. Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have a predefined class known as select class. And by using its predefined method, okay, of the select class, that is get options command or method, we can find out the size of the drop-down list. That is how many options are there in this drop-down list. We can find out with the help of this command. Okay, not directly, but there is a way. First, we have to use get options, and after that, we can get the size. I'll tell you how. Okay, and also we can fetch the options. Okay, so each and every option has some label text, right? That we can retrieve by using the getText command. Okay, with the help of getText command, we can retrieve the options returned by this get options. Okay, whatever the options that are written by this get options, we can use getText command to get the text of these options in the drop-down list. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you so that you'll understand how to use these commands to get the size of this drop-down field and to get the options and the text in the drop-down field. Okay, for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser window. And here we need to open the application URL. So let's say we will open this application URL, omega.blogspot.com URL, copy this URL and paste it here. Okay, once you open this application URL, here there is a drop-down field. Okay, I would like to find how many options are there in this drop-down field first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Total 5 options. How to get the size of this drop-down field, that is how many options are there in the drop-down field. For that, first we have to create an object for the select class. Select is equal to new select. And to this, and first forward this mouse on select and import this select class from Selenium library. After that, the select constructor cannot be empty. To this, we have to pass a drop-down field for which you want to find out the size. So right click on the drop-down field, inspect. The HTML code for this drop-down field will be displayed here. It has an ID. Copy this ID of the drop-down field and create a web element here for the drop-down field. Driver.find element by .id. Give the ID locator of the drop-down field. And here I will say field is equal to, or drop-down field is equal to whatever you want to write the name. And over the mouse, the return type of the find element is web element that will appear here when I say create local variable. Okay, we got the return type of the find element as a declaration for this field. Now copy this field and paste it here. Okay, this is a drop-down field. We are pasting into the select class constructor. Now using this object reference, we can call the command that is get options command. Okay, so the select predefined class has a command known as get options. Okay, so this will retrieve all the options in the form of web elements. Over the mouse, you see a list of web elements it is returning. So these are the options. Okay, what are the different options? In the form of web element, list of web elements, they will be coming. The return type of this get options is list of web elements. Great. Now, how to find the size of this drop-down field? That is how many options are there. since it is a list, we can easily find it out. System.out.println options dot size command. That's it. Okay. The list interface in Java has a predefined method known as size command, using which we can find how many options are there. After that, I'll simply quit the browser. So run the script and observe that total 5 should be printed. Number 5 should be printed because there are 5 options in this drop-down field. With the help of this options dot size, with the help of get options and the returned options with the dot size, we can find out how many options are there. 5 should be printed in the output console. You see, 5 got printed in the output console. So it's working fine. Okay, so it's working fine. What else? So what is the next question? Explain how you will get the size of the drop-down field. How many options are there in the drop-down field? We have found it out with the help of get options and the size command from the list. Okay, interface with the select predefined class. It's command get options and the size from the list. We have done that. Now, I would like to print the text, label text of these options in the drop-down field. Total 5 options are there, right? Like older newsletter, doc 1, doc 2, doc 3. All these options text I would like to print. So apart from the size, I would like to print the, okay, I would like to print the options text. Okay, so I'll just give a separation here so that we can see some differentiation between this output, that is size of the, how many options are there, followed by options in the text format. Okay, so I'll create a for loop, for each loop, otherwise for each and every option is a web element here. So I'll say web element. I'll just say option colon options. This list is nothing but options. For each and every option in these options, I'll iterate this. And here I'll simply say system.out.println. This option is a, each and every option is a web element. So I'll say option dot get text command. Okay. This will retrieve the text between the tags. If you see the HTML code here, this is each and everything is an option. In between the text, some text between the tags is there. To retrieve the text, we have to use dot get text command. Now run this code and see that this time we'll also get the options printed in the options, and their options text will be printed in the output console. You see options text got printed in the output console, older newsletter, doc 1, doc 2, doc 3, doc 4. Okay, apart from this, we got this got printed in the output console. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, give me another way where we can enter text into the text fields using Selenium. Let me answer. Direct way in Selenium to enter text into the text fields is by using the send keys command. But here the question is all about the another way, the alternative way, okay, without using send keys. Is there any other way using which we can enter text into the text fields in Selenium? Yes, there is a way. With the help of JavaScript executor, we have to run some JavaScript code with the help of this JavaScript executor, using which we can enter the text into the text fields. Let me practically demonstrate this right now by switching to this Eclipse IDE, where we have this sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window. And here we have to open the application URL. So let's open the browser and open any application URL. Copy this URL and paste it here. Once application URL is copied here, let's say there is a text box field or text area field. This is a text area field into which I would like to enter some text. Rightly inspect this text area field. Let's create a web element out of it. Copy this ID locator and create a web element for the text field into which I would like to enter text. Driver.find element by.id. Provide the ID locator of the text area field here and create a web element. Okay. I'll say text field by.id is equal to, and the return type of the find element is web element. That will come when I say like this. Okay. We'll declare the variable will be declared with the return type of this find element. Okay. And once that is done, now I would like to enter the text into this particular text field without using the send keys command. That is by using an alternative way. That is by running some JavaScript code with help of JavaScript executor. For that to happen, first we have to write this driver, this web driver's driver, and typecast this driver with JavaScript executor class. Executor class like this. Okay. Put a semicolon and here say just give some any name, just give an variable with some name like JSC or whatever it is over the mouse and say create local variable. Now hover the mouse on this JavaScript executor and import it from Selenium library. After that, use this object reference, that is JSC, then write down dot execute script. Okay, this is a command for running the JavaScript code. Here in the argument, you just mention this text field web element in the place of argument. And here to refer this, and here we have to write the JavaScript code, write double quotes. In the double quotes, we have to write the JavaScript code. To refer this web element in this JavaScript code, we have to write arguments of at which index this particular web element is available at 0th position, 0th index. Okay, give 0 here. Dot. There's something known as value in JavaScript is equal to whatever the value in single quotes you give, because it is surrounded by double quotes, right? So better to give in single quotes. What value? Let's say I would like to enter my name into the text field. Okay, give that value. That's it. This is a JavaScript code for typing the text into the text fields. Okay. Now simply that's it. Let's run the code and see what's happening. Right click run as Java application. My name should be entered into the text area field. With the help of JavaScript code, we are entering the text into the text area field. Into the text field, my name got entered using properly. Okay. So we have not used any direct send keys command. Rather, we have run the JavaScript code with the help of JavaScript executor command known as execute script command. And why we have to go with this way? In real time, sometimes we have to use this way to enter the text. There may be some situations in real time where no matter what you do, into few elements, very rarely it will happen where no matter what you do or no matter whether you use send case command, you will not be able to type some text into the text fields. Then the alternative solution that you have to use at the time is this method, that is with the help of JavaScript code, we have to enter. Okay. So only when it is required, we use, but mostly we'll use send case command as a first priority. If that is not working in rare cases in real time, we go with this particular method of entering the text into the text fields. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye.